Katrina, what's going on? Welcome. Hey, Colby. Hey, Joel Vetters. Welcome to the stream, guys. Yeah, it's been a few days. The weather's been crap here, and it's not great today either. If you guys can tell, it's very windy. Temperature is not bad, just very windy. It's been on and off raining. Josie, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you guys too. I've been jonesing to go fishing. Been driving me crazy. I was gonna take the boat out today, but it was just too windy, so maybe the boat tomorrow. But I'm just getting set up here. We're gonna try our fishing challenge again. I brought more worms this time. We're gonna see if we can catch all of the 7 target species. I don't know how well we'll do, but let's give her a shot. There are a lot of bass in here, Joel Vetters. Normally I only catch little dinks, but I've seen 5-6 pounders come out of here. I think the biggest I've caught out of here is a little over 2 pounds. But that's what most people come to fish at this spot for, is bass. And I apologize, the camera is going to be a little wonky today. It is super windy. It's supposed to rain here in like 15 minutes. We'll see. But I'm going to get baited up here. Let's do 1 carp pole in the water to begin with. Oh God, I forgot to get new bread. My bread is so bad. So dry. But we're going to get a carp pole in the water, and then we will see if we can start knocking out some of these other species. I really would like to complete this challenge one of these days here. Give me a moment. We'll get baited up. How's everybody's Saturday treating them? Is that where Big Billy Bass was born? Kayla Mata, welcome to the stream. Barry, welcome to the stream. I am not sure, Kayla, who the singing fish. That's who it is. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. How's everybody's Saturday treating them? Did you miss me? I missed streaming. Been watching everybody else's stream for the past few days, dying to go fishing. 32 people in here, let's go. Can I get a few thumbs up? See if we can get algorithm or YouTube to push some more people in here. It's Sunday. No. Normally you would probably be right in questioning the day of the week when it comes out of my mouth, but I'm pretty sure today's Saturday. Dry bread might stay on the hook better than sugar cookie dough. Joel Vetters, you're right, yeah. Not much, but probably a little bit. Hey, Corcel, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Okay. Oh, you're a time traveler, Kayla. Okay, you're from the future. Where are you? Australia, New Zealand, Perry Hobbs, Japan. Nice. Yeah, so we just got 2 little bread balls. We're gonna get them loaded on the rig here. And for those of you guys who have not fished with me before, when I fish for carp, when I fish for catfish, I oftentimes use what's called a high-low rig. So we have our main line here. It's about 30-pound braid. We have a bead. It acts as an attractant. Mostly, though, it acts to keep me from reeling up my swivel into the guide. But anyways, a high-low rig. It's a steel leader, which is overkill, but I don't like breaking off my line. It has a high T and a low T. Each one of those is set with a hook. So it allows you to fish 2 hooks on a single line, which is what the legal limit here is in central Montana for fishing lakes, ponds, and reservoirs. And then it just has a sinker on the bottom. And the sinker really in a pond like this isn't to keep our rig from moving around. It's just to give me some weight so I can lug her out there. QLP, welcome to the stream. What are you catching, boss? We're doing a challenge today. We've been doing this challenge. This is, I think, the 3rd time we've attempted this challenge. We're trying to see how many species we can catch out of this tiny little pond. Fish, Wildlife, and Park says there's over 10 species in here. Our goal is to catch at least 7 of those. Josie, Too dang hot. I've been sitting on my butt today. Oh, dang. Yeah, when the sun comes out from behind the clouds like it is right now, it feels really warm, but there's so many clouds in the sky. I think we'll be all right. My main concern is the wind. It's really windy today. Explore the fun. Welcome to the stream. No, Kayla got to be from Japan. I'm from... Oh, Kayla has to be from Japan. I assume she was from either Aussie or New Zealand. Japan's a good guess, though, too. David Duncan, welcome to the stream. Fix It, welcome. The goal is 7. How many have you caught before? Best is 4 out of 7 so far. If you look at the description of this live stream, it lists Actually, it lists 8 different species that we're targeting. You can kind of scratch trout out from there because I've never caught a trout out of here, even though Fish, Wildlife, and Parks says that they stock 2 different kinds of them. I'm pretty sure they're lying to me. But let's get this guy out in the water, and then we'll get a second rig set up. Oh, good God. How the hell did... All right, my pole's all wonky here. We just totally launched off our bread balls. We're wrapped around the eye here. There we go. That was an easy fix, but now I gotta rebait it. This dry bread does not stay on the line very well. Yep, Central Montana. This is called Largent Bend Pond. It's right outside of Great Falls, right outside of Vaughn, Montana. Sorry. All right, let's try this again. This bread is just use magic string. Joseph, welcome to the stream. Will you still gish when World War III hits? I have no idea what you're talking about there, Joseph. Oh, fish. Will I still fish? Like gish. I don't know if that's one of those fancy new slangs y'all kids use these days, or fish. Will I still fish if there's World War III? I don't know. I guess that depends on whether I survive the initial onslaught. How's the turtle population there? Pretty bad. There are a ton of turtles here. As long as I don't chum the waters, it's typically not too bad. But yeah, there are a ton of turtles in here as well. Delorious Scott, yes, I remember you. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome everybody. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday or Sunday afternoon. We're doing our fishing challenge again. It's a 5.5 acre pond. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks says that there's over 10 species that are in here. We're trying to catch at least 7 of those 10. We have about, I don't know, 7 hours or so to catch 7 species. So we got to get going here. We attempted to launch our pole in once, and we had it wrapped around one of the eyes. So let's try this again. See if we can keep the bait on this time. It's very dry bread today, so it's not the greatest. And I think I'm actually going to come further over today. We're going to go over that direction. All right, 1 pull in. I need to grab a bell. Fishing with bread is hard as hell. So what I normally like to use is dinner rolls or Hawaiian rolls. They're more moist, they're softer, they go back into a nice pliable dough real well. I forgot to pick some up before I came down here today. So we're using the tail end of a loaf of bread that's been kicking around in my tackle bag for a couple of weeks now. It's a little bit dry. Not great. But it is what we got, so it is what we're going to use. All right, 1 pull in the water. That is to target carp. Timothy Aaron Jackson, Hooterite of Passage. I am not a Hooterite. Lou Becker, I like turtles. Turtles are awesome. I just don't like catching them on the end of my pole. Corcel says, let's go pole. That's what I'm talking about. So we have the first pole here is going to be for carp. Until we catch a carp, then we'll switch it out for something else. Full toss. Bonjour, welcome to the stream. Corbin, welcome to the stream. Alex, gotta love fishing. It's my favorite thing to do, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Hawaiian rolls I would eat before I could use. They're so delicious, right? One for me, one for the fishies. Joel Vetters, how big is that body of water? It is only 5.5 acres. It's a pretty small pond. I went fishing once, all I caught was a cold. That's unfortunate, boss. Thanks for joining the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Get over your cold soon. German Gingerbread Edits. Yo, welcome to the stream, German. Dolores, I am awesome. I've been jonesing to fish. It's been, we just had not great weather these last few days. And I haven't been able to get out and fish and stream, and it's been killing me. But we do have, all right, it's an all right day. It's still really windy, really gusty. And we do have some scattered rainstorms forecasted, so we might get rained on a little bit. We got a little hut here to hide under, so as long as it doesn't get too bad, we should be fine. How are you, Dolores? Thanks for asking. Corcel, how is the water temperature? I don't have a thermometer, but based upon the temperatures of the local rivers and lakes that I've had my boat in recently, I would say this water is probably somewhere in the high 70s, possibly even low 80s. It's pretty toasty. Where are you fishing at? This is called Largent Bend. It's in central Montana, and it is about 5 miles outside of Vaughn, Montana. Dolores, we just got our first pole in the water, a carp pole. We're getting rigged up with a second pole right now. We're targeting 7 different species here today is what the goal is. Last time we did this challenge, we only got 4 out of the 7, but we're gonna try it again. We got a little bit more time this go around, and I brought more worms, so. Yorel Thompson. Okay, cool. Howdy from South Bend. Welcome, welcome. Big Homer. What's up, Big Homer? How you doing, buddy? Hook up, bro. That's what we're trying to do here. We're gonna get, I think we're gonna do on the same basic setups as we had the last stream. I'm gonna get my bucket so I can sit down here, chat with you guys. All right. We'll go on this side today. Let's get this launched out here. All right, we are fishing. Mr. Mike says howdy from Dallas, Texas. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Mike. Chris McCarthy, Joshua Tree, California in the house. Heck yeah, that's a beautiful area down there. How you doing today, Chris? So serene, where are you? Central Montana. This is Largent Bend Pond. Pan the camera around so we can see the environment you're fishing. So once you get that last bait in the water. Yeah, here in a few minutes we can do, we can pan around a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm caught up on chat here. I'm looking for healthy yellow bullhead population. Any there? Yorel, yeah, actually, in this pond we caught 1 yellow bullhead last stream. It's not a common catch, but they are in here. The Sun River that's right behind us, or the Missouri River that's fairly close to us, is much better for yellow or black bullhead. They don't get very big, but there's a ton of them in there. Usually if you want to catch bullheads like that, I fish later in the evening. Once the sun starts going down, you get almost to sunset, or around then is when the bullhead usually start biting. I'm with you vicariously. Appreciate you coming along, Chris. Appreciate all y'all that come and hang out and fish with me. It makes it so much more enjoyable. Hello, man. You caught anything? Matt H, we just got some poles in the water. We have not caught anything yet. But when we do catch stuff in this channel, there will be a pinned message either at the top or the bottom of your screen that has a catch count. What's your best bass? I have not really ever caught a big bass. My biggest largemouth is like 2.5 pounds. My biggest smallmouth is about 2 pounds. Jacob W says, hey everybody, I'm new. Welcome to the stream, Jacob. Glad to have you here. Goofy Goober, what's up, buddy? How you doing today, Goofy? ASEP said hi. Welcome to the stream, ASEP. Jacob, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today? We're fishing. What? There's not much to complain about when you're fishing. And this wind is just dragging my bobber over to the shore here. I don't like. Ooh. Well, we just got our first fish. I was trying to reset the bobber. Look at that. All right, fish number one is a largemouth bass. Not a big one, but definitely bigger than what we've been catching on our streams here recently. Oh, and of course the obligatory dirt bath here. They got to get as ugly as humanly possible before I show them to you guys. All right, under all this muck here is a largemouth bass. He's about, I don't know, let's grab our measuring stick here. I'd say 8-9 inches, but you know, sometimes it's hard to tell. Look at that, we are 9 inches and he's dirty. Fish number one, 6 species to go. I wasn't too shabby. Let's get him back in the water and get him cleaned off. They always do that. He just hopped right off the hook. He didn't even, I didn't even have to get him off. There we go, buddy. All right, let's all right, I was gonna wash you off, but. Well, there we go, folks. That's fish number one of the day. Largemouth bass. Central Vaughn sounds like a fine place to be. Jacob, it's a nice place. I like it. I grew up around here. It's a rural area, but I do enjoy it here. There's some pretty good fish in here. Do you cook it or release it off? I don't keep anything from this pond. There's actually a sewage pond, a lagoon, 50 yards or so on the other side of the pond, so it's no good eating here. Thank you, Josie. Maybe I should ask you another bass question. What's up, Mr. Mike? Ask away. Jacob says I'm in Greece. Nice. I don't know if we've had anybody in the stream from Greece before. But that was fish number one largemouth bass. We are good start there. 6 more species to go. Again, the pole that has the bell on it that's sitting here stationary, that's our carp pole. They take a little bit longer to catch usually, so I'm going to soak that one while we run through a few different bait presentations here on this other pole and see what else we can catch. Slavako, welcome to the stream. MHG Fishing, what up, man? How you doing today? Mason, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Yo, what's up? Is the fishing good today? We just got set up. We caught our first fish. We had a largemouth bass. I was actually pulling the line in to reset it because the wind was blowing it to the shore. And a bass snacked on it, so we caught our first fish. Just kicking back. Heck yeah. Mandy's Candy, welcome to the stream. Flip Beast, welcome. How's everybody doing today? Nobody else out fishing? I've been dying to fish. The weather's just been crappy lately. Where are you from? Central Montana, Sir Lude. Simba, let's go. That's right. Katrina, largemouth basisi. Yeah. We got one fish so far. It was a 9-inch bass. Ryder the Hiker says, have a good time. Good fishing time. Appreciate that, Ryder. Thanks for coming to stop out. I appreciate all you guys that join us on the streams here. We do stream 2 to 3 times a week on this channel. Lakes, rivers, ponds, streams, we kind of do it all. Sometimes I take the boat out. Sometimes we're bank fishing. We target pretty much anything that's in the water. I do, my favorites are pike and carp, but we do target all sorts of different things. So if you like live streams, you like fishing, you like a good group of people to hang out, hit that sub button. Come back and hang out with us sometime. We'd love to have you. Yo, 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 fishing bros, welcome to the stream. I'm new here, I subscribed. Appreciate that, What React, thank you. Oh, good Lord, I just launched it out of the water. That was a bite, probably a bluegill. I think he got my worm. And I'm gonna catch every weed on the way in. No, we're gonna tangle everything. That's what's happening. Oh, Lord. There we go. Let's see if we can get this out without a whole lot of trouble. Some of these knots look really gnarly and they end up not being so bad. This one's looking a little gnarly. All right. Adreno, welcome from Germany. How you doing? Trying to watch the best streamer and people are spamming. Yeah, you guys, there's a lot of people in here. The chat gets really busy. Please do me a favor and don't spam things. I do have a couple of mods in here. They will give you warnings. We don't want to kick anybody. We don't want to mute anybody. We just want to hang out and fish. But it makes it really hard to keep up with chat if people are spamming. So please, just chill. Have a good time. Let's catch some fish. I hate when that happens, when you lose your catch. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're unhooked. Marcelo, one hug to Brazil. Welcome from Brazil, Marcelo. Thanks for joining. Cul-de-sac Mafia. How long you been fishing your whole life? I started fishing when I was like 4 or 5 years old. I was just a little guy. So pretty much my whole life. Put me in lights. Welcome to the stream. Fishing Bros. Yeah, I appreciate the energy, Fishing Bros, but again, it just makes it really hard. I have a hard enough time keeping up with chat as it is. So do other people. The chat gets really busy in my stream sometimes. So just trying to tone it down a notch. Try not to spam too much. Joel, I do not know how to fly fish. That is not in my repertoire. It always looks fun, but it looks like so much more work. I just got a new subscriber and he has 1K or something subscribers on his channel. That's nice. What React? We just broke the 1K mark last week. I haven't really had much of a chance to fish since then. But you guys have a pretty new channel here. We've been streaming a little over a month. Getting a lot of new people in here. It's really cool. It's all right, Fishing Bros. Like I said, just tone it down. You're good. People get a little excited sometimes. It's all right. Mason, what reacts? That's insane. Oh. Talking to reacts. All right. And this wind is going to be a pain in the butt here today. It looks like it just keeps kicking me back over to the shore here. It's all right. We will just keep tossing her back out. Hopefully the wind changes direction. I usually don't like to fish a bobber rig unless the wind is at my back blowing away from me. But we kind of need to run the bobber rig here to get some of these species. Fishing Bros, what's your PB? For any species, the biggest fish that I've landed is a 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. 40 thumbs up, you guys, awesome. Let's go. Appreciate that. Get him? Nope, we missed it again. MHG. That one feels like another bass. Did we lose him? Is he still there? Get off the weeds. Nope, never mind. That was definitely not a bass, but it is our second fish and second species. We have the tiniest bluegill of the pond. Wow, this one like has no color. Anybody know why that is? Bluegill, when I pull them out of here, some of them are super vibrant, some of them have like no color. Hold on, let me get this guy off the hook. Alrighty, try not to drop them in the dirt. Species 2, a little baby bluegill. 60-pound black drum, that is awesome, Fishing Bros. That's a big fish. We don't have black drum around here, we have freshwater drum. Congratulations on 1K, I appreciate that. All right, so species number 2 is bluegill. Let's get her back in the water and let's catch another fish. 2 species down, 5 to go. Ugh. Well, it's a freshwater drum. I mean, it's a freshwater drum. I can't give you really any more information about it than that. They're small, they're 2 pounds. It's all about the silhouette, my man. Is that right, Touch? Corcel. Fishy, fishy. Is that like a swordsman guy, a fencer? Bait. Unfortunately, we cannot use bluegill for bait. Flash is fishing back at Largent, I see. Yeah, Flash, welcome to the stream. I wanted to take the boat out today, but the wind is just not cooperating. So I figured we'd pop down here and stream for a little bit. Render, wow, that water looks way closer than it is. Yeah, we're, I don't know, 30 feet away from the shore. It's the biggest bluegill I've ever seen, definitely, right? Absolute behemoth. Theo, how about perch in freshwater? Yellow perch is one of the species that we're targeting here today. They're not a super common catch here, but I have caught quite a few of them because I fish this spot often. Like the stream. My dad will get 70 more years in prison. That's not funny, Mason. That's not funny. If you don't have money to buy worms, just dig in the dirt. Yep. It's one of these days I'm gonna build another worm shocker. Take 2 rods after you water the lawn or water a garden area, you know, dirt, and you take and hook up 2 rods to a battery, and you stab them in the ground a few feet away from each other, and the worms just come up to the surface and you snatch them. Super quick and easy way to grab them. How's the water clarity there? It's not bad. It's not, I wouldn't say crystal clear or anything, but it's fairly clear water for around here. We don't have a whole lot of clear water bodies around the Great Falls area. Where's Waldo? I can't see him. You know, I didn't know we were playing Where's Waldo. Alright, but we're 2 species down. Did you figure out if the service in the other corner? Yeah, so there is on the, it'd be the northeast corner of the pond, and I was gonna go there today, but as soon as I sat down, excuse me, as soon as I was getting ready to get out of my truck, I got a weather alert that rain was forecast, and that it might start raining in 15-20 minutes. So I went under the bench here, but there is one other spot that looks like I could possibly stream from, the northeast corner, and I've never really fished from there, so we might stream from there sometime. Uncle Reggie, are you using a slip bobber rig? Reggie, we're just using a clip-on bobber right now. I do have half a dozen slip bobbers in my bag. They're just, if you've been around the channel before, you've probably heard me say this numerous times. I'm a lazy fisherman. If I don't have to cut stuff and tie stuff, I will often go with a quick and dirty method to get it done. So oftentimes I'll just use a clip bobber rather than a slip bobber. Slip bobber is usually a way better setup though. Rando, what do you got on the other rod? This is our bread ball rod. That one's targeting carp. So again, today we're doing the species challenge. We're trying to see how many species we can pull out of this pond. The target is 7 species. We've been streaming for 30 minutes. We're 2 species in. We got 5 to go. Let me catch up on chat here. Is that Trender? We'll try and catch you something. What Rayak? You're from Texas. Nice. I spent a little bit of time in Texas. Mr. Mike, the fish was in deep water. There's really no deep water in this pond. It gets 8-10 foot right off this point here. Almost all the rest of this is like 2 to 4 foot. It's pretty shallow. But bread balls on that one for carp. Friend of mine, worms in his belly and would use them for bait when they crawl, said perch. Luke, I'm not. Let me read that one more. A friend of mine of worms in his belly and would use them for bait when they crawl, said perch is then hard. I think you might need to pop that back into Google Translate. That's not, not, that doesn't make sense. Pamela Mackey, welcome to the stream. Growing up, I thought they were called loudmouth bass. My dad ran a fishing tournament that we 5 kids helped him with for many years in the 90s. Right on, Pamela. That's funny. Loudmouth bass. Nope, just big mouths, not loud ones. Do you play Steal a Brain Rot? Fishing Bros, no, but my son, I think, has been playing that game. He's been talking about brain rot for a couple of weeks now, and I think that's the game he's playing. You should check your fishing rod to see if you got a fish on the other one. No, this carp rod, when it goes off, you'll know. It'll dip down, the bell will jingle. It is fairly windy, so any movement you see in that is almost certainly wind. Either the bluegill was in deep water or it was a male. Yeah, it was right off the shore, and it probably was a male. The males of all the species tend to fight harder. Top water over there every other minute. I was just using a popper, but I'm sure legit any top water would work there. The frogs work too. Okay, Flash. And I do still have that Ned rig in my truck that you left for me here. Seth, where are you? Central Montana. We're fishing at Largent Bend. What bait is used? We have bread balls on the pole sitting stationary, and then I have just a very basic bobber rig tipped with night crawler. Corcel says fire. Mason says, yo Rod, I'm gonna get on stream and little. See you next time. All right, Mason, thanks for hopping by. Always appreciate you coming to hang out. Bread balls for carp, yep. What's up, man? Can I get a shout out? Dixie Normus. That's one of them names. Super funny. Huge. Nice. You're funny. I think there's one on the other rod. No, I don't think so. I think that's just the wind bobbing it around. The pond you're at is good for people who don't know how to swim or like deep water. A lot of people do come here and swim. They paddleboard. Most of the people come here to bass fish. Stay until the pole behind you gets a fish. Fishing Fingers, welcome back to the stream. Yep, we need to catch a carp to get to our 7 species. So try using different baits on that high-low setup just to see if one bait is working better than the others. Joel, we might. Again, I got 2 bread balls soaking out there right now. I'd like to get carp out of the way, and then we can use that to do multiple different bait presentations to see what else we can get on the line. Yeah, on Roblox, Fishing Bros, that's right. Y'all dealing with smoke from Canada. Big Homer, a lot of people who have allergies oftentimes will complain about the smoke. It never bothers me. I never even really smell it, probably because I am a smoker. Perch in UK feed well on meat. Also, so do our carp. Your carp eat meat, Elaine? Interesting. I usually catch them off worm, corns, or bread balls, and bread balls seem to be the most productive for me at this particular location. And something snacked on our worm. Our worm is gone. Let's get a new one on, and we'll move on. Get this back out in the water. Whenever I see a fishing channel on YouTube, I follow because I love fishing. Same here, React. I follow tons of fishing channels, but I appreciate the sub. Come back, hang out with us. We stream 2 to 3 times a week on this channel, as much as humanly possible. Basically, just when weather permits. And I did bite the bullet. We got a Starlink Mini on order. It'll be here sometime next week. I am just doing some research and trying to figure out how I'm going to power it. But we will very, very soon be able to stream from pretty much anywhere in Montana that I feel like showing you guys. Which I am excited about. Man, that wind is gnarly. Just dragging my bobber across the water. Tyler DC says LOL. Seth says nice, I'm 14 and I love fishing. Welcome Seth, welcome DC. I love fishing as well. Tyler says I fish for anything. Me too. I mean, there are some favorite species that I target, but oftentimes I like to just go out and use worms because you never know what the heck is going to bite on a worm. Doing wonderful, El Dabo. Welcome to the stream. Nataline said, hey, welcome. Hampus Thurgan, can I get a shout out? Welcome to the stream, Hampus. What's a good lure for beginners? I'm new to fishing. I would suggest either what like I'm setting up on this pole or this pole. Just a bottom rig, so a sinker, a hook, and a worm, or a bobber, a hook, and a worm. Super basic. I know it doesn't sound very exciting, but one of these two rigs will catch you almost any fish in any water body. Fishing Bros, I'm going to go. Peace out. Have a good rest of your Saturday. Appreciate you stopping by, Fishing Bros. Hope you have a wonderful day as well. Thanks for stopping in. I haven't done a lot of carp fishing, but a lot of guys chum corn and use it. Corn works good as bait. It works well as chum. I don't chum here. I did the first year that I fished here, and I caught so many turtles, and I hate catching turtles. As soon as I stopped chumming, I caught far fewer turtles. Hampus, I gave you a shout out. Welcome. El Dabo, the only carp I've ever caught was unintentionally while targeting sturgeon. Carp are so fun. Not a lot of people here in America target carp, but they're one of my favorite species. They fight. Pound for pound, I think probably one of the strongest freshwater fish that is around here. It's awesome about the Starlink. Congrats. Yeah, it's a little expensive, but I'm tired of trying to stream where I have signal, because even the places like right here, I have signal, but it's 2 bars and it's not great. Joel Vetters, how deep is that pond? 2 to 4 feet for most of it. There are a couple of holes that get down to 8-10 feet. It's a fairly shallow pond, fairly small pond. Fanblade, 100 bucks. 100 bucks for what, Fanblade? Whiskey Rebel, welcome to the stream. Apologize, I got a sparkly boat. Oh, did you get a new boat? And we are right on shore again. I need to get dang it. I'm back. Sorry. See, this is why I need to stay caught up on chat. I started scrolling down and Josie, thank you. My stream crapped out there for a minute. This is why I need Starlink. All 9 of us that are still here. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I just didn't see the message. Thank you for spamming it for me, Josie. Josie, can you update? Can you put 1 largemouth bass, 1 bluegill? Wait, what species fishing? Hamster, welcome to the stream. Can you duck my toes? I am not able. All right, hamster, knock off. Don't spam. You will get booted. Thank you, Josie. 41 people. Looks like we're back. Sorry about that, you guys. We're having technical difficulties here. My stream crapped out. When I don't keep caught up to chat, I miss that. So if there's audio issues, if there's video issues, somebody just say something in chat, and usually I'm pretty quick to get to it and get it fixed. Deborah Pop, welcome to the stream. Mian Wires, $20, $20. I don't know what you're talking about, Mian. Welcome to the stream, though. Katrina, we caught a bluegill just a little bit ago. I don't know, it was 15 minutes ago. Oh, that's another fish. We're wrapped around a bunch of weeds here, though. Oh, that's annoying. All right, I don't think we got a fish anymore. We're wrapped around every weed on the shore here. Need to bring a lawnmower down here. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Algeria. Welcome, Yassine from Algeria. Algeria. We're in central Montana. Yeah, me and enough spamming, guys. Josie will make you go sit in a corner if you don't behave. Well, welcome everybody who's joining. Thank you for being on of this video. We list out the 7 species that we're targeting. We have one pole in the water for carp that's dancing around there in the wind. And the other rig is just a bobber rig tipped with worm. I'm not a bot 404. This dude definitely eats corn vertically. Oh yeah, nice. It's blurry. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just our 2 bars of service here and the wind. It should fix itself. Hang in there while it's a little bit blurry, guys. I could not help myself. I'd be casting a crankbait spinner or top water. The only thing that we would catch with that, Joel, is bass, which we've already caught. So we're trying to catch different species, not more bass. But all 3 of those are very good choices for catching bass out of this pond. The species that we have left are worm is going to be much easier to catch them. I'm not a bot, just earned himself a free trip to somewhere else besides this room. You guys, be nice to other people. There's no reason not to be, and especially be nice to the mods, because they do have the power to give you a swift kick in the ass, which is what just happened. I'm not a bot. Farewell. Dave James, hey dude, my second favorite fisherman. My second favorite? That's cool. Who's your first? Who do I need to kill? JK, JK. Katrina, is the blurriness any better, or is it still blurry? Dave James, my best mate. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I'm not gonna kill your best mate. I'm not gonna kill your best mate. Yeah, it should have just been buffering. I got a reconnecting message. I closed out and reopened it again. Can you give me a thumbs up? Let me know if it's good, if it's bad. It should be better now. Or is it not? We just lost a whole bunch of people. Good, okay, thank you, Josie. So I added a Nightbot to the stream here. I haven't set up many things for it. Josie, can you do me a favor? And type Dave James asks, what are you fishing? We're doing yeah, it's the wind. I'm going between 2 and I just restarted the stream one more time. Hopefully it will improve. Again, this is why I got Starlink. The signal here is not great at pretty much anywhere I fish, and anytime the weather picks up, it just gets worse. Oh, Josie, type exclamation commands and then hit enter, and it should list out the different commands that I added to Nightbot. I can't test them. Exclamation commands and then hit enter. Or send. Welcome back, everybody. I know we're having technical difficulties here. The weather is not cooperating with my poor cell signal. I did just restart the live, reconnected. It should hopefully be stable. Start the live, reconnected. It should hopefully be stable. All right, and then if you click on, it'll show you the different commands. Deborah, for right now, I just added Nightbot. They only work for the mods right now. I'm just testing. I can't test any of the commands unless I have a live stream going. All right, so commands works. Type period beg, B-E-G. That should do like what in Skipjack Cindy's where it lists out your channel. I thought, did I change it to something? I thought I left it as bag. Maybe I switched it back to promote. I don't remember. Hold on. We're gonna put this in the rod holder. Let me grab my other phone so I can test. That bobber's just right on the edge there. That's oftentimes where I'll catch the perch. So we'll keep an eye on that. Cindy is great. Yeah, I do. I hang out in her stream quite often. Her and Travis are always up to something ridiculous. They're fun. All right, just a sec, guys. I want to test these commands real quick here. 76 thumbs up. Let's go. I appreciate that, guys. Hope everybody's Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning is going well. All right, so a carrot says I'm a carrot. Congratulations on being a carrot. That's awesome. Do my period commands not work? Is that what's going on here? Cannot read properties. Okay, that one doesn't work. That's not very helpful. How about it's glitchy quite a bit. It's the weather. I don't think I can fix that. All right, our worm is gone. We're gonna get another worm on here and get it back out in the water. Reel in a little bit of slack here. Yeah, the wind, inclement weather oftentimes will interfere with cell connectivity. Like 2 bars here. This will all be better next week when I get the Starlink Mini. But for those joining, we are doing a fishing challenge today. We're trying to see how many species we can pull out of this little pond. It's a 5.5 acre pond. Fish, Wildlife, and Park says there's about 10 species in here. Our goal is to catch 7 of those 10. We've caught so far 2. We caught 1 largemouth bass, 1 bluegill. There is still to catch pumpkinseed, common carp, white sucker, yellow perch, yellow bullhead, and there's a few others. All right, so there's the commands. And that's weird. It makes a nice link on that phone, but not on this phone. Mason says, can't stream until my VR is charged. Oh, okay. Yeah, it usually helps to have battery. Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So even though your medium light rod isn't rated for 30-pound line, it still casts fine? Oh yeah, so the braid line is way thinner than or fluorocarbon. And yeah, this rod and reel is not rated for anywhere near 30-pound test. But it casts 30 pound, the Suffix Advanced 30 pound braid wonderfully. Have you ever been night fishing with a lighted bobber? I have not, but I did actually recently buy a lighted bobber to try out. M416 Vala Panic Po Meyer. Yeah, we speak English in here. I don't understand any other languages. .6'10" flash. Ugly stick carbon, medium light, fast action, 6'10". Single piece. I don't really use two piece unless I have to. Every two piece or multi-piece pole that I've ever had in the past, at one point in time or another, half the pole goes launching out when you cast it, and I can't stand that crap. Man in the box, welcome to the stream. We need send you 2 to 3 years Dagestan and forget. Why are you trying to ship me off to Dagestan? What did I do? What did I do to you, buddy? Scooter, welcome to the stream. Grey Wolf, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I don't know. Some people. LP, welcome to the stream. Where are you fishing? We're in central Montana, LP. Heard those fish in Dagestan are huge. Oh yeah? I know almost nothing about Dagestan. William Thompson, what kind of fish do you catch there? There are about 10 different species that are supposed to be in this pond. We've caught 2 so far. We have bluegill and largemouth bass. We're still trying to catch a pumpkinseed, a yellow perch, a white sucker, a common carp, and a few others. I don't even think Dagestan has water. You might be right. I thought that was out in the middle of a desert somewhere. Ooh. There's a nibble. JJ Fishing, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've caught 1 largemouth bass, 1 bluegill. We're doing a fishing challenge today to try and see how many different species we can pull out of here. Jack asks, are you a master baiter? I am in fact a master baiter, yes. I am very good at hanging out while we fish. Big Homer, you do look like an MMA fighter from Dagestan. Yeah, what is that? In fact, now that you mention that, that was the really good MMA fighter, the one that wears the like fuzzy top. What was his name? Thought he was from somewhere like that. Naramine, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Glad to see you back. Skipjack Cindy, with Nightbot, the commands have to be program typed exactly like they're shown or they won't work. Fat cat fishing and fishy things. Has it down, you might get with one of them. Okay, yeah, I was just set it up last night. We have a couple of custom commands that I added. Nothing I've copied from somebody. I was trying to interact with the YouTube data API. So I just have a syntax error. I hate that you can't test them without being on a live stream. I need to get a second channel set up so I can stream without flooding you guys with crap while I'm trying to test the bot. If you guys want to help me out with that, I do have a second channel that there's no content on, but I was going to set it up to use for testing Nightbot. You can go look me up. It's at Vox VOX 406. That's my second channel. I have like 4 or 5 subs on there. I need to get 50 so I can start a stream so I can test Nightbot without disrupting my actual live streams that have people in it. I don't know. I think that's a fish. Oh, these weeds. Somebody bring a weed whacker over here. But Skipjack India, I appreciate that. I will check with Fishy Things if I can't figure it out. No, we lost our fish. We caught a stick. One stick fish that is not on our species list. There you go, trying to burn my fishing line with my cigarette. That is not how you do it. JJ Fishing, what's your biggest catch yet? Today is a 9-inch largemouth bass. Nothing really too impressive. How do you like YouTube streaming? This is one of the first times watching any live YouTube, normally Twitch guy. I've never done Twitch. I've done streaming on lots of different platforms over the years for various different content topics. I don't know, I'm digging YouTube lives. It's fun. Fun to bring y'all fishing. Khabib, yes, Big Homer, thank you. Vox 406, yes, Josie, that's the one. We don't care to help you with a test live. They can be fun and funny. Cindy. Hate catching salad, yeah. Sometimes that's what you get, though. Jake YT says, bro, I just got back from fishing. Welcome, Jake. How was your luck today? Did you catch anything fun? I didn't catch anything and my fishing rod's broke. Ah, heck of a day. Ted Brown, welcome to the stream. He said, catch a big one. We are trying. We have a carp pole out here, which will probably be the biggest fish we catch today, if we can get one online. And then we just have a bobber rig out here tipped with night crawler. That we're using to try and catch various different species. Once we catch a carp, we'll probably switch that bottom rig over to some different bait options. We'll do maybe a worm on one hook, maybe string cheese or salmon eggs on another. Let Him Cook Productions. Went fishing this morning, didn't catch anything. Going again tonight. Yeah, sometimes you don't catch anything. Keep at it. You'll get something eventually. We slayed on some largemouth in Florida this morning. Heck yeah, LP. Now we've had one largemouth so far this stream. It was about 9 inches. Nothing too impressive, but it was the first catch of the day. Katrina asks, is it working fine for you guys? Yeah, is the stream, is it still pretty grainy, or did it improve at all? Joel Vetters, I think a lot of people intentionally speak poor English. I mean, as long as you can understand what somebody's saying, it's not a huge deal. But yeah, I think these days kids purposefully try not to speak proper English. I don't know what the hell they're talking about half the time. Seems good, bitrate seems good for mobile service. Thanks LP, I appreciate that. But yeah, if check back next week, Creek Reservoir. It should be arriving in the mail, the Starlink Mini sometime next week, and then I just got to figure out what I'm going to use to power it with. Let Him Cook said subbed. I appreciate that. All you guys that are liking and subscribing and commenting on the videos, you make my day. I appreciate it. You're awesome. For me, it just stopped. I have 1 bar internet. I think that's why. Oh, Katrina, yeah, it definitely could be your internet. If your internet's worse than mine. 808. Aloha Brada, Hawaii. Welcome, 808. Happy to have you in the stream. Ski Maze Mask Blaze, I left a like. Appreciate that, Ski Mask. Every time you guys like, it tells YouTube that you guys are enjoying the content, and then they push more people towards the stream. So it really helps in the room every time you guys hit a thumbs up. Jake YT says I sub to you. I appreciate that, Jake. Texas, nice. I didn't fish while I was down in Texas at all. I did spend a lot of time at the beach, though. You guys have some gorgeous beaches down on the Gulf Coast in Texas. Big Homer says, no, you're awesome. I appreciate that. Maybe a few multi-hour battery packs to power. Yeah, I could power them off of an inverter like I do the phone for the stream. I don't know how long one of those is going to last for a Starlink stream. I either need one big battery or I need something that's going to be essentially they call them hot swappable batteries. So you can have multiple batteries in at once. And when one of them's starting to die, you can take it out while the other battery still powers the stream, and then you can put another one in. So you don't kill the stream every time you have to swap the stream out. The Starlink Mini that I use a small battery pack about the size of a jump box. Works great. I've seen some of those too, and that's what I was kind of looking towards, because a lot of those jump box style and size batteries could be useful for powering other things, but they also have a much longer battery life. I would need something that's got somewhere between like a 16 to an 18 hour stream life or to power the Starlink Mini. Trepper, we've caught one largemouth bass. Oh, Josie got to you already. Went to Corpus Christi one time. I did go through Corpus Christi. When I was down there, it was right after one of the hurricanes, so everything was kind of trashed a little bit. Still a gorgeous area, but all sorts of junk and weird stuff on the beaches. And bluegill so far. They are hot swappable as well, so you can add to the power when I fish. Use a smaller solar panel to tend to it. Interesting. LP, leave me a comment or post on my my community page. I'd love to get a chat started with some folks about how they're powering their Starlink minis. I mean, it sounds like you run kind of maybe the setup that I'm looking to do. Crod Squad, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Narmeen said, congrats on hitting 1K, by the way. I appreciate that, Narmeen. All you guys are awesome. I was expecting 1,000 to take quite a while because it took me so long to get my first 50 subs, and we just blazed from 50 to 1,000 like it was nothing. Less than a month it took for the 1,000 subs, which is just insane to me. Super cool though. Where are you at? I just got here. William, welcome to the stream. We're Central Montana, Largent Bend Pond. We're doing a fishing challenge today. Tried to see how many species we can pull out of this tiny little pond. It's about 5.5 acres. There's supposed to be about 10 species in here. We're going to try and catch at least 7 of them. No, we don't have I don't have a Discord set up yet. At some point in time, I probably will set one up. We don't have one yet. All okay, mate. All from Northern Ireland. Welcome from Northern Ireland. Blah, can't speak. But we're 2 species in. Slowing down a little bit. We need to get another one in the books here. Hoping we can get maybe yellow perch or the carp next. Kylar, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We are getting lots of nibbles over. Seems like the wind's dying down a little bit, which is nice. It'll make my bobber rig a little bit more usable here. Deborah, Ireland is beautiful. It really is. I've never been there, but I've seen pictures and videos, and it looks like it's an absolutely gorgeous country. That is a must. My brother, help you grow. I will shoot you a message. Appreciate that, LP. Yeah, if you could shoot me a message, I'd love to get some more details on how you're running your rig. Crowd Squad, what fish can you get? So we've got a largemouth bass so far and a bluegill. There is also in this pond pumpkinseed, yellow perch, white sucker, yellow bullhead. There's two different kinds of trout. There's golden shiners, there's gold eyes. There's a bunch of different things in here. Two different kinds of trout. Yeah, there's supposedly, I've never caught them out of here, but there's stocked in here, according to Fish, Wildlife, and Park data, rainbow trout as well as brook trout. I have heard, one person told me that they've caught one here. I don't know how well I trust them. I don't really know them. But there's two, so you can see kind of the landmass that's over here. That is one island, and then right behind it is another island, and you can kind of just see the channel of water that runs between those two islands. There was one person who brings a canoe down here that said that they catch the brook trout in between those two islands. That was last year they told me that. I don't know. They're supposedly in here, they stock them every couple of years. I've never seen anybody actually catch one though. What's going on, everybody? Good luck. Welcome to the stream, Jerry. Appreciate that. We're chilling, we're fishing. We've caught 2 different species so far. We're trying to catch at least 5 more. I've tried to watch other fishing streams and got bored quickly. The fact that you can effectively fish and keep attention being entertaining is very impressive. I try a big home. It's difficult. I don't fish as well when I'm being attentive to the chat, but I do fish decently well. So we can usually still pull in some fish, and I try really hard to keep up and respond to everybody's comment. Sometimes that gets difficult as well, but I try. It takes a lot of effort to get through everybody's comment and try and pay attention to the polls here. Do you have to pay to fish? Crod, you don't pay to fish at the establishment. We do require a fishing license here for Montana state residents. You have to have a fishing license, a conservation license, a state land use permit. I think those are the 3 that it requires. But you basically get it all bundled into one. It's about $37 per season. It's not too bad. And now you can just buy it on, you can download the app and pay for it on the app. So you don't even have to go into the bait store, you know, the sporting goods store anymore. Every year I just hop in and it's like, do you want to buy the same things you bought last year? And you say yes, you approve the transaction, good to go. Then when Fish, Wildlife, and Park comes, I can just pull up my license right on my phone. Super handy. Do you have any invasive species of fish that are illegal to release in Montana? I know that we do have in certain parts of Montana some of the invasive Asian carp species that I think you are supposed to report anytime you catch to Fish, Wildlife, and Park. And I believe they actually will come and pick those up from you because they're studying them. But other than that, I don't think we have any invasive species that you're required to not put back in the water. Just keep on going, working hard, and it'll pay off. Yep, we're just having fun here. That's all we're doing. We're catching stuff, we're killing time, we're chatting. That's what this channel's all about, is having a nice hangout with people and having a good time. NR, welcome to the stream. Do you have any decent distance from me that you can catch 50+ inch tiger muskies? Still on my bucket list. I haven't managed to. Really good walleye fishing. Some decent cat fishing. We have some nice channel cats here in central Montana, or central and eastern Montana. What bait do you use? We're using bread balls on the pole sitting here with bell on it. That is targeting carp or white sucker. And then we're running a bobber rig here tipped with night crawlers. I'm doing college to become a game warden. after what I'm doing now. Nothing better being able to work on the water, on a boat, on the back. So many possibilities. Flash, I've honestly thought about doing that. In retirement, I don't really want to work anymore, but if I were to transition over to a different career at this stage in life, I would probably go that route. It's being a fish, wildlife, and park a game warden would be fun. All right, they stole our. We're missing some bites here. I don't know. Got our worm stolen again. But especially in a state like Montana, where there's so much wildlife, so much cool outdoors stuff. Being a game warden, I think, would be fun. All right, let me fix it. All right, Bluetooth mic reconnected. Hello. Do you guys have any luck?
Caught a couple bluegill.
Bluegill, nice.
Over to this dock and check that one out.
Oh yeah. Now we got one bluegill and largemouth bass so far here.
I've caught like 2 fish.
2? Nice. You're tied with me.
And now I caught 3.
3? You're ahead of me. You're beating me. I'm being outfished by a, what are you? 4 years old? 5? I'm being outfished by a 5-year-old here. She's caught 3 fish. We've only caught 2.
Yep.
Oh, the wind is dying down. That's good. All right. I'm gonna get my bucket here, and I need to get a drink. I don't know how many of y'all were on my Sundays. Last Sunday's stream, we streamed for, it was close to 16 hours, and by the end of the day, I had literally lost my voice. It took me 2 days to get my voice back. My throat was just raw from jabbering at the camera here for so long. So I need to remind myself to drink. Ted Brown says, I'm from Newport, Maine. Maine is one of the few states in the U.S. that I have never been to. How's the fishing up there? Y'all do a lot of crabbing and lobster up there, don't you? Shoreline Bait Slinger, welcome to the stream. What's up, want to see my rod? How you doing today, Shoreline? Joel, Al Linder, Roland Martin, or Babe Winkleman? Who did you grow up watching on TV? Joel, none of those names sound familiar to me. You have to talk in spurts, Jerry. I wish. A lot of my talking is me trying to just respond to people's comments in chat. And I incessantly babble sometimes as well. I have a hard time just giving quick answers. Those Mountain Dews. Hate to see you coming, right? Oh, there's a bite. I can't even see my bobber. Where are you? These weeds are driving me crazy. All right, bobber, where are you? Is there fish still on it? Oh. I can't tell if the fish is gone. And I can't tell where the heck my bobber is. Still underwater, so I might have a fish on here. I'm gonna let it surface. There it is. Nope, I think we lost whatever it was. Well, it's still bobbing a little bit. Maybe we got something on here. If it is, it's tiny. Oh, we got a monster here, folks. All right, bluegill number 2. Not what we're going for, but I'll take it. This one's a little bigger than the last one. And he got my worm. Of course he got my worm. Hey, look at that. We got one into the camera without dropping it in the dirt first. Joel Vetter says, I must be old. I don't know, I'm 42. 42, I'll be 43 this year. Let's get this guy back in the water. So that's 2 bluegill, 1 largemouth bass. Let's get her baited back up here. Would make sense for them to stock crappie here. I wish they would. The back pond, pond number 3 back here, has black crappie in it. Thank you, Josie. Oh, Katrina, Josie beat you to it. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why they don't stock crappie in this particular pond, but the back one has black crappie in it. In fact, what I read was Pelican Point, which I think maybe you've been to. It's another, that one's out kind of by Cascade. They got a bunch of big black crappie out there, and I was reading that the black crappie that are out in Pelican Point were actually stolen from Largent Bend Pond number 3 to put in Pelican. So the one, when you first pull up, here's pond number 1, there's no fish in it. The main pond that everybody fishes, pond number 2, there's no black crappie in. There's this, Fish, Wildlife, and Park calls it their secret pond. It's Largent Bend Pond number 3. You got to wade across the Sun River and hike about a quarter of a mile over into the brush, the sticks over there. And it's probably about a 15, maybe even a 20 acre pond. It's 4 times the size of this pond, and it's got tiger muskie in it. It has way bigger bass, way bigger bluegill. It's got black crappie in it, big yellow bullheads, big black bullheads. It's a way better pond, but you got to wade across the damn river and hike a quarter of a mile through the sticks to get to it, so almost nobody fishes over there. We will fish there though. Now that I have Starlink Mini coming, I just have to, I need to rig up a way to carry it, because you got to wade across a river to get to there. Joel Vetter, yeah, one of the names sounds familiar, but I never really watched them. I never got into watching fish. The only fishing guy that I grew up watching was Jeremy Wade, River Monsters. My guess would be is a lot of those names that you're referring to, are they bass fishermen? I never really got into bass fishing. Chevy 5 Speed, welcome to the stream. Big Homer, had some of the best bluegill fishing ever when I went to Nebraska. They're as big as your hand or bigger. Love balled up bread. Bluegill seem like they will eat anything. The ones in this pond, I mean, they can fit in the palm of your hand. They're not the size of your hand. They're just itty bitty little guys. And they're like little piranhas in here. Julian, smoke a blunt. We have, I don't smoke blunts. When I smoke, I smoke just flower, or I have a vape I hit every once in a while. The hell you doing here then? Start walking. There's no signal over there. There's one bar in like a couple of different places that I can just barely get enough signal to upload to FishBrain. That, and I don't own a pair of waders. I need to invest in a decent pair of either hip or chest waders. I hate getting all soggy crossing the river and then trying to hike through the brush. It's just a pain in the butt. Duchess, hi from Mississippi, welcome. All right, Josie, I just restarted the stream. We lost all but 10 people. Man, this connection here is driving me crazy. Is it back? Okay. Yeah, every time the quality gets a little crap, everybody leaves. It's not conducive to a very good stream. I don't blame them. I appreciate y'all that hang out even through the technical difficulties. Jason Tanner, hello from Winnipeg, Canada. Welcome, Jason. How you doing today, buddy? Flash says, I just saw that pond on Fish Brain. Funny thing is, I've walked down that stream on the Sun River for trout right beside the pond. Never knew it was there. Yeah, Fish, Wildlife, and Park calls it their secret pond. Almost nobody knows it's there. And unless somebody brings you over there and shows you how to get to it, it's kind of hard to find. Because there's a really easy way to get to it, but if you don't take that easy way, you're fighting through really thick brush and weeds and thistle, and it's nasty getting over there. But yeah, there's tiger muskie back there, dude, and way bigger fish. Everything that's in this pond is back there, but like jumbo sized. But almost nobody fishes over there because it's a pain in the butt to get to, or people just simply don't know it's there. I'll take you back there sometime if you want to go. Jackson, yeah, we've caught 3 fish so far, 1 largemouth, 2 bluegill. Thistle does suck, yep. Now, this time of the year is the perfect time to get over there, though. The water level in the sun is fairly low. It's, I mean, a little bit over knee deep in the shallow spots. You still end up pretty soggy getting over there, though. Fish Guts, welcome to the stream. What are you fishing for? We're doing a fishing challenge today. So we're fishing, it's a fairly small pond here. It's about 5 acres, 5.5 acres. There are about 10 different species, a little more than 10 species that Fish, Wildlife, and Park says is in this pond. We're trying to get at least 7. We've caught the bluegill, we've caught the largemouth bass. We are still trying to catch common carp, pumpkinseed, white sucker, yellow perch, yellow bullhead, or there's a couple of different trout species in here. Our goal today is to catch 7 of the 10. Joel says we call those fishing areas secret sweet honey holes. Yeah. Behave, be nice. Thistle hurts. Yeah, I hate thistle. Even, you know, the pants, you get the little barbs stuck in them, and then they harass you for the next week or 2. Throw them in the laundry, and then they get in everything else. And yeah, thistle's nasty. Fishing and fun. So I have a pond by my house, and there's a storm drain with lots of eels. Huge largemouth bass love to eat, so I get an eel line and catch lots of bass. Interesting. You know, we don't have eels around here. I'll hit it when I get home Wednesday and let you know what I get. All right, Flash. Yeah, it's a cool little pond. It's just I can't stream from there because you go a quarter of a mile that way and there's no cell signal. Drives me crazy. Katrina, mic check. Josie says mic is good. All right, thanks, guys. Come on, fishy, fishy. Let's get a perch so we can move on here. Or a carp. We'll take a carp. Perch or carp. Let's go. Katrina says it's like on and off. Are you still one by Katrina? It's hard to know if the stream issue is a me problem or a you problem. Oh, I'm glad the wind quit. I thought it was going to be painful all night while we fished here. Got some good sized fish surfacing out there. Mic is fine, screen is just glitchy on and off. Yes, unfortunately this particular spot, that's why normally I'll fish from a little bit further down. Seems like the video quality is a little bit better, the signal's slightly stronger. I set up here because of these rain clouds, and I got the notification that it was supposed to rain in like 15 minutes when I got here. Didn't end up raining, and we might move down the bank here in a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna catch a pumpkin seed down here. The further down, there's a couple of fallen logs over there that the pumpkin seed tend to hang out by. But let's try and catch a couple of more species down here before we head down that way. Seeing a massive carp in the corner by the other dock last week by the shore. Yeah, that corner back there is actually my favorite to fish, by the second dock where the trees are and it's like this steep incline. That's where I actually prefer to fish when I fish here. I've caught some of my biggest fish and most fish from down there, but I can't stream from there. It's only one bar. Keep on thinking of bluegill when you say perch. That's what we call bluegill. You call perch bluegill? Chris McVeigh, what's up? Welcome to the stream, Chris. How you doing today, buddy? Pan the camera around. I guess we could do that. If you get little twirlies, don't leave. Again, we're in one of those spots that when I move the phone, sometimes it craps out. But we'll pick it up. We'll try and show you a little bit more of the surrounding here. But if it craps out, just let me know. So this really shallow corner over here, most people fish for bass right there. Smaller bass come out, but lots of bass come out of this really shallow corner. There's a second dock over there. I like to fish off that one for carp. There's a deeper hole kind of in between these two islands right off the point. So I fish there sometimes, but the corner over there where that tree's sticking up is where I like to fish from. There's just no signal. But then we go, there's an island, there's a little channel between the island, and then there's another island. There's the main dock right over here. Good to fish off of that. Some of the biggest bass I've seen pulled out of this pond came right off of that dock, casting right towards this tree over here. And then there's usually always somebody. This back corner back here is really good for bass as well. Super snaggy though. Most people who fish over there go through quite a few lures. But it's a small pond. It's only 5.5 acres. But right on the opposite side, you can kind of see like where those gray roofs are. So like in between the water here and the gray roof, there are two sewage lagoons. That's why I normally don't fish over there. You get a nice warm day with a breeze, and you smell sewage lagoon the whole time you're fishing, and it's not very fun. Oh, and what we are fishing under and why we are fishing this spot is because of this. There's a picnic table and a little cover. So if it rains, I can dip under this. Okay, welcome back to the stream. Welcome from... Yeah, the wind has pretty much died. Water is almost glass right now. It's feeling a little toasty. A little toasty. Glamorous. It's a nice little pond. It's cool. And there's actually another pond over back yonder. It's half the size of this one, but it's only like 1 to 2 feet deep. And as far as I know, there's no fish in that one. To be honest, I don't think there's a lot of bluegill in Largent. Only seen a few species of sunfish, and I've never seen an actual bluegill. What do you mean an actual bluegill? They're all bluegill. Bluegill or pumpkinseed, which look almost like the bluegill, but the black dot has like a touch of red on it. Big Homer, got to do the husband thing for a bit. I'll be in the bushes, though, listening in. Thanks for stopping by, Big Homer. Always happy to see you in here. Swing back by. We'll be live till probably around 9:30 or 10 p.m. tonight, so 6.5, 7 hours. Siege Kid said hi. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Siege? Joel said, sure. No, we have, this is the only picnic I set up here. When it starts sprinkling, raining, I can often move back and stay out of it while I can fish. Not my favorite spot to fish from though. Okay, I went fishing at Windermore in English Lake District. I spent about 4 hours fishing. That's all. Cut 3 things here. We've been fishing for a little under 2 hours. Usually you don't usually catch anything impressive out of this pond here, but it's not often I leave here completely skunked. Which is one of the reasons I like fishing here. It's a few minutes from the house. There's always fish that seem to want to bite. I'm doing great, Siege Kid. We're fishing, we're relaxing. It's Saturday. I don't have anything else I gotta do, so glitchy. Let me kick it real quick. Hang in there, guys. Be back in 10. Oh, perfect timing. I think we got a fish. And weeds. All right, bluegill number 3.
Hey, damn it, motherfucker. Come here!
A puppy.
I'm gonna hurt him.
Much better. Okay, thanks, guys. All right, puppers. Oh,
Come here!
easy there, Chief. Come on. You're not listening very well, buddy. You're cute, but... No, don't eat the bobber.
Oh boy, if I could catch you.
No.
What is that?
My bread.
Okay.
The puppy just stole our bread bait.
Hey, hey, hey!
All right there, bro. You're going to get a hook in your face. Come on, Chief.
Where do you want your bread?
Just set it on the table there. All right, you're... Bro. All right.
God damn it. Come here. Come here, you little motherfucker! I'll kill you, you son of a railroad.
All right. Cover your ears, kids.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
A leash would probably help.
Help. Come here, come on. Hop up.
All right. Well, we just had a tornado come through the camp here. Spilt my worms. Ran away with my bread.
Come on, puppy!
Oh, all right, bro. All right. Come on. Come on, get out of here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
Let's go. All right. Go. Come on.
Kill you, you motherfucker.
All right, we got to get this fish back in the water, guys. Hold on a second. There we go. A little bit bigger than the last one. All right, puppy's coming back. Get, go, shoot. Get. No, quit stealing my shit. Get out of here. Go. Get. Quit stealing my shit. Get. All right, sorry about that, guys. He keeps trying to steal I got my bread dough and my cookie dough here, and he really wants some. I'm gonna get the fish back in the water here.
Come here, you devil! You fucking devil!
Get out of here, puppy. No! Get. leave the damn worms alone, bro. Get out of there.
If I could get close to her, she won't let me.
All right.
Hold her.
No, buddy, no. If you're gonna do that, take her out of here and do that. I don't want to see that shit.
I don't want her to mess your stuff up.
I hear you, man, but don't punch her.
Come here.
Come on. All right, bear with me a minute here, guys. All right.
Put her in the truck. I can't carry her.
That's all good. Oh, I gotcha, poppers. You're okay.
Can you step over that wire?
Yeah, I should be able to. This here's the red truck here. Ooh, all right, bud. Get in there. Go lay down. You're welcome. Have a good one. That's all good. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. Not the content I'm trying to broadcast here. Guy abusing his damn dog. Those are the kind of people that are like, no, my dog don't need a leash. Get a leash. No, I agree. Again, I apologize for that, you guys. Not much I can do besides scold the man, which I did. Some people just shouldn't own pets. Let's get back to fishing. All right. Thank you, Katrina. Sorry for the interruption there, guys. Hubert, welcome to the stream. 420 mountain biker, welcome to the stream. He's a good dude for doing that. Tell my buddy. Yeah, it's your pet. You're gonna do what you're gonna do with it. But if you're gonna act like that, I don't want to fucking see it. But just a puppy. I mean, it's just trying to play. He's over here snatching everything I had off the ground. He ran away with my bag of bread. He was trying to steal my bag of cookie dough. And the old guy, he just couldn't catch him. So I picked the dog up and carried him to his truck for him. It's just a puppy, no leash needed in the country. Yeah, Joel Vetters, except for when you're around other people. It'd be one thing if you're out, in the wilderness by yourself. There's no one for the dog to bother, nothing to bother the dog. But again, when you get a few people set up fishing, dog starts running through camps, trampling the poles, tipping everything over, running away with bait. I mean, it's just, don't do that to people. Put a damn leash on your dog. I mean, again, and then the puppy doesn't get in trouble. It doesn't understand what it's doing and it's not supposed to. It's just a baby. But anyways, enough about that. Let's get back to fishing here guys. Hubert, what's the biggest fish? Biggest fish I have landed is a 22.5 pound, 42 inch northern pike. She was a fatty. We're still trying to get a bigger one than that, but that is my current biggest fish. Landed, mind you. I've had much bigger fish to the bank that I just couldn't get in the net or broke me off. We're working on it. Yeah, Jake Goitty, I remember you. Yeah, you said your rod's broke and you didn't catch any fish. Person, I'm not a dog person. Cats are normally much more chill. High energy dogs, like they're cute, they're fun, but not for me. I prefer the cat that's gonna sit in the corner and scowl at you and plot. Dog that's running around knocking everything over and licking you constantly, and not my vibe. The biggest pike caught in the UK was over 50 pounds. I wonder what the biggest in the USA is. I am not sure what the US record for pike is. I know here in Montana, The biggest one is like 37.5 pounds, something like that. It's almost twice as big as the one that I caught. Just double check, still bluegill, just so small, pretty big and really dark. Yeah, they're stunted. They're growth stunted in this water body for some reason. I don't know if it's just because there's so many of them or there's not a lot of food for the smaller fish like that to eat. But they're definitely bluegill. Bluegill and pumpkinseed are both in here. They're just itty bitty ones. All right, we restarted the stream again, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging through the technical difficulties. Again, when it does start buffering or the sound gets wonky, like Josie just did, let me know and I will try and fix it as quickly as possible. Are you fishing or camping? Because I didn't see any fish, just a lovely dog trying to help you. We're fishing. We've caught 3 fish so far. We're fishing. We've caught 3 fish so far. And while that dog was cute, he was not very helpful. Tried eating my worms. He was like a little tornado coming through camp here. Cat stream, how you doing, Sarah? Crash says I caught a 3-pound bass and catfish. Yes, very nice. That's bigger than any bass I've ever caught. What's up, Fat Cat? How you doing today, buddy? Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on some of the messages that I missed while we were wrangling the dog. Joel Vetters, I think we should name the dog Tuco or Spike. He was kind of a Tuco. He had that Tuco energy. Hubert, we don't get into religion in this. Just restarted chat again. I am sorry. We're gonna lose lots of people if that keeps happening. We might have to hop and move down stream here a little bit. Oh. Well, we had a bite. Is it still there? These little fish, it's so hard to tell sometimes. We need a perch. Are you a perch? No, another bluegill. All right, that's bluegill number 4. Oh, there we go. Bluegill number 4. Okay. Don't drop it. I'm trying not to. Pretty little guy. They're just itty bitty. Ugh. All right, I'm actually going to cast on the other side over here. I've had better luck with the perch over on this side. There's a little weed bed they seem to hang out by. Let's switch our bucket. What do you have on the other pole, William? It is a bottom rig set up with 2 bread balls. We're trying to catch carp on that line. Carp are a white sucker. We need another Tuco cameo appearance. Okay, says the biggest pike caught in the UK was 47 pounds 5 ounces. The record in USA is 46 2 ounces. Surprising because the US usually has bigger everything. Sometimes. But yeah, that's pretty close. Almost as big as y'all's. I hear a bat. Where the hell's the bat at? Thank you, Katrina. Need to get a fish tank and throw all those bluegill in and release them when they get big, right? Other than transporting fish from a water body here in Montana is a significant penalty. You are absolutely required to kill them before removing them from any water body. at least in central Montana. Hubert, what is the first fish you ever caught? I think my first catch was probably a bullhead, either a yellow bullhead or a black bullhead. Been a long time. I was about 4 or 5 years old when I caught my first fish, but based upon where I was fishing, I would guess it was a bullhead. Oh, there's another fish. Dang it, another bluegill. It's hoping for perch. All right, what is that? Bluegill number 5? 4? 5? Quit it. No! Always. All right, we'll show you guys the clean side. Clean side? Not so clean side. One largemouth, 5 bluegill, 1 dog. Need a scale for that monster. We're not going to count the dog there, Dave. All right, let's get this back in the water. Now, we are not allowed to use bluegill as bait here in Montana. What do you call a fish with no eyes? I'm not sure, Aquay. Young, welcome to the stream. We're eating good tonight. Y'all can have them. I'm not eating any of the baby bluegill. Bass Fishing TV. Welcome to the stream, Bass Fishing. How you doing? My first catch was a catfish. Bullheads are a type of catfish. Travis C, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Travis? An FSH. A fish without the eye. That's cute. All right, we'll get her back out. We're trying to catch a yellow perch over on this side. I got a timeout for trolling. Yeah, that does happen, Travis. Katrina or Josie, can you update the catch count? 1 largemouth bass, 5 bluegill. I'm gonna add at some point in time a way for Nightbot or Streamlabs, one of the two, to do that. Katrina did. Oh, there it is. I missed it. Thank you. Hubert, what do you use for bait? We have bread balls on this pole, targeting carp, or sometimes white sucker will bite on the bread balls. And then we have just a bobber rig out here that I've been tossing that's tipped with just a bit of a night crawler. Neil Bell, welcome to the stream. I tried, but it doesn't let me pin for some reason. Yeah, I have to actually pin it. So I just need somebody else to type it so I can click and pin. We're doing great today, Neil. We're fishing. It's beautiful weather out here in central Montana. It looks like the rainstorm that was coming blew over us, so we should have a decent rest of a stream here. And we actually have 3 bars now that the clouds have gone. So hopefully we don't have to restart the stream so many times. Yeah, Katrina's all my mods, and Katrina is probably soon to become one because she's being very helpful and has been here for the last few streams. But I appreciate all you that help make my stream a little bit easier for me. It's a lot to manage, to fish and to respond and to corral wild dogs and all that. So you guys that are here hanging out and helping me, it always appreciate you. Turtle Storm, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. Good luck on the fishing. Thanks, Turtle. Thanks for swinging in. We're having a wonderful day. I hope you have an excellent Saturday afternoon, evening, Sunday, whatever it is there for you. We've caught 6 fish so far. We're doing a challenge today. We've done this challenge a couple of times in the past. We had 3 of the 7 species the first time, 4 the second time, and we're trying to get all 7 this time. Check that high-low rig, no action for this long, cast in a different area or something. Joel, we'll leave it out there for maybe another 30 minutes or so. The carp pole, I usually just let soak. If there's no activity on it, those bread balls are probably still there. And honestly, the longer they're in there, the better they work. That bread starts getting mushy, and it kind of creates a cloud around it, and it's basically chumming the water around it. So unless we get hits on that don't end up turning into fish, I like to leave them. It's one of those baits that it gets better the longer it's in the water. But normally I would fish over this direction. I was trying to, where'd our bobber go? There it is. We got a fish on there? It was definitely gone. Oh, there it goes again. Yeah, we might have a little guy on there. Whatever it is, it's tiny. Oh, what are you? A little bit bigger bluegill. Bluegill number 6. Got lots of fish coming here. Oh. Alrighty. There we go. Bluegill number 6. A little bit bigger than the last one, but stream record 6 bluegill. Not what we're going for. Fish count is Katrina's job. You're delegating. I like that. RJ is really 67. Welcome to the stream, RJ. Dave James, is that the same place you were at the other day? We haven't streamed here since last week, Dave James. I think the stream you're talking about was either Tuesday or Wednesday. That was Wadsworth Pond. It's a different location. Oh, OK beat you to it. We're going to use OK's message this time. Gumar Cruz, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Makes them feel included, I like to think. It does. It's helpful. No, I appreciate that, Josie. It does. It helps make people feel more included. That's why we did OKs this time. He's now got his name pinned for a little bit. Flash, he occasionally dabbles in some pike delicacy, mostly catch and release. Yeah, most of what I catch I release. I do like to eat pike though. Pike is one of my favorite fish to eat. Pike and channel cat. I'm competitive. I want to be the new Katrina. William, have you ever seen New Jersey Fishing Maniac? Yeah, I do. I sub to his channel. I've been in his live a few times. Gumar, watching you at work. Right on. Don't get in trouble, Gumar. Thanks for swinging through. Always appreciate the company. 118 likes. That's awesome, you guys. Thank you. Jessica Turner, welcome to the stream. How is your day going? We're doing wonderful. We're catching a bunch of dinks. We're chilling out here in the nice central Montana weather. It's a good day. I was a little disappointed this morning. I wanted to take the boat out. Really, I prefer fishing from the boat. I enjoy fishing from anywhere, but I prefer fishing from the boat. But the weather forecast was just not looking great to take the boat out. Tomorrow it looks like it's going to be nicer, so we might do a boat stream tomorrow. I'm not sure if we're going to go down to the Missouri River here in Great Falls, or if I may try and take you guys somewhere else. Unsure yet. How far away did you catch that monster pike? Let's go there and catch a few. That's Missouri River right here in Great Falls. That's where I was thinking about streaming from tomorrow. Your boy Jack said hi. Welcome to the stream, your boy Jack. How you doing, buddy? How's the weather looking for tomorrow? Maybe a boat stream. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit windy tomorrow, but not the big gusts that we're having today. And the chance of rain is only like 10% tomorrow. So we will likely do a boat stream tomorrow. I'm thinking probably down Missouri River in Great Falls area. We'll do some pike fishing. I really want to get on the walleye down there. There's a couple of different things that I want to try for walleye that we didn't try the last stream. Ooh, dang it, too much slack line out. I missed the bite. Come back. Come back. Or don't. Let's see here. Welcome from Thailand. I cannot pronounce your name. Orange avatar person. Welcome to the stream. Glad to hear that, Jack. J Mob, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Oak Ridge taxidermist. What's up, brother? How you doing? There's another bite. This one feels a little bit bigger. Or not. Another bluegill. These things are like cockroaches in this water body. Oak Ridge, how you doing? Have you got your crappy man stuff yet? No, he said he was getting a package together a few days ago when I was talking to him in the stream. He hasn't let me know if it's been shipped out or not, though. What's up, your bot life? How you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Oh, good God. You gotta toss her in the dirt first. That's the way it works. All right, Flash, we do not call them bluegill in this channel. So your message will not be pinned. I speak English, not what the kids are calling things. They are. Let's get it back in the water here. No bluegill, no basisi. They're bluegill and bass, my friend. Nothing personal. I'm not into that. Every time I hear that sound on a short, I immediately skip. I don't know why, it just makes me cringe. Colby, LMA, yeah, I've got bigger fish in my I believe it, Dave. These bluegill are, and they don't get any bigger than that here. I don't know what the deal is with them. Well, we're trying to catch a perch over here. We got to get on with the show here. This is not the how many bluegill can we catch challenge. This is how many different species can we catch. And these bluegill are stealing the spotlight. That's why I said it. I can't stand it. Most of those viral sounds, I just cringe. And they show me so many of them when I'm scrolling through the streams. I hate it. I really, really hate it. I had for a few moments I had thought about using some of them because they get so many views. But I'm like, no, I don't care. I would rather not have that associated with my channel. I'll accept fewer views and not use the bluegill sound bites and the freaking is this song for fishing or cowboy, like all that crap. No, just that is not my channel. I hope that you guys don't mind, but no, not happening. Pretty good. It's really hot out here in New York. We also need some rain. I would send you the rain, man. We've been rainy, stormy the whole last week here. Rugby Life, welcome back, buddy. Cast in a different spot. If only that helped, Dave James. No, so there's a little weed bed here that the perch, the bluegill, and sometimes the pumpkinseed all kind of commingle in. Pretty much anywhere you cast in this pond, you're gonna have to wade through the bluegill. They're everywhere in here. Which part of the world are you joining us from? How many fish have you dropped? I think we've dropped 5 of the 8 so far. We're having a pretty high drop ratio today. Working with purpose. Welcome to the stream. Hey, want to see my rod? That's understandable. Glad to see you catching some nice ones. Just subbed. Always appreciate the subs. Thank you guys. Come hang out. We stream 2 to 3 times a week. I did just pick up, it's on order, a Starlink Mini, so we're going to be taking you guys to some of the more remote locations here in Montana in the coming weeks. I think our first Starlink Mini stream is probably going to be from either Pishkin Reservoir catching pike or Willow Creek Reservoir catching some big chunky rainbow trout. I don't know, we might have to put a poll up on community page to see what you guys want to prefer to see. Oh man. Yep. There's another bluegill. It's bluegill number 9. These dang things. If you ever rebrand, want to see my bluegill, you might pull in those viewers. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day because every fish, seems like when I stream like this, we catch our bigger fishes near the beginning of the stream and then they just get progressively smaller as the stream goes on. And I jokingly said I'm going to change my channel name to Want to See My Dink. And then I thought about that for a second and realized probably not. Want to See My Rod is edgy enough. If I changed it to Want to See My Dink, I might I might actually get the ban hammer on YouTube. All right, there we go again. No walleye in this pond, but there is walleye in the Missouri River near here, Sun River as well. Dave James says pike would be better. That's what I'd really like to show you guys. When I go pike fishing, when I go trolling at Pishkin Reservoir, for example, it's pretty non-stop action most of the time. I'll catch anywhere from 10 to 20 pike per outing off of 2 poles. And that's what I'd really like to show you guys. New challenge, try not to catch a bluegill, right? I will give you $100 if you can fish in this pond and not catch a bluegill. I've tried everything. I come here sometimes and fish like, you know, a 2-aught, a 3-aught, a 5-aught bait hook. I still manage to catch them little dinks. It's just absurd. I mean, granted, when I'm catching them with a hook like that, normally it's a hook through the side of the face, or, you know, it's not pretty, but they don't care. They go after anything and everything. Give me a second here, guys. We got another lovely tangle with this bobber rig. Most of the time it's just spun up. There we go, I think. Want to see my monster? I think we will keep the channel branded as it is. Want to see my rod? But I appreciate the suggestions. William, pike or chain pickerel? Northern pike. As far as I know, we do not have chain pickerel here in the state of Montana. Can you use live bait in Pishkin? Nope, and don't need to. I troll with crankbaits there normally. Crankbaits or jerkbaits, and I usually do really well. You got me ready to go. I'm gonna go fishing tonight. Mostly perch, a couple of small bass. Nice. Go catch a monster, my friend. I love fishing. What knot are you using? I almost exclusively use a uniknot or I call it a double loop uni knot. So instead of passing through like the eye once, I always go twice and then I tie my uni. That is almost exclusively the knot that I use for everything. It's one that I learned a long time ago. It's one that I can tie, not really paying attention to it. When it's windy, when it's dark, I'm familiar enough with tying that it makes it much easier for me. And that one felt a little bigger, but we missed whatever it was. Everybody kind of just has their preference on knots. It's also, I've done some research, and the double loop uni it's one of the highest break strength. I almost never get, oop, I think that's a fish. I almost never get my knot letting go or breaking at the knot. It's almost always the line snapping or the rigging snapping. So it's a quite strong knot. From the tests that I've watched, the single loop uni gets 75 to 80% of your line strength before it normally will give. The double knot uni is closer to like 95, 97%. And of course, another bluegill. No, that's a bluegill and a perch. Isn't that called a trilene knot? I don't think so. I'd have to look up specifically what the difference between a trilene is. I've always just called it the end of the dirt it goes. Oh, get out of here. I can't recall offhand what exactly a trilene knot is, but I'm fairly certain that's a different knot altogether. I can show you guys here in a minute. It's a really easy knot to tie. It's not necessarily the quickest knot to tie, but it's easy to remember how to do it. And again, it's one of those ones that just, you can do it with muscle memory. You don't really have to be paying a whole lot of close attention to it. You want to catch a 2-pound trout on 2-pound test? I always oversize my line. That is one thing that, no offense, but this fishing spot sucks. Yeah, again, we fish here because it's close to my house. It gives me enough signal to stream. But I agree, it's not one of my favorite fishing spots. We're trying to catch a perch on this line so we can move on to something else. But these bluegill are just terrible. Joel, we will definitely, next stream is going to be from a different spot. Again, tomorrow I think I'm going to take you guys down in the Missouri River, where I don't catch a lot of fish, but I catch much better quality fish. Bigger fish, pike, walleye, sometimes trout. We won't be pulling bluegill out all day. It's a matter of convenience, it really is. There are some nice bass in here though. Flash here in chat is a local. He comes here and I don't think he's been fishing this pond for very long, but he's been pulling out some really nice little bass. No world records or anything, but he comes down here and pulls out 3-4, pound plus bass when he's down here. I normally don't target bass when I'm here. I suck at bass fishing. They don't like to bite for me. It's not one of my favorite spots now either. Well, so my problem is as it stands currently, I stream with my cell phone, and I have like 3 or 4 spots within an hour drive that I can stream from, that I get enough cell signal to actually stream from. And this happens to be the closest and one of the best signals that I have. But next week, the Starlink Mini will be here, so we can stream from pretty much anywhere. So for the time being, bear with me. We're at ponds where we're gonna catch lots of dinks. Jason Mason says, welcome from Germany. Good luck, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for stopping in, Jason. Baja the Bearded. I get all the panfish mixed up. Yeah, I don't know how to tell a lot of them apart. I just know That in this particular pond we have bluegill and we have pumpkinseed, and those two are fairly easy to tell apart. They look pretty identical. The pumpkinseed, they have the black dot on the side, but then there's like a red or an orangish half moon on it, which really stands out, so it makes it quite distinct from one another. It's where I get my bass fix, hard to find here in Montana. Yeah, bass is not a super popular species here in Montana. Smallmouth is. Smallmouth is all over the Missouri and in quite a few different ponds or reservoirs. Largemouth bass are pretty few and far between here in Montana. Jighead Jones, what's up, buddy? Dave, all right, we'll be here, Dave. William, what time are you going on tomorrow? I gotta check and see what time Mia has to be to work. I will probably drop her off at work and then drag the boat down. I'll make a community post tonight on my page and let you guys know what time I'm expecting to be live tomorrow. Baja the Bearded says, I learned how to fish in Montana, living in Iowa now. Oh, right on. I was fishing over in Iowa. And where did you learn in Montana? Heading to work, sadly. Oh, man. That's no fun. I'm sorry, buddy. Do you have gators there, Christina asks. No, we have no gators here, thankfully. In Minnesota, every type of bluegill or pumpkinseed is called sunfish. Yeah, the sunfish, that's just a family, the bigger family of fish that they all belong to. And I do know here in Montana we have a few other kinds of them in some water bodies. It's not a species that I've ever really targeted, other than for challenges like this. Nope, no gators. Fishing in Florida is a cheat code. Had to learn patience here in Montana. Yeah, especially places like this, you know, they get so much pressure because there are so few places you can catch largemouth bass. So I'd imagine it's probably a little trickier catching it in a pressured pond like this than it is where you're from. What your time there? 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Mr. E. Goa says, good luck, buddy, watching you from Goa, India. Nice. Appreciate that, Mr. E. Hope you're having an amazing, guess you'd probably be Saturday night or maybe even Sunday morning there at this point. But appreciate you hanging out. Out by Thompson Falls, okay. The Blue Slide. Yeah, I'm familiar with roughly where Thompson Falls is. It's been a long time since I've been over that way, though. Tamo, welcome to the stream. Largemouth bass are in the sunfish family. Okay. Is it sunfish? What's the difference between sunfish and panfish? I think maybe I confuse those two sometimes. I thought a bass was a panfish and bluegill were sunfish. Am I mistaken? Nope, we missed it. Come on, perch. And carp. I'd really like to get a different rig in the water. Oh, something grabbed it already. Ooh, what's that? Stay on there. That one felt a little bit bigger. Nope. Good God. Every time. Ooh. Well, that's a foul hook. He got a hook to the side of the head. No wonder he felt better or bigger. I don't know quite how I managed that. We snagged him in the side of the head. Oh, on the ground he goes. You know what? I might as well just toss him on the ground once to get it out of their system. That one I think is the biggest bluegill we've caught so far today. Panfish is popular slang, not a name to biologist. Okay. So panfish is sunfish? Yeah, the bluegill are really pretty. They look better when they're not covered in dirt. All right, let's get her back in the water, and we need a perch. We might need to switch to a bottom rig for the perch. That's bluegill number 10, I think, isn't it? There we go. Katrina is getting pinned. Panfish are just fish that fit in a pan. Fair enough. Dave James, man in Constitution, caught 16-foot, 700-pound shark, and it took him 6 hours in. That's a fight. If I got a fish on the end of my line, I don't know if I would have the stamina to go 6 hours pulling it in. Do you ever use nets? Christina, I've never learned how to throw a throw net. And I don't really do dip nets. So I guess the quick, easy answer to your question is no. I don't use nets other than to land the fish when there's a big enough. I got a big old landing net down here that we'll bust out if we get a carp or maybe a sucker. Baja says, I think sunfish is family name and panfish is a broad term for a small fish you can toss into the pan. Okay. Out and about, show your bobber. Out and about, next time we pull this in, I'll give you a look at the bobber. Hooked on Adventure, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Panfish is bluegill, perch, crappie, any small fish you can pretty much fit in a pan hole. So it literally just means a fish you can fit in the pan. I always thought it was a family of fish. All right, leave the bobber alone for a second. I need a drink. Look at me telling the fish not to bite. Sorry for glugging in your ears, guys. Oh. Connecticut. Have you ever saw a crocodile? I've seen crocodile, but we don't have them here in Montana. But damn, where are you at today? We're central Montana. This is called Largent Bend Fishing Access Site. It consists of 3 separate ponds. Most people come here to fish for bass. We're doing a fishing challenge today to see how many species we can pull out of this little pond in one day. Connecticut, that should have said. I got you, Dave James. Who is the person who changed the hot dog into a glizzy? I have no idea where this slang comes from, you guys. What about an overnight? Do you camp out there? Not this location. I do love to camp. I haven't been out this year. I have a really nice, I picked up a couple of years, a Kodiak canvas tent. Really nice tent, but the last time that I was out, I was trying to set it up by myself, and a big gust of wind came up as I was trying to set it up and toppled it, and big old tear down the side of it. So I need to get some iron-on like canvas patches and patch it before I go out camping again. Really pissed me off. Those I don't know if you guys have ever seen or have a Kodiak canvas tent. They're super expensive. They're really nice tents, but yeah, a big gust of wind came up and it just ripped right along the edge of it. Really disappointing. So I gotta fix it before I go out camping. We might camp a little later in the year if I can dig that out of the garage and get it patched. Otherwise, camping will probably be next year. I do love to camp though. Florida record largemouth is 17.5 pounds. Montana's 9.5 pounds. Tells you everything you need to know. Yeah. Blizzard Bit, welcome to the stream. 10 bluegill is crazy. Also, what's up? Yeah, we've been murking the bluegill here today. It's not what we're trying to catch. One would have been plenty for them. We're trying to catch different species, not a whole bunch of the same species. Juice World, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Edward Abbott, did you hear about the girl who went deep sea fishing with 4 guys? No, Edward, I did not. It's the start of a really bad joke. If you had a fish as a pet, what type of fish would it be? Oh, I don't know. God, my parents used to have 2 big saltwater tanks, and man, the saltwater fish are some of the prettiest fish. I can't remember what my favorite was. I don't know. I honestly, more than the fish, I think I like the anemones and, you know, the live corals and that kind of stuff. The little hermit crabs and things like that. They had some really neat fish, but I think I like the other wildlife more. No, we missed the hooks. Oh, dang it. There we go again. I think I don't know if we still got it on there. We launched something again. No. Come on, perch. Oh, that was me. I hit the line. Not a fish. False alarm. It looks like our storm might be coming back, though. This wind is starting to kick up. And we are actually over this line now, I think. Oh, God. We got tanglies going here. Nice, I'm from Montana, thanks, but the northeastern side closer to Fort Peck. Man, you are lucky. Fort Peck is, I want to go fish there. Next year, I'm going to go take like a week or 2 and fish the crap out of Fort Peck area. Badam, you should add me and hit me up. I'll come over your way sometime next year and fish. And that's again me. I'm wrapped up on that line. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here. Let me fix this. Hold on. I think I got a fish on the line here too. What the hell did I do here? I'm wrapped under, over. Under and over. And there's a fish on there. Oh, good God. All right, that bell's gonna jingle, ignore it. All right, this is bluegill number 11. Let me figure out what we got going on here. Hook my pant leg. Oh God, we're killing it over here right now. This is how not to fish, guys. Take notes. There will be a quiz here shortly. Oh, and I hooked myself again. There we go. And we have yet another. I almost just started playing hacky sack with that one. You drop something and instinctively kick towards it. There's number 11. Let's get this guy back in the water. Just in case, welcome to the stream. Let me get caught up real quick on chat here. Good luck out there. Appreciate that, Justin. Thanks for swinging in. I think it's just an old term, probably from the 1800s, maybe 1900s. Okay. FOEZ, welcome to the stream. What pond? This is Largent Bend Pond number 2, right outside of Vaughn, Montana. Hooked on Adventure. Smash that like. Yeah, 137 likes. Not too shabby. Do you have any water snakes? There are a good number of different snake species here in Montana. I want to say there's like 11 or 12 different species of snakes here. Edward Abbott, she came home with a red snapper. I had a feeling that was going to be a bad joke. Shoreline bait slinger, that stuff's cool. Mr. Ego, ever tried saltwater fishing? I did saltwater fish a little bit when I went and visited my parents in Florida a couple decades ago. Had a blast. You never knew, every time you pulled the line out, there was something different. One day I saw on YouTube someone racing 2 sharks. How the hell do you race sharks? How is that a thing, Hubert? Shoreline. I do work for a lady every now and then, and she has 4 big saltwater tanks, and I can't stop looking at them. Yeah, they're neat. They're a lot of work, though. I know that when my dad was running those, he kind of turned into Bill Nye the Science Guy for saltwater tanks. The water quality is super important. You got to treat the water, filter the water. It's a lot of work. This chat is hilarious today. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Josie. I'm having fun here too. I wish we could catch something besides bluegill though. If you ever went snow fishing, ice fishing is really popular here in Montana. I've never been. This year I might take you guys ice fishing though. I got a buddy who's got all the gear and set up for it. That's invited me out to go. Do you get a lot of people fishing there? Christina, yeah, normally this place is packed with people fishing. I am actually the only person here fishing right now. The other 3 cars that were here a little bit ago, they all left. I had piranhas as pets growing up. I donated them to school. When we moved to Arizona, I heard one of them bit a kid's finger. I don't know if it was true. That's funny. No, we used to, one of the pet stores here used to have a big display tank of piranhas, and when we were little, me and my brothers were kind of rotten. I had a twin brother and an older brother, and we'd go up to the mall where this pet store was, and they had a big tank of like feeder-sized goldfish, and then like 10 feet away, the big tank of piranhas. It seemed like every time we went there, one of us would snatch up a handful of goldfish out of the one tank and plop them into the piranha tank so you could see the piranha devour them. You were supposed to drop him first, right, Shoreline? 11 bluegill caught, 11 bluegill dropped. We didn't drop one of them. We have 1 clean catch and release on bluegill today. Maybe 2. I think just 1 though. And the bass, I think, got back into the water before we dropped it. FOE's a Largent Bend fishing access FOE. Are you from Montana area? You must be. Bluegill and bass all day. Yep. Assad, welcome to the stream. Caleb, welcome to the stream. What's the best fish you got? The first fish, and it was the best fish. It was a 9-inch largemouth bass. Not a big one, but biggest fish we've caught so far. I gotta come out. I'm not far. Oh, right on. Yeah, we have not yet had a guest appearance on any of our streams. Flash was going to show up last week, or early. Was it earlier this week or last week? He ended up, he didn't show up. I think it was last week. Does YouTube count more than 1 like from the same viewer on the same session? I've asked this 3 or 4 different streams. Nobody answers. As far as I understand it, when the if it's the same live, it doesn't matter how many times you join or leave, you'll only be able to like once. If I were to restart the stream 5 times throughout a day, you could come in with the same account and like it 5 times, but it's 1 like per stream. I would like to see ice fishing. Yeah, it sounds fun. I've never had the gear. But my buddy's got most of it. We'll try it this year, and if I like it, I might pick up the necessary gear to do it. Yep, and I stole our worm. Oh, we need to catch a perch. We'll try one more time. We'll throw this bobber rig out there, and if we don't get a perch, I think I'm going to take the bobber off, and we'll switch her over to a bottom rig and see if we can get a perch that way. And I'm still trying to get caught up on chat here. Me and my buddy are going to go out to Fort Peck this year for ice fishing. We'd bring you out all weekend. 4-wheelers, side-by-sides. Nice. We can maybe do that. Hit the sub, send me a message, send me an email. My email's on my profile. We could maybe arrange that, FOE. Do you have a hut, like the ice hut? I don't want to be out there freezing my fingers off, and that's one of the main reasons I've never ice fished in the past. My buddy's got a hut and everything. Are you planning to cook what you caught? Nope, Christina, everything is catch and release today. I just moved houses, so I'm trying to balance moving and fishing. Oh, moving is the worst, dude. It is so stressful. I feel for you. All right, I'm on perch. Let's do this. I've had enough bluegill. Make it a pumpkin seed. I know there's pumpkin seed right in here too. We need one of them. Oh, can somebody update the catch count? 1 largemouth, 11 bluegill. I know Flash tried. He did 11 bluegill, caught 11 bluegill, dropped. That not quite what we're going for there, Flash. Oh, did Katrina do it? I missed it. Dang it. There it is. I found it. All right, we are tagged. Man, I thought the wind was gonna be gone. Got some gloomy clouds coming, it looks like. God, isn't that sky so pretty today? Going fishing tomorrow, can't wait. 2011 Hemi Blue, welcome to the stream. What are you going fishing for tomorrow? This is so cool watching you on YouTube across the world. Oh, I love watching fishing streams. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. It's always a pleasure taking you guys fishing with me. We don't always catch big fish. We don't always catch a lot of fish, but we do definitely have fun trying. I'm excited for once we get the Starlink set up, though. I'm looking forward to taking you guys pike fishing. Again, I don't always catch the biggest pike there, but we do catch a large number of them at most trips. And they're a fun species to target. That one time at band camp, right? Crystal V, welcome to the stream. How you doing? 2011 says hello from Canada, going for bass. Nice. Largemouth, smallmouth, rock bass. What kind of bass? Yo, the flutes at my band camp all smell exactly like burley gulp. That's disgusting, GJ. Madhead, 11 bluegill. Well done. Thank you. We were okay. I would have been happy with one. We're trying to catch as many different species today as we can, not a whole bunch of the same species. But these dang bluegill will not, they won't stay off the line. Crystal V says, I'm 11 years old. Okay. Well, welcome, Crystal. Hope you're having a good day. Chergi, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Largemouth. All right. Yeah, we've caught one largemouth here today. Just a little guy. He was like 9 inches. Probably a little less than a pound. Pike are fun. They're always put up a good fight. They are fun. There are some bigger pike in there. The biggest that I've caught out of that particular reservoir was about 10 pounds-ish. 34 and a half inches, something like that. I do run my catch cam there, the underwater water wolf camera, which is one of the reasons I like going there because you get really cool footage. And I've seen some fish that looked substantially bigger than that 10-pounder that I caught. I've never managed to get one in the boat though, not at that location. Hey bro, how's it going? Oh, doing good, Chergy. We're out here fishing. We're catching a bunch of fish today. Lots of fish activity. Mostly bluegill though. How are you fishing at right now? Where? Largent Bend. This is in central Montana. It's about 5 miles outside of a little town called Vaughn, Montana. About 15 miles from Great Falls, Montana, which is a little bit bigger city. When next are you fishing elsewhere? Christina, I think we're going to try and take the boat over to the Missouri River tomorrow. I don't know what time the stream is going to be. I need to check with Miyazaki to see what time she works because I got to give her a ride to work. And I will probably take her and the boat into town at the same time, drop her off, and then we'll head down to the river. So I don't know if she's got an early shift tomorrow or an afternoon fish. Christy, how far is it from Verona? I am not familiar with Verona, Christy. Is that in Montana? Walleye are pretty fun too. There are lots of them here. Yeah, so the Missouri River around Great Falls, there are a lot of walleye. I've never really been able to consistently catch them. Last year I did catch, it was about a 6.5 pounder, a little under 30 inches. Good sized. And people say they catch them all the time. Crystal says, my name's Caleb Villanueva. Okay. Hey Caleb, welcome to the stream. Yep, we have 11 bluegill so far, Mason. We've been smacking the bluegill pretty much every cast. Do you have any tips for bass? I am not a huge bass fisherman. If Josie's here, she can probably help you with some bass tips, as well as some of the other people in the chat here. I normally catch them as a bycatch. I'm not generally targeting bass. Oh, okay, great. I'll check out your live feed tomorrow. Appreciate that, Christina. Yeah, if you guys want to come watch me do some fishing in the Missouri River, we'll try and see if we can maybe get some northern pike, possibly some walleye, maybe a rainbow trout or a brown trout. Mason, want to know something stupid? Sure, what's up? Paisley Sunshine, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've caught 1 largemouth and 11 bluegill so far. Blessed, you're doing well. Nice work. Well done. Thanks, Triggy. Or having fun. That's all that matters. Bass fishing tips. Do what he is not doing. Yeah. I'm not. I would love to get better at bass fishing. Bass are, especially in a pressured pond like this, are so picky most of the time that I don't really like targeting them. Every once in a while I'll come down here and throw specifically for bass. But ponds that get a lot of pressure like this, I usually prefer fishing for carp or sucker. Two species that are highly overlooked and that most people never actually attempt to catch. What is the best bass lure? The best bass lure is whatever you use to catch your last bass with. Bass are like pike. They're kind of like walleye. They're a highly voracious predator. I've caught probably, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 bass out of this pond over the last couple of years. And my most effective method for catching them is doing what I'm doing right here, just a bobber and a worm. I usually don't catch very big ones, but I do catch a decent number of them. The bigger ones I've caught off of just random lures. Some topwater, you know, like a whopper plopper. Some I've caught off of topwater like dragonfly. I've caught off of chatterbaits. I've caught them off of just inline spinners. I've caught them off of spoons. They're like a pike. The lure is less important than finding where the fish are and getting it in front of them. That's what it seems to me with bass. It's more about locating the bass than what it is you throw for them. They'll bite on almost anything. You just got to know where to put the lure to get it in front of them. And Flash here in the chat, as well as Josie, are both bass fishermen. And I know Flash has said that like 80% of his catches or more are within 5 feet of the shore. They're a fish that tends to be shallow, and they like the weed beds, and they will often snag your line right as you're trying to bring it out. You won't even realize you got a fish on there. We're in Montana, Paisley. Looking forward to the viewing places. Your streaming live is informative. Thanks, Christina. I'm glad you enjoy it. You're a bot life. I've been hooked on catfishing there, the strongest freshwater fish fight. I've caught equivalent sized catfish to... Yep, sorry guys, I just had to restart the stream there. We should be good. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Let me know if you guys can see me, hear me all right. Again, the wind picked back up and I think it's messing with the signal quality. All right, cool. What's your PB fish? Paisley, my biggest fish that I've caught, landed in the net, taken a picture, weighed, measured, is a 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. I've had on the end of my line fish twice that size, but just didn't manage to get them in the net. Big fish like that are tricky, especially when you're fishing alone, trying to net the fish while you're dragging it in. It can be quite hard to get them in the net by yourself. Crystal says I might move to Louisiana. Nice. Creeker Seeker Fishing, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Jerry Caller, what kind of fish are we trying to catch? We're doing a catch challenge today, Jerry. We've caught 12 fish so far, 1 largemouth, 11 bluegill. We're trying to see how many different species we can catch. There's about 10 possible species to catch in here. Our goal today was to get 7. We've only got 2 of the 7 so far. And those 2 that we've had since the first 30 minutes of the stream. We just keep catching more bluegill. Now, the biggest bass I've ever caught was a 2.5 pounder. Not very big. All right, we still got a worm. Now, I did say we were gonna move down a little bit, but these clouds are looking a little gloomy. I'm gonna stick here for a little bit longer and see if this cloud's gonna pass or if we're gonna get rained on. I don't wanna move if we're gonna get rained on. Mustang Gaming, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, bluegill is not allowed to be used for bait here in central Montana. Real Mac, how's the trip going so far? We're doing good. We've got 12 fish so far. Oop, and that's me. I cast over my line here again, apparently. The hell do I keep doing that? Yeah, I need to move that carp line here. We'll try and catch one more fish on this line and then somebody remind me to move my carp pole. No pike, but we have alligator gar. Oh, gar is on my bucket list. I would love to catch a gar. We have them in eastern Montana, short-nosed gar. Hearty meal recipes. Get it? Something's playing with it. Oh, that one feels a little bigger. Oh, that's me again. Dang it. And another bluegill. God, he chewed the crap out of this worm. Just mangled it. That's bluegill number 12. Let's do this without dropping the fish. There we go. We got one to the camera before we dropped it. Pretty little fish. Oh! Spoke too soon. These little fish are so hard to hold on to. Does anyone have a whopper plopper? Yeah, I have some. I don't have them with me, I don't think. I left them in my boat. Wish I could fish again. Got my car T-bone. That sucks. Lincoln, welcome to the stream. Joel, I know you did. We're gonna do that right now. What rod and reel setup are you rocking? So we're using the Ugly Stick carbon fiber. It's a medium light fast action pole, 6'10" in length. Great rod. They run about $100 retail. You can get them on sale usually for about $60. I pair it with the Piscifun Carbon X2 reel. It's a cheapo reel that you get off of Amazon. Really nice. They're comparable to some of the $200-300 reels that I have, and they're about $40. I use the 1000 or the 2000 series. So the whole combo, if you can get them on sale, is about $100. Highly recommend them. They're a very versatile pole. You can feel everything. I also use them for way oversized fish. I pull in, 18, 20 pounders on these little rods, and they handle it all day long. We're gonna move this over to a slightly different spot. Let's see if I can get caught up. Oh, we're behind on chat here. Alligator is the closest fish you'll get to a dinosaur. God, I need to clean this reel out. It's been kicking around in the back of my truck and is a bit gritty, grimy. All right, let's bait this guy back up. Let me get through chat here real quick. I want to catch some snakeheads. Yeah, we don't have those around here, Baja. I got somebody that I follow on Fish Brain catches snakeheads all the time. Really neat looking fish. Gar, pound for pound, hardest fight I've ever had. I've never caught one. I'll get back to you once I've caught one. Christina, how do you pick your spots for fishing? Well, like today, or pretty much for all my streams, I pick my spots because they're the only spots that I can find that have good cell signal. So that is a large contributing factor. But normally I pick my spots based upon, the species of fish that I'm trying to catch. If I'm trying to, fish for pike, I go somewhere that I know that there's going to be a lot of pike or big pike. If I'm fishing for trout, I go somewhere that I know of that's going to have not just trout, but big trout. I'm more for quality over quantity. So I'm usually, I use Fish Brain and other means to gather information on catch data for different locations. And I try to target places where not only can I catch the species I'm going after, but there's a potential for a big version of that species. But as for then, like, once I get there, how do I pick the spot that I'm going to fish? Again, it really depends on the species. A lot of, like if I'm river fishing, you look for slack water spots, eddies, anywhere where there's a change in current. Those tend to be really good spots to fish. If I'm fishing in the boat and trolling, I look for underwater terrain, drop-offs, flats, mounds. Man, this bread is so dry. You have to kill a snakehead if you catch one. Yeah, from what I understand, they're an invasive species in a lot of places. So that's one of those ones that a lot of people will kill or throw up on shore when they catch them. I don't know if you're legally required to. I just know a lot of people do. HVMVP, welcome to the stream. No, just a cigarette. It keeps going out. Flash, sturgeon are pretty prehistoric looking too. Yep. A sturgeon is like a gar. They're what's considered a living dinosaur. They're one of those species that basically have remained unchanged since dinosaur times. And we do have 3 different species of sturgeon here in Montana. White sturgeon, which is almost extinct. Pallid sturgeon, which is extremely endangered and on the road to being extinct. And then shovel-nosed sturgeon, which you are allowed to fish for, and you're allowed to keep one of them under 40 inches. Madhead says, nice, it's beautiful. Yeah, doesn't it look pretty here when the lake turns to glass and the wind dies down? What's your number? I'll send you a picture of my 3-pound bass. You guys, if you guys want to send me stuff, you can look on my profile, click on my profile, and then there's an email button. Click on the email and it'll expose my email. Or you can just shoot me an email at wannaseemyrod@gmail.com. All right, we're gonna try and get this in the water without tossing these bread balls off. The bread is super dry today, so it does not stay on the hook super well. All right, we managed to get most of that in the water. I think one little chunk fell off of one of the balls, but the ball itself remained intact. And I got that moved over just a little bit. Get the bell on there. Always make sure when you're fishing for carp, or just in general, have your pole and a holder on the bank. Loosen your drag up. You don't want to lose your pole. I just watched somebody on live stream the other day. Had to dive in the water after his pole. He forgot to loosen his drag. Looks like a menthol. Yeah, I do smoke menthol. They're American Spirit Mellow Menthols. Sigma Boy said hi, welcome to the stream. Rep Kyle, are you the dad from FGTV? No. But thanks for joining there, Rep Kyle. How you doing? Jonathan Miller, snakehead fish tastes good. I've never eaten one. I have heard somebody say that they're good to eat though. Have you ever caught a bowfin? Nope, we don't have those here in Montana. If you've caught a bowfin, that's just a native species of snakehead. Interesting, I didn't know that. Do you use a special rod for fishes? It depends on what I'm fishing for. I mean, this rod that I was just telling you about, the Ugly Stick Carbon, is my kind of go-to for just a general purpose rod. When I'm trolling, I tend to use a specialized trolling rod that uses leaded line and a line counter reel. So do hills block your Wi-Fi signal or more, no matter how far from a certain cell tower? Terrain definitely can get away, but distance from cell tower is much more impactful. What's your favorite fish? My favorite fish to fish for is northern pike. Also, my favorite fish that I've ever caught was that 22 pound, or excuse me, 22 and a half pound, 42 inch northern pike. Love your name, brother. Appreciate that, real. Trying to get caught up on chat here. How long have you had the channel? Hubert, we're a pretty new channel. I started the channel a little over 2 months ago, and we've been streaming for a little over a month. So, quite new channel. Growing up, I would practice casting with a weight and a bucket in the backyard. Did you ever do a thing like that? I did, actually, Joel. That's how my grandpa had us practice for fishing. My grandparents' house was right across the street from a park, and he would load up our lines and just put a big sinker on the end of it instead of a hook. I mean, we did the bucket thing too. He'd go set a 5-gallon bucket out in the middle of the park and tell us, cast at it. Once you guys can hit the bucket, casting out here, we'll take you fishing. So that's exactly how I learned how to fish too. Car Legend said hi, welcome to the stream. Are you the dad from I Love Lucy? I'm not quite that old. I'm pretty sure I Love Lucy went offline before I was even born, dude. Marlboro Red 100s. No, I switched to smoking menthols decades ago, and I mean, I will smoke a non-menthol if that's all I can find, but I can't stand them. I mean, the menthols are still terrible. Don't get me wrong, I don't really enjoy them, but a non-menthol cigarette just tastes like crap. They're nasty. My favorite place to fish is where I don't get phone signal. Madhead, me too. Most of my favorite places to fish, you do not get cell signal. But we do have a Starlink Mini on order, and it should be here by hopefully next weekend. So possibly next weekend or the following week. That bluegill just jumped out of the water. Ooh, that feels bigger. Something I think just ate the bluegill that I had on my line. That's a bigger fish. What? Ooh, did we catch a bass off of the blue? Oh, I missed it. It came off. I'm pretty sure we just had a bass eat the bluegill. Oh, God. Dang it. That was a good sized bass. That'd have been a decent one. A bass big enough to fit a small bluegill in its mouth is a decent catch. There's no... We're just using a micro hook there, though. He let go. There no hook sticking out to actually grab it. Have you ever ate a puffer fish? No, I have not. I've caught a puffer fish. When we were down in Florida, we caught a few different kinds of puffer fish, but never did try to eat it. Violation, right? You are not allowed to use bluegill for bait, but that scenario that just happened cannot be prevented. There we go. That's bluegill number 12. If you don't like smoking, why do you do it? It is a terrible addiction. Very few times when I light a cigarette that I actually enjoy it. But when I don't have cigarettes, I get irritable, I get anxious. I feel like crap. It's one of those things you're not only your body but your mind gets an addiction and a need for. And when I don't have it, I feel terrible. Caught a catfish, it was 40 pounds and it was 30 inches and it was a pond monster. That is a nice catfish, Silas. Congratulations. Christina said bye. Thanks for coming to hang out, Christina. I appreciate you. Swing back through anytime. Hit that sub button, like button on the way out. We fish 2 to 3 times a week on this channel. Sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on weather. So if you guys do like fishing, you like live streaming, hit that sub button. Come hang out with us. We'd love to have you. Really good group of people that hangs out in here. And again, we're a pretty new channel. We're growing rapidly. I'd love for you guys to join us on that journey. Saw a YouTuber catch a pregnant bass. Silas, you can't use the bluegill for bait legally here. Carl Legend said hi, welcome to the stream. If not cleaned properly, heard puffer fish can be deadly when eating. Yeah, there's certain kinds of puffer fish that are, I don't know if it's venomous or poisonous. And I caught it with chicken liver. Nice. I catch a fish stick. You mean like the frozen ones that come from your grocery store? That kind of fish stick? Welcome to the stream, John. The best Nintendo player said hi, welcome to the stream. You gotta stop smoking, it's bad for you. I know, Dragon, one of these days. Liam, welcome to the stream. Do you have any tips for muskie? So, we don't have native muskie here in Montana. We do have northern pike, which is of the same family, and we have tiger muskie, which are infertile cross, a hybridization of the muskie and the northern pike. They stock those in a few of our water bodies here in central Montana to try and keep the white sucker population down. But I've only ever managed to hook up on 2 of them, but I didn't get them to the boat to land it. We missed it. But I would imagine that I've always just fished them like I fish for a pike. I mean, a pike is a highly voracious animal. They are an apex predator in whatever water body that they're in. Throw big flashy lures, loud lures. If you can get their attention and keep your bait erratic, you will oftentimes land them. And there's another, either bluegill or, no, we lost it. Yeah, so there's a good sized bass that's hanging out in this little weed bed here. Kind of disappointed we didn't get him in. He let go of that bluegill finally. In Missouri, I caught 5,000-pound catfish and it was 100. I bet you did, Silas. Cool story, needs more robots. Chuck, welcome to the stream. Stuss, welcome to the stream. Liam, yeah, so I like to use for pike, especially this time of the year. They're called jerk baits or stick baits. It's a long, skinny form of a crankbait. That's what I have my best luck on for pike. And that's what, if I were you, that's probably what I'd be throwing for muskie too. This time of the year, they're kind of spread all throughout the water body. If you're in a boat and you're trolling, target deeper water, suspended fish over the thermocline or over structure terrain at the bottom. Or if you're fishing from the bank, try and find weed beds, slack water, eddies. But yeah, I would use either crankbaits or cut bait. Cut bait works really well. You know, just cut up dead fish. Check your local laws and regulations to see what you're permitted to use for cut bait. But cut bait works exceptionally well for large predatory fish. My first fish when I was 4 was a state record bass too. I don't know if I believe that or not, but if it was, congratulations, that's cool. Tamo, once hooked, maybe reel in the bluegill slowly and erratically. Oh, the whole thing is I'm using just basically a mosquito hook. It's like a size 6, I think. Just an itty bitty little hook, which leaves basically no hook exposed once the bluegill bites it. So it makes it a little hard to use it as bait. There's not a whole lot for fish to hook onto. Like that last one, it had basically swallowed that fish. And I had her on the line for a good 10-15 seconds, but it spit the fish. So we didn't catch it. Somebody may have done it already, but can somebody type, ooh, that feels nice. What is that? That didn't feel like a bluegill. Hey, there's our next species. This is what we've been looking for. Oh, this little guy felt way bigger than a bluegill. There we go, species number 3, yellow perch. Just a little bit. To a 4-year-old, every fish is a state record. Fair point, fair point. There we go. Yeah, this one just took the hook and was running with it. Oh. Telling you guys, I might as well just huck them into the dirt before I try and... Yellow perch, covered in dirt. She's about 5 inches maybe. 6 to 12. 6 inches. 6-inch yellow perch. Beetle, welcome to the stream. We're gonna go get this little guy back in the water. So that's 1 largemouth, 12 bluegill, and 1 yellow perch. We're 3 species into the challenge. We got 4 to go here. Not doing too bad. I gotta go. Did you figure out what time you're starting tomorrow? William, I am not sure offhand yet. I will post, keep an eye on my community tab on my YouTube page. I will make a post later this evening letting you guys know roughly what time I expect to be live tomorrow. Madhead says, my favorite fish, well done. You like perch, huh? Thank you, Josie. Texas Thunder Chief, damn, 6-inch, that's big. We don't really get a lot of big perch here in Montana, not that I've seen. I think our state record is barely over a pound. What are you using for bait? Oh, somebody had asked. So we're just using a very simple bobber rig, and I like to throw this when I'm fishing for multiple species, not targeting anything in particular. So it's just a clip-on bobber. I have it about 16 to 18 inches above the hook. And again, there's a lot of rigging here you guys don't need that I just run with. Like the bead. The bead is an attractant. It also helps protect the swivel from being reeled into the tip of my pole. It's got an integral clip to it, a coastal hook. I then also, instead of using split shots, which a lot of people use, there's nothing wrong with split shot. I hate the damn things though. I always lose them. I can never get them clamped on tight enough with my fingers, so I end up using my teeth, which is a really bad idea because they're made out of lead. So I use these inline weights instead of split sinkers. And I also like them because they have built-in swivels to them on both sides. So it's a swivel, and a clip. So again, a lot of hardware you don't need. 6 to 8 inch leader. This is fluorocarbon. This is 10-pound fluorocarbon. A little size 6 mosquito hook, and just a little tip of a night crawler. And this is a rig that you can throw almost anywhere and catch almost any species in that water body. It doesn't really target one thing. It's not the best for anything, but it works really well for almost everything. And again, this is a clip-on bobber, so I can fairly easily adjust the depth that I'm fishing at. An inline bobber, a slip bobber would be better. They take work up. But I think we're actually at this point going to take the bobber off. We still have one more species that I think we'll probably need the bobber for, but we're gonna have to move down the bank a little bit for pumpkinseed a little bit later. I think I'm gonna keep basically this same rig up, and we're gonna switch it from a topwater rig to a bottom rig. And we're gonna see if we can pull in a white sucker or a yellow bullhead. This hook is a little bit small for the sucker, but let's see if we can get a bullhead on the line. For bluegill and carp, catfish, and perch. Bobber off, y'all, right? Things are getting serious. We took the bobber off, guys. I might need to throw a little bit heavier inline weight on here. We'll see how far out I can get this little guy with. I don't even know what this quarter ounce or 3/8 ounce. We got some distance on it. That might work. Beetle, love your rod. Right back at you, buddy. William asks, what time is it there? 4:55, almost 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Corcel, worm, peace fingers. Right back at you. Welcome to the stream, Corcel. Fit Powerment, not the best for bass or trout or salmon. Yeah, bobber rig really isn't the best for anything. It's a really handy rig, and it's one of those things that whether you're a beginner fisherman or someone who's been fishing your whole life, a bobber rig is something that is in your tackle box, it's in your repertoire. It's easy, it's quick, and it can be highly effective. Especially when you want to throw your rig in the water and you don't really care what you're going to catch, you just want to catch a fish. Bobber rig is one of the best ways to go. You meant the night crawlers. You picking up the missus later? No, she is not working today. She's at home with the kiddo. She's gaming today. Silas, I gotta go fishing, and anybody that's wondering where I'm going fishing is Sedgwick County Park. Oh, nice. You got a pond in the park there? 4:55. It's 5:55 in Minnesota. Okay, so you're Central Standard Time. Yeah, we're Mountain Standard Time here in Central Montana. And I need to take another drink here. 162 likes. Let's go. Thank you guys. I appreciate every one of those thumbs up. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If so, hit that sub button. Come back, hang out with us. We fish 2 to 3 times a week on this channel, live stream. Sometimes more, sometimes less. We do have a Starlink Mini on the way, so sometime in the next couple of weeks we'll start taking you guys to some more interesting places. Some of the places that are further up in the woods and in the mountains that I don't get a cell signal, so I couldn't take you to stream from before. Crystal V says, I just subbed. Appreciate that, Crystal. Michael Leonardis, do you like weedless Texas rig? I fish those every once in a while. I will be perfectly honest with you guys. I don't fish a lot of plastics. Every once in a while, I'll pull out a jig or, you know, a bare worm, bare hook and rig up, you know, a wacky rig or a Texas rig. It's not something I've ever fished a lot. I fish more with artificial lures, you know, crankbaits, spoons, inline spinners, worm rigs. I would like to get better at, you know, plastic rigs like that. It's not something people around me have fished a lot, and it's not something I've ever learned how to fish properly. Are you talisman? I don't know what that means, Coffee Pat, but welcome to the stream. What about rattle traps? I do have 3 or 4 rattle traps in my tackle box. I fish them occasionally. I've never had great luck on them. Nathan the Fisher says hello, welcome to the stream. Speaking of subs, do you like mustard and mayo on a delicious sub sandwich? Mayo, yes. Mustard, the only thing I really ever eat mustard on is corn dogs. I'll get corn dogs from the fair. Sometimes on a hamburger, but that's about it. I don't really do them on my sandwich. Where do you buy those Piscafun reels? Justin, Piscafun has a website, but you can usually get a better deal just getting them off Amazon. And again, the one that I'm using right now, it's a Piscafun Carbon X2, and either in the 1000 or 2000 series model, depending on how much line you think you need. And the drag is a little bit heavier on the 2000 series. I honestly, though, I throw the 1000 series more than the 2000 series. Do you have rock bass? There are in Montana. I've never caught one. I think those are either in eastern Montana or western Montana. We don't, as far as I know, have them in central Montana, John. I've caught bass with bare hook and fishing line tied to my finger, but you have to see the bass and throw it right in front of it. Oh yeah, I've seen people make some pretty crazy catches with just a bare hook. I don't know what your name is. I don't know if that's Korean or Japanese or Japanese. Orange Avatar guy, welcome to the stream. I don't know what your name is. Just buy a Daiwa reel. You can't go wrong. Daiwas are nice. They tend to be more expensive. Again, I would. For those of you guys that buy the $200, $300 reels, the more expensive, fancy reels, I issue you a challenge. Go spend 40, 50 bucks on a Piscafun Carbon X and try it side by side next to your expensive reel. Because I have those same $200, $300 reels that are collecting dust in my garage. I fish this guy over those almost any day of the week. They are a low-cost rod, but my guess is that they also manufacture some of the other bigger brands. Really nice reels, really smooth, good drag systems in them. What's your favorite rod? Abu Garcia, Shakespeare, what's your choice? Ugly Stick Carbon. Medium light, fast action. I started fishing these about 2 years ago, and I absolutely love them. I have 2 of them currently, and I'm probably going to be picking up another 2. Did you catch anything? Carter and everybody else who's joining, if you guys haven't been in any of my live streams, we will almost always, when I catch something, one of the mods or somebody in chat will type what's been caught, and then we pin it either at the top or the bottom, depending on whether you're on a mobile or a desktop. So if you can see right now, there's a comment pinned from Josie J in the blue name. She's one of my mods. And it says 1 largemouth bass, 2 bluegill, 1 yellow perch. That's what's been caught in this stream so far. Pescador, welcome to the stream. Something Brazil. I only speak English, my friend. If you want to pop that into Google Translate or something, I will maybe be able to respond better to it. But I don't know what you're saying. You caught a bass with a dandelion as bait, but no one believes me. Bass will go for anything. But I believe you, Fit. I'm not a huge bass fisherman, but bass tend to be most of the bigger bass that I've caught are like a purely reactionary bite. They're biting at stuff within, half a second of it hitting the water. So I could definitely see where a bass might bite on something like a dandelion. I would imagine when you caught it as well, it was probably moments after it hit the water or moments before you pulled it out of the water. Oops. Oh, dang, hold on a second there, guys. Our stream is about to die. My battery is almost toast here. Shit. The stream is gonna die. I'm running to my truck to grab a new battery. Don't go anywhere, it's gonna whirly doodle. I will be right back. Dang it. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. I think we are back. I had it plugged in, but my battery pack was dead. I didn't notice that the battery was slowly depleting. We're back. We're at 3%. Most satisfying way to catch bass or any fish is topwater. Prove me wrong. Topwater catches are some of the most exciting methods to catch fish. Period. I agree. It's so fun doing topwater. I'm a little busy. Back in just a few. No problem, Josie. We'll be here. But I apologize again. More technical difficulties here today. We should be good to go, though. I think we have. Let me make sure here. Yeah, it looks like this is a full charge 4-amp battery, so we're good for another 12 hours. Totally right about the Piscafun reels. Yeah, they're a low-cost reel, but again, the drag systems on them are top-notch. Really good gear ratios on them. They're a really smooth reel. They're an excellent option. And again, I would put them up against a lot of my more expensive reels. If I were to hand you a reel and not tell you what type of reel it was, how expensive it was, I would imagine that a large majority of you would pick this reel over one that cost 5 times as much. I know the first time I threw it on my reel, I wasn't quite sure, on my rod, I wasn't quite sure what to expect for, a $40, a $60 reel. And I have been pleasantly surprised that they're top notch. Carter, what are you using for bait? We have one rod in the water right now with bread balls. We're trying to catch a carp because that's one species we need to get to our 7 species to meet our challenge goal here today. And then the other rod, we're just bottom fishing now with just a little segment of a worm. We're trying to see if we can pull a bullhead out or a white sucker. Been thinking about getting the Fox Rage reel. I'm not familiar with that one, Madhead. Udesk says it seems like you're the happiest person in the world catching fish at a composed and serene atmosphere. Fishing is one of my favorite things to do. I'm very happy pretty much anytime I'm fishing. Life can be stressful. Life can be a whole lot of different things, and fishing for me is an escape. I don't think about a whole lot of other things. I relax. I smile a hell of a lot. I laugh even more. I enjoy it. and it's very enjoyable also. Now that I'm streaming with you guys, I have fun bringing all you guys along to fish with me. Get to show you some of the cool things, some of the weird things that we pull out of the water sometimes, and I have a blast. Carter says I subscribed and liked too. I appreciate that, Carter. Oh, that was a bite, or a nibble at least. But thanks for the sub, Carter. Thanks for the like. 169 likes. Let's go. Appreciate that, you guys. We're closing in on 200. What's the weather? The wind died down again. Look, it's been nice. We're probably around mid to high 70s right now. Little bit of breeze. There's still a few gloomy looking clouds in the sky. It's looking less and less like we're gonna get pounded on by rain, thankfully. Dollar General Financial Services was timed out. Well, whatever he said, he probably shouldn't have. Y'all just did really simple rules in this stream. Be nice, be respectful of others. We're not a PG-13 room. I'm not asking you to really filter yourself. Just be nice to people. There's enough people out there being buttholes everywhere else in the world. This is a chill spot. Let's have fun. Let's fish. Don't be a butthole. But I think I'm going to, next time I reel this in, I'm going to throw on a slightly bigger inline sinker and maybe even a slightly bigger hook.
Motion detected in the side yard.
So we can lug this line out there a little bit further. I think the bullheads, where I've been catching them previously, there's kind of a deeper pocket, a deeper pool a ways out here. And I'm just not quite getting to it with this little 1/4 ounce weight or whatever this is. Being rude for no reason. Yep. No, we don't tolerate that. Joel Vetters, why does Dollar General not sell anything for $1? I think at one point in time they did, then inflation happened. I mean, are they supposed to change the name to the $1.29 store or the $1.65 store? I mean, all right, come on, fishy, fishy, fishy. What do we still got? We need to catch a carp. We need to catch a white sucker.
Motion detected in the side yard.
We need to catch a bullhead and a pumpkinseed. When I go to DG, the prices never math when you ring it up. Yeah, I think a lot of places like that are kind of scammy. They're the type that'll put the price tag on the shelf as, 99 cents, and you go to ring it up and it's like $2.37. And they just do that shit, knowing that most people aren't going to pay enough attention that they could get away with ringing it up for basically whatever they want as long as it's not too egregious. Oh, it's so nice out today. Max Valley caught a yellow perch in the Missouri River. I keep getting fish brain notifications. My friend put a white sucker on the smoker, said it was so good he'd never throw one back again. I've never actually tried eating them. I know that they make really good bait. That's what I typically, if I'm going to keep a white sucker, I'll keep them for cut bait. Unknown from DZ. Hey man, it's Danny from middle school. Danny. Was that just a bullshit post, or was that my long lost friend Danny from middle school? I don't even know if I knew a Danny in middle school. John Nyberg, my uncle bought 10 acres in Montana, but there was no water on his land, so he sold it. But hey, there's water right in front of you. Yeah, I tried, when I was moving back to Montana, I put in an offer which was initially accepted, but the seller reneged on it. I had 78 acres of Missouri River riverfront I'm right by Fort Benton, Montana, right upstream from Fort Benton. I was ecstatic. It was going to be perfect. It was only accessible by water. There was no no road going to it yet. Um, Absolutely gorgeous and some of the best fishing in Montana right in that stretch of the river. Catfish, um, pike, sturgeon, pretty much anything that's in the Missouri is in that stretch of river. And within 24 hours, they reneged on the buy-sell order that they'd already signed, and they sold it for less money to a family friend. So sad. It was calling you gay. Oh, all right, Josie. Neil B. Talk, welcome back, buddy. Involving in outdoor activities assists people in ensuring a very healthy body and mind. Also helps them tackle all kinds of obstacles smoothly. It does. Udek, it helps clear my mind. I relax. I forget about the stresses of everyday life as much as possible. Ryan Hahn, I wish I could fish as much as you, my guy. Well, you can always come along for the journey watching the live streams. I know it's not quite the same thing, but a lot of people aren't able to get out and fish as often as they would like to. You know, do it when you can. Otherwise, you're always welcome to come hang out on my stream and fish with me. Dude, I'm sure you don't care, but when I come back to your live stream in a month, I expect 0 cigarettes. You got this. Alfie, that would be wonderful. I have been seriously contemplating quitting. I need to make the decision to do it. It's not one of those things that works if you half-ass it, and I'm not quite ready yet. I appreciate the support though, Alfie. Emron, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? John Nyberg says bummer. I'm not sure what you're bummering about. Madhead joke, how do you know at a gay picnic the hot dog smells of shit? Okay. Joel Vetters, do you have to pay property tax on all the land or just developed land? There is still property tax on undeveloped land. The rate, the percentage of it is way lower than developed though. It's like pennies on the dollar compared to developed land. Daniel, what's good striper bait? I don't know, buddy. I've never caught a striper before. Maybe somebody here in chat who fishes in brackish or saltwater can help you with striper. Oh, bummer for the land deal. Yeah, every time I think about it, not only does it make me sad, but I get angry. I should have sued him. I could have sued him. I could have forced them to make the sale. That's just not how I am. But yeah, very irritating. Essentially what happened, the guy that was selling the property was a river outfitter, so that's what he had done for business for a couple of decades. And what he ended up selling the land to a family friend who was also an outfitter. So he wanted to keep it, you know, owned by another outfitter. I wanted to develop it, and I was gonna put a house on it. And yeah, he reneged on the offer after actually, you know, already signing it. So it irritates me. It absolutely breathtaking. In fact, the first video, if you go look on my YouTube channel, and the first long form video that I posted, it's like boat in the water in the Missouri River. That was actually, I was on the boat going to that property to go check it out. So you can see kind of the surroundings and the general appearance, you know, what that land would look like. It's not specifically of that land, but it's of the river leading up to it. Absolutely gorgeous, breathtaking, huge, you know, natural cliff walls from the Missouri River, you know, grinding through the valley for millions of years. Big old growth trees. It's just breathtaking. Quitting smoking is tough. I've had 1 month, but I have not put a vape down in a month. I mean, the vaping is better for you than smoking, honestly. Emron, bro, I say hi. I said hi to you, Emron. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Gary Warren, vapes can collapse lungs if smoked. Yeah, like anything else, done in excess, it's also very bad for you. I've seen what happens to long-term smokers when they get older. Yeah, the health effects of smoking are absolutely devastating. It's one of the worst things you could ever choose to do. Cigarettes have chemicals in them. Vapes have nothing but chemicals. I would choose cigarettes. I don't know. They're both pretty bad for you. But I've tried using vapes to quit smoking, and it just doesn't cut the craving. If you want a very strong heart, full of courage and stamina, then you should delve into outdoor activities as much as you can. I agree. It helps you. Like people say, get off the computer, go touch some grass. Like, I mean, that's real. People are so interconnected, you know, through the web that they forget that they're missing out on real life. Ooh, there's a small bite. Fryer asks, how old are you, Rod? I am 42 years old. I'll be 43 later this year. I'll check it out. I'm from Vermont, and that's beautiful and great fishing, but Montana is awesome. It is. I love Montana, and that stretch of the river, Fort Benton, Loma area is some of the prettiest area on the Missouri River that I've ever seen. And I almost had 78 acres. It would have been so perfect. Do you play Call of Duty or not? I used to. Call of Duty, I sucked at it. I was never good at first-person shooter games, but Call of Duty was one that I did get into. I played 3 or 4 of the different versions of it over the years. Had an absolute blast playing it, but I never was all that great at it. I quit smoking at 36 years old. Best thing I ever did. I believe it, John. Congratulations. Stick to it. Rippin' Rods TV, what's going on, buddy? Welcome to the stream. No, it's a terrible habit, but it's when you've been smoking as long as I have, your body just gets so used to the nicotine and God knows what other chemicals they put in cigarettes these days. And it is not an easy thing to quit. Nope. Something's biting at. Why do fish do that? They bite at just the bare line in the water. Colt, welcome back to the stream. Devin West says, you into the dog mouth or what? Devin, I am not entirely sure what you mean by that. What does into the dog mouth mean? Colt, I do remember you. How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. I woke up one day and stopped, not planned or anything. That's good, Madhead. There have been a couple of times where, you know, you get like really sick, you get a really bad sore throat, a cough, and like it hurts to smoke. A couple of times I've gotten sick like that. I've, you know, you don't smoke for 3 days, 5 days, and you're like, all right, I got this. I'm not going to smoke anymore. And then something always happens. Usually it's stress for me. Stress is one of my triggers. When I get stressed, a cigarette, that's one of the few times that a cigarette, it's just like, it like just takes that edge off. But yeah, so I've quit a few times. I've tried medications. Just nothing seems to stick, and it's usually because I don't have the mentality that I've, you know, fully committed to quitting. I'm gonna try this one more time. If I can't get it out to, still not quite far enough. Next time I'm gonna put a heavier weight on there. We're not getting quite out to that deeper pool that I think the bullheads are chilling in. Quit drinking at 36. I quit again at 40. Am I doing something wrong? Usually, if you have to quit more than once, yeah, the thing you're doing wrong is you're starting again. Come on, fishy, fishy. Carp. Bullhead. Let's go. Cue carp on pole now. Somebody will a carp onto this line for me. We need a carp. I love cigarettes and coffee in the morning. That was the best. Does the cigarette help the dogs? What do you mean, does it help the dogs? I'm looking into dogs, my guy. I don't think dogs like cigarettes, no. Keoki Mamala said hi. Welcome to the stream, Keoki. Where are you from, Keoki? Udex. Life is beautiful, full of opportunities, however people make it complex. Yeah. I don't know. I think oftentimes people just take things way more seriously than they need to. They get way too worked up about things that they shouldn't. Life happens to you sometimes, you know. You just got to roll with the punches and realize that things are only as big of a deal as you make them to be. So I don't know. Try to have fun. If you're after bluegill, no, we've had one largemouth bass, 2 bluegill, and 1 yellow perch so far. Yeah. Bullhead, is that the same as hornpout? I am not familiar with what a hornpout is. A bullhead is a bullhead catfish. We have yellow bullheads here and we have black bullheads here, and they're a very small catfish. Usually somewhere between like 6 and 9 inches. They're just little guys, super cute little fish. They can get to be bigger. Not a lot bigger here in Montana, but I know that other places in the United States, bullhead do actually get to be fairly sizable catfish. Here in Montana, they're, you know, under 12 inches. Devin, we're not a guy with fleshlight. Devin, you're kind of talking crazy here lately. Rod, if you check the carp rod, if you think the bait's still there, I don't carp fish. We did about, I don't know, it's 30, 45 minutes ago, we rebaited and cast it out to a slightly different spot. But I've explained that a couple of times. Maybe you missed it, Josie. So the carp rods is a rod that unless I know I lost bait casting it out, which does happen sometimes with bread balls, or if I'm getting like a lot of nibbles on it that I think are degrading, you know, the bread ball that's on there. Unless one of those two things happen, I will throw a carp rod out there, and sometimes it'll sit for 4, 5, 6 hours. And it's one of those baits, a bread ball is one of those baits, the longer it sits out there, the better it is, because it basically chums the water around it. As it sits there, that bread starts expanding, and you get kind of like a cloud of bread particles that spread out around it. But yeah, I've had a bread ball rig sit out there for 8 hours, you know, untouched, and then after 8 hours, it absolutely gets slammed. So unless we're seeing stuff picking away at it, essentially, I just leave it be. I'm new into you, by the way, carp cough. Is it just me, or is everything Devin's saying incredibly confusing? Joel Vetter's Jankhead. What are you talking about, Joel? Dan Rittige, welcome to the stream. Beautiful lake. It is really pretty when it's glass like this. Big blue sky just reflecting off of there. This is actually a very small pond, though. It's 5.5 acres. Try method feeder on carp rod. I've seen some videos. I've never tried that, Madhead. One of these days I'm going to pick up one. Dan, is this Montana? Yep, we're in central Montana. This is Largent Bend Fishing Access Pond. This is pond number 2. We're right outside of a small town called Vaughn, Montana. Do you ever throw corn for carp? They can get pretty big. Corn does work. My top 3 baits for carp are going to be bread ball number 1, worms number 2, and corn number 3. And sometimes I will throw a combination of all 3 on the rig. Bread ball for me in this particular water body has historically done the best. I have caught some off of worms. I have caught some off of corn. But I catch typically more carp and bigger carp when I use bread balls. And I used to chum for them. When I would first get here, I would throw out, you know, a half a can or sometimes a whole can of corn, or bring cat food or dog food, you know, dry pellets, and throw it out there. And I did catch more carp. It brings more carp in, but it also brings the turtles in. And that is at the absolute bottom of my list for things to catch. They're super cute. I love turtles. I hate catching turtles on a fishing hook. They're so painful to try and get off of a hook. In fact, we caught one on earlier this week in a stream when we were at Wadsworth Pond. I unfortunately caught a turtle, and I was able to show on there how to properly cut your hook and get it out of a turtle. But I try to avoid catching them whenever possible. Person I knew through a friend would spray WD-40 on his lure so you'd catch more fish than you can imagine. The oils in the water. Yeah, so that there are a lot of people that do use WD-40, and I'm not sure exactly what it does or why it works. I will tell you the why I won't use it. There are WD-40, read the ingredients on it and then go read how dangerous, how carcinogenic, and how poisonous they are for humans and animals to consume. Don't be that guy throwing that crap in the water. There are lots of natural alternatives that work just as well, if not better, that aren't literally poison. Don't put WD-40 on your lures. Kyoki says, hi, you're the best. I appreciate that, Kyoki. Dan Riddage, catch any? Yeah, we've caught a bunch today. 1 largemouth bass, 12 bluegill, and 1 yellow perch so far. We're still trying to get, there's 4 other species I would like to pick up out of here. Carp, yellow bullheads, white suckers, and pumpkinseed. So we have about 3.5 hours to try and pull 4 species out. I don't know if we're going to do it. We will keep trying, though. John Nyberg, I caught a sea turtle in Hawaii. It was huge. I felt so bad, but I got the hook out. Poor guy. Yeah, there's just... They're so hard to get out because a turtle does what a turtle does. They turtle their little damn head in, and when they got a hook in their mouth, they pull it in, which makes it next to impossible to get out. But then if you have the hook exposed, when they pull in, they start catching, you know, like chunks of their neck, and it gets real bad real fast. So don't ever purposefully try and catch a turtle. I know it sounds fun. It's not. It's very bad for the animal. Try and avoid them if you can. W. Loxton, hello from Glastonbury, England. Welcome, W. We're in central Montana here. Kyoki, have you caught anything? Yep, 1 largemouth bass, 12 bluegill, and 1 yellow perch so far. We've had quite a lot of catches so far, nothing real big. But again, we're doing a fishing challenge today. If you looked at the title of the stream as you clicked in, we're trying to see how many different species we can catch in this little pond. And this has been kind of a recurring weekly challenge for us here. So far, the best we've gotten is 4 out of the 7. We're at 3 out of the 7 today. One of these days, we're going to get all 7. One of these days. We still got 3.5 hours or so left in this stream, so we could potentially do it. Are there any eels in Montana? I don't think so, John Nyberg. We do have one fish called a ling, L-I-N-G, that is kind of eel-like when they're adolescents. But I don't think we have any like legitimate eel species here in Montana. They look kind of like an eel when they're younger, and when they get into a full-size adult fish, they look like a mutant tadpole. They have like a fat head and a skinny tail. Ling, L-I-N-G. Not the A and I, L-I-N-G. They're also known as a burbot, B-U-R-B-O-T. I've never caught one. We do have them here though, and they're in quite a few of the water bodies that I fish in. They're just an infrequent catch. All right, let me go grab, I'm gonna grab a little bit heavier sinker and maybe a little bit bigger hook. And we're gonna try and get this bottom rig a little bit further out into the water here. Maybe we'll even keep the little hook on there. We'll just get a little bit bigger weight. You got crabs in your... in my what? Do I have crabs in my what? No, there's no crabs. Well, we have crawfish. I don't think we have any actual crabs here in Montana. Not that I'm aware of, at least. All right, so we're just swapping over to a slightly heavier weight. Bluegill, pumpkinseed, and sunfish. What's the difference? They're all part of the same. The sunfish are all quite similar. A lot of them just have slightly different coloration. So like a bluegill and a pumpkinseed look almost identical. The pumpkinseeds, the black dot on the side has like another dot on top of it that's shaped kind of like a half moon, and it's red. That's a pumpkinseed. And a lot of them are like that. There's just slight variations in coloration. It's all basically the same fish. This particular pond has both bluegills and pumpkinseed in it. And we should, let's see here. Let's give it another hour at this spot. So it's 5:30-ish right now. Let's say at 6:30, we will head down the bank here a little bit towards, there's a couple of fallen trees down here, and that's where I normally catch pumpkinseed here. Any crappie? We don't in this pond. So Largent Bend has pond number 1, pond number 2 that we're fishing in, and then pond number 3 is about a quarter mile. You gotta wade across the Sun River and then go over to it. Pond number 3 has black crappie in it. Oh, and here's some rain. I'm feeling some sprinkles here. There we go. A little bit more weight is what we needed. Now we're out there where I think the white sucker and the bullheads are probably going to be. But give me a moment here, guys. Again, it is starting to sprinkle. I'm going to move a little bit of my stuff under the overhang here, so it is not getting rained on. I'm gonna move my battery pack under here. All right. And we're back fishing. Kiyoki says you're the best. I appreciate that. You're very nice, Kiyoki. Thank you. Where are you from, Kiyoki? John Nyberg. Do you eat them in Montana? I know a lot of... Oftentimes when I'm here, people have a whole stringer full of these itty little bluegill that we're pulling out. People do eat them. I don't like... Normally, if I'm going to keep a fish to eat, it's going to be about 2 to 3 pounds. Not super big, because the big ones don't taste as good, the texture's not as good, they contain more heavy metals. But I also don't like eating super small fish because it's so much work to fillet a fish. The smaller they are, the harder it is to fillet. It's just a pain in the butt. So small fish like this, I don't ever keep. 2 to 3 pounds is the range that I'm normally targeting. What do they call a guy who can bait 50 hook in a minute? A master baiter. That was a bite. That felt like a bullhead. Ooh, is he on there? Oh, we got a fish on, guys. I think we might have our bullhead here. It might be a bluegill again, but normally they're not feeding off the bottom. Ooh, I don't know if he's still on there. We might have lost him. This is a pretty small hook. No, we lost it. Dang it. That felt like, I'm pretty sure that was our bullhead though. That's good. They're biting. Normally they don't bite until later in the day. But if I can get this right back out in that same general area, if one of them's biting, we can probably get another one to bite too. That felt like a bullhead though. Bullhead or a perch. Hard to tell sometimes. Rick Rob, welcome to the stream. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Kyoki says Hawaii. Okay. Gorgeous area. I love Hawaii. Dan Riddage, if I win, is it $1 million tonight? I'm making a 25-acre lake. Heck yeah, Dan. Make me one too. Jerry, 1993 News. What's up, Jerry? 1993 News Rookie movie. News Rookie. Doesn't sound familiar. Pesky jankheads again. Yeah. Braden said hi. Welcome to the stream, Braden. 185 likes. I appreciate that, you guys. Awesome. Getting so close to 200. Braden says, I am a subscriber. Appreciate that, Braden. I appreciate every last one of you guys that go and subscribe to my page. It's crazy how fast this channel's growing. We've only been streaming a little over a month and we have screamed past 1,000 subscribers already. It's crazy. But I'm glad it seems like you guys are enjoying coming along to fish with me just as much as I'm enjoying you guys coming along to fish. So I meant to say that was a rookie move, letting that fish get off. Oh, Jerry. Yeah, we're fishing with just a micro hook here. I need to put on a little bit bigger one. There's another bite. And I need to ease off on my hook sets here. I keep setting the hook like I'm catching a bass or a pike here. I need to remember I'm fishing for itty bitties. Lee Suave, do you work? Yeah, I work full-time still. I am getting close to retirement. I think I'll probably work for another 2, maybe 3 years. 45 is kind of the age that I set that I want to retire at. But I do still work full-time until then. Braden asks, what state do you live in? We're in central Montana here. Madhead, your channel frowning fast. Well done. I mean, did you mean growing, not frowning? Yeah, I work for a web development firm. I do development, security consulting, various different nerdy things. Which has always been a hobby of mine. But it's one of those things that when a hobby turns into work, it becomes a lot less fun. I don't have nearly as much fun doing it now as I used to. The Puka says, hello from South Florida. Welcome, the Puka. How you doing? Glad I found your channel. Good for the soul. I just subscribed. I appreciate that, John. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. We do stream here 2 to 3 times a week. We fish for pretty much anything that's in these waters. We don't usually, we're not too picky. I do have my favorites, but a lot of times the stream, I'm trying to demonstrate what we can catch in different waters, what I do to catch them. So we're not usually after just one species and one species only. We do bank fishing, we do fishing from the boat, ponds, lakes, streams, rivers, pretty much anything. So if you guys like fishing, you like live streams, you like hanging out and chatting, hit that subscribe button, come back, hang out with us. We'd love to have you. 5-acre pond is perfect. Yeah, this is 5.5 acres. It's a good sized pond. It's big enough that you can, if it were managed properly, I think you could probably grow some really big fish in here. As it stands, I don't think it's actively managed all that well. There's no aeration, so winter time comes and there's usually a decent fish kill off, but I'm pretty sure it's spring fed. So it's good clean water for the most part, other than leaching nasty stuff from the sewage lagoon over there. The pond number 3 is actually a much better pond. It's just a pain in the butt to get to and there's no cell signal over there. That one actually has tiger muskie in it. I'd love to bring you guys back there to catch a tiger muskie. Is it a true pond or is there some sort of inlet flowing into it? As far as I understand it, so I think it's spring fed. And the reason that I think that is, so there's the main dock right over here off screen. And oftentimes, usually when I'm down here, there's a group of people that are fishing off of there. And for the years that I've fished this pond, I've always heard people say, they swim out like a few feet from the dock in front of it, and anytime they go under the water, they'll always come out like, whoa, why did it get so cold down there? So there's a spot a little ways out from the dock and at the bottom that anytime people swim through it, somebody always comes up and says they can feel, much, much colder water. And I'm pretty sure it's a ground spring over there that feeds this pond. Madheads, maggots are a good choice. I've never fished with maggots. Somebody was saying mealworms. Oh, that was Skipjack Cindy's stream last night. They were fishing with mealworms. And they had 2 or 3 catches off of mealworms. Catfish or carp. The Puka says, I got into fishing a couple of months ago and I love it. I caught 11 fish so far. Is that good? Yeah, that's pretty good, Puka. Keep at it. Fishing's fun. I love to fish. My friend says it's a 19-acre lake. That's a good-sized lake. Zolos, I love watching these streams since there isn't any non-contaminated freshwater sources in my area. Yeah, water quality is a problem in a lot of places. But thanks for joining. Glad you're having a good time. Dan Riddigy, that have 5-pound bass all around the pond. I've seen 5-6 pounders pulled out of here. It's a pretty infrequent catch. Most of them are, a pound to 2 pounds, sometimes 3-4 pounds, but most of them are on the smaller side that come out of here. Bluegill, like mealworms, sometimes trout and small bass will eat them too. Bluegill will eat anything, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Flores. When we come down here and I run out of worms, or when I bring my son down here, I'll pick around, in the area here and I'll find a little chunk of we got a little piece of orange plastic here. I'll rig that up on a micro hook, and he'll fish with that all day and catch probably more bluegill than you will with a worm or anything else on it. They're not smart. They bite at anything. Just throw some tidbit of something that's colorful on the end of your hook. Hopefully something that'll stay there that you don't have to keep replacing. You can catch them all day long. Waxworms is what they call them in Minnesota. So I've bought waxworms when we had a salamander for a pet for a while, and I was buying and feeding him waxworms. I've never tried them for fish bait though. They were very soft, very gooey. I don't know how well that would stay on your line. Going to a place called Derwent Reservoir tomorrow. There are some good sized pike. Biggest was over 30 pounds. Nice, dude. That sounds like my kind of fishing hole, Madhead. I would love to fish that. Andrew Holm, do a backflip to attract the fishes. If I tried to do a backflip, one of y'all would have to call an ambulance for me. I'd break my neck, break my hip. There will be no backflipping on this stream. Sorry to disappoint. Lulagi, welcome to the stream. Common fishing. Dave James, big carp are smart. Sometimes. I'd like to catch a sturgeon, said Richard Moat. Sturgeon are fun to catch. I've never caught a real big one, but I do, you know, a few times a year usually head further down the Missouri River from here to a place called Fort Benton, Montana, or Loma, Montana. And we catch both pallid sturgeon as well as shovel-nosed sturgeon down there. Nope, no backflips. 0 backflips. Come to England, I'll take you to it. I would love to, one of these days. Like I said, after retirement, I do plan on doing some traveling around the world to do some fishing. So if y'all are still around and subbing to me at that time, maybe we can arrange something. I'd love to come fish with some of y'all. Giga Chad says, ever catch a muskie? We don't have native muskie around here. We do have in a handful of water bodies hybridization, a hybrid between a northern pike and a muskie, which is called a tiger muskie. And I've never landed one. I had one good-sized one, 30-plus incher at the side of the boat last year, but he managed to spit the while I was fighting trying to get the damn thing in the net. It's one of those times where you accidentally get the treble hook caught on like the edge of the net as you're trying to catch it, and then you have a fish caught to the net outside the net, and it was basically a giant shit show, and we lost the fish in the process. I'd like to fish one lake or pond that doesn't see hundreds of fishermen a week. California blows for inland fishing, great saltwater fishing though. Yeah, Mr. Flora, that's a lot of water bodies around here are like that. I do have a Starlink Mini on the way. It should be here in the next week or so. So sometime in the next couple of weeks, we will get Starlink set up, and I will hopefully be able to take you guys to some places like that where, you know, it may have been a month, a week, a year since anybody's fished, you know, that water body. And we'll be taking it to some of those more remote mountain water bodies. Got a muskie in a UK canal. Heck yeah. You've got 4 muskie. Nice. I'm jealous. That is the fish at the top of my bucket list right now. Tiger muskie. SoCal Outdoors, welcome to the stream, buddy. I saw you went live like right as I was pulling into the parking lot here. How'd you do at the lake? They have 30-pound rainbows in the UK. Richard Moat, the rainbow trout here, I think the state record is well over 30 pounds here in Montana. I've never caught anything even remotely close to that big though. The biggest biggest rainbow I've caught here was just under 5 pounds. The Puka says, it looks so peaceful out there. I subbed. I love this type of content. It is. The storm, it's kind of been back and forth, like it's gonna storm and then it's not, then it's gonna storm. We're in one of those it's not phases. But as they say around here in Montana, you don't like the weather, wait a few minutes. It'll change. Sometimes we have all 4 seasons in one day. Richard Moat says they're huge. Yeah, that's a big rainbow, Richard. I live in Minnesota, so a lot of native muskie here. I wish. No, we have the northern pike, which get quite sizable, and the tiger muskie. But the tiger muskie fishing is really limited because they're a sterile species. They can't reproduce. So they live the 10 to 12 years after they're stocked in a pond, then they die off. Thomas, hi, welcome to the stream. Whenever somebody says UK has monster fish, I just don't believe it. I don't know, Joel. UK does have some pretty big fish. Joshua says, hey man, welcome to the stream, Joshua. Tommy says, hi, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining, guys. Craig Lord, hope you catch one soon, brother. Yeah, we were catching them left and right when we had the bobber on, but we've caught basically all of the species besides a pumpkinseed. that we can catch off a bobber. We're doing a species challenge today, so we switched to bottom fishing. We're trying to pull in a bullhead or a sucker fish. 112 out here, so I'm getting my ass kicked. Still 0 fish. Ah, man, that's rough, SoCal. Fishing in hot weather like that is just, it's so draining. We've caught a ton of fish here today, but they've all been dinks. 1 largemouth, 12 bluegill, and 1 yellow perch so far. I seen a Bigfoot by a lake in the woods. Oh yeah, Dan? Joshua asks, what is your PR? You mean PB? Can you clarify? AM Outdoors said hi. Welcome to the stream, AM Outdoors. Thanks for joining. I subbed, so I'll see you later. Was nice chilling for a minute, but I got to get off YouTube. Peace. Thanks for coming to hang out, Mr. Flores. I appreciate the sub. We stream a couple of times a week usually. Come back, hang out. Would love to see you again. Be back soon. Got to pick stuff up. Got to pick stuff in the garden. Oh, Josie, that sounds so good. Go pick me. Do you have cherry tomatoes? I would kill for a nice, fresh cherry tomato right now. But have fun, Josie. We'll be here. Thanks for... I always appreciate your help, Josie, and your company. Thank you. 4-ring 8P. The only thing big that I've caught was 33-pound salmon out of the Sacramento River. That's a big salmon, my friend. I think the biggest kokanee that I've ever caught here was right around 5 or 6 pounds. They get much larger than that. I've never managed to pull one out big. 33 pounds is the Montana state record. Okay. Thanks for looking that up, Richard. Yeah, 5 pounds. I mean, 5 pounds, 33 pounds, that's not even in the same spectrum. I wish I could catch a 30-pound, 30-pound anything, honestly. We have a few good salmon rivers. Nice. Sigma Goat, welcome to the stream. Joshua, can you give me tips for what roads to use for certain... Oh, what rods to use for certain areas? What type of fish are you trying to catch, Joshua? Tommy and the elk are like cockroaches. We have a lot of elk here in Montana. Elk are one of my favorite wild game meats to eat. They are absolutely delicious. 48 pounds is the world's biggest rainbow. Good God. That is just a monolithic trout. I think we're pulling through the weeds here. Let me get caught up on chat here. Biggest fish I've caught is Leech Lake is a muskie 37-inch. It's still a good size muskie. Caleb, welcome to the stream. Personal record. Oh, okay. Biggest fish I've landed is a 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. That's landed in the net, measured, weighed. Biggest fish I've ever caught, you know, had on the end of my line was last year. I did not get it in the net, didn't get a weight, didn't get a measurement. It would not fit in the net. It was so damn big. I estimated it to be about a 50-pound common carp, which would have absolutely blown away the Montana state record, which is somewhere around 40 pounds. If you guys know what a propane tank is, like you use for your barbecue grills, just imagine a propane tank painted in, you know, the design of a carp. That's what I had on the end of my line. Got it all the way to the bank. Its fat ass would not fit in the net. And me struggling trying to get fat fish in the net, it managed to, it actually snapped my line off and swam away. I think your PB trout was 9.6 pounds. That's a good sized trout, dude. To top it off, my stream absolutely tanked today. I actually lost subs somehow. SoCal, one, that sucks, but two, every stream I do, what I end the stream with, within 1 to 2 hours, I almost always lose anywhere from like 2 subs to 10 subs. And I don't know if that's just YouTube can't do math or what, but always there's less subs at the, you know, when an hour after the stream ends than when the stream ends. And it always confuses me and kind of irritates me. I don't know what YouTube's deal is. And that did not go out quite as far as I hoped. But sorry to hear you're having a rough day there, SoCal. For those of you guys that are in here, SoCal is also another streamer. Do me a favor. Hop over to his channel and give him a sub. He's almost at 1,000. He's at that threshold. And he's a good guy. If you like my stream, you would probably like his stream. I get along with him real well. We have kind of the same attitude, and he fishes. He's in Southern California. He fishes out of the ocean. He fishes out of freshwater. He catches bigger fish and more fish usually than I do. Good guy though. Good stream. If you like my stream, you like fishing streams, hop over to his channel, check him out. Give him a follow. Help him out. He's so close to 1,000 subs. I have so many cherry tomatoes. If only I could send you some. I appreciate that, Josie. My mom grew her garden last year, and the deer ate so much of it. They're little buttheads. They get in and just ravage it. Usually average 7 to 10K views. Past 3 days, I've only gotten 50 to 60 views per live. YouTube's algorithm is weird. Some days it pushes you, some days it doesn't. I don't know quite exactly what's up with that. No problem, buddy. Try to be a good dude. Richard, I always do. I go out of my way to try and help people and be nice to people usually. Some days I have a bad day and I'm not as nice as others, but I do try. David Posts, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Dan Riddage, we had to leave the lake. Why, Dan? 4 ring 8P took me about an hour half to land, but definitely a good fun fight. Heck yeah, 4. Congratulations again, Joshua. Sound like stingrays and rag sharks. Okay, so I don't really do ocean fishing. Maybe SoCal here could give you a better idea of what poles and reels you should be looking at to do saltwater fishing. We're in Montana here. There's no saltwater fish here. And for saltwater fishing, oftentimes you're gonna want way bigger rigs than what you would use for freshwater because you might pull, some big stuff out. Katrina Cook, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, Katrina? Jerome, stop smoking. Yeah, I know, buddy. Tommy says, I drive Jeep. YJ came through Montana 4 times this year, overlanding. They scare me driving at night. Oh, yeah, driving towards dusk or at nighttime can be rather hectic here in Montana. I have luckily never actually creamed a deer. I've come so close so many times. I mean, in fact, a few weeks ago on stream, I almost creamed 2 deer while we were driving down the freeway. It's dangerous. You gotta really be paying attention on the ditches because they just dart right out in front of you. Braden, what are you fishing for? We're doing a fishing challenge today, Braden. We're trying to see how many different species we can pull out of the pond here. We've got 3 so far. There's 4 more that I would like to catch to actually complete this challenge. We still need to get white sucker, yellow bullhead, common carp, and pumpkinseed. We've landed 1 largemouth, 12 bluegill, and 1 yellow perch so far. 40.2 is the Montana state record. Yep, that sounds about right, Richard. Boy, I got a story my great-grandma caught northern the size of her at Lake of the Woods. Nice. Maxim, I speak English. I don't know what the squigglies mean. Tommy, I caught 22-pound blue cat last time I came through Montana. Probably you caught a channel cat, Tommy. We don't actually have blue cat or flathead here. I grew up calling them blue cats or blue channel cats, but they're actually a channel cat. But yeah, that's a good sized channel cat. Appreciate the support. Anytime, SoCal. And I did add SoCal, type exclamation commands and then click the link and then go look at the commands. There's one, I have it like Skipjack's Indian, hers, that you type pineapple. I set up a command for it, but I can't remember whether I set it as .beg or .promote. But you should be able to add a link to your channel. Noel, did you catch fish yet? We've caught 14 fish so far, yes. Scared to go back to fishing after seeing that thing? Giga Chad, nice. Mancado is nice. Goomer Cruz, SoCal, what's your channel name? There it is, at SoCal Outdoors. Deborah Pot Rod, are you keeping any fish? Nope, Deborah, catch and release today. Noel, yes, we've caught 14 fish today. 1 largemouth, 12 bluegill, 1 yellow perch. Okay, thanks, and sorry because I'm from South Africa where it's mostly sea than rivers. No, not a problem, Josh. I don't normally fish saltwater and I don't want to give you bad advice. 8 feet tall snapping branches, no way it was a bear. Oh, God. Yeah, something lurking out there. You look like a skinny version of Richard Simmons, and I'm here for it. Mountain Man, are you the same person who said something like that like 2 weeks ago? Or is that now the second comparison to Richard Simmons that I'm getting? That's not something I've gotten my entire life and now twice in 2 weeks. It's, I don't know, man. Mountain Man, I don't see it. Yeah, I told Miyazaki that, and she's like, "Who?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're not as old as I am." So I had to show the picture, and she's like, "Nah, I don't know how they see that." Yeah, there you go. So SoCal, then if you click on the link that it gives you there, it'll take you to a page and let you show you the commands that I've added. One of them is it's either .promote or .beg. Gives an unclickable link on Nightbot. Oh, you're on a cell phone. Shit. Type .promote. See if that does it. Use a bobber with a piece of corn and a night crawler 4 foot down for bluegill and carp. We've already caught a bunch of bluegill. We could try, I do have some corn, I think, in the bag that we could try for carp here in a little bit. We have bread balls right now for carp. Just got timed out for some more channels. Travis, you say that every time you come in here, and you know exactly why you're getting timed out, because oftentimes you say, I was trolling. That's why you get timed out. People, you may think you're funny, and sometimes you may be funny, but oftentimes people kick trolls out of there or mute trolls in the channel. That's why you keep getting muted. I'd appreciate it if you didn't announce every time you came in here how many other channels you get kicked out of, because one of my mods might show you the door. Just a fair warning. James Slabbert, what species are you targeting? Anything? Yeah, we're doing multi-species today. There's 4 species that we're still trying to get: yellow bullhead, white sucker, common carp, and pumpkinseed. Catfishy, how's the catfish in Montana? They get to be fairly large, not as large as other places in the United States. Our channel cats here are somewhere around 40 pounds. Biggest one I've caught so far this year is like 14.5 pounds. Pretty good sized. But you got to go about an hour northeast from here, downstream on the Missouri River to get good sized catfish. And I'm way behind in chat here. Let me scroll through some of this. I apologize if I don't get to your comment. G1, my childhood friend's parents had a cabin near Atkin, Minnesota, another hanging kettle area. I am not, Joel. I mean, yeah, I was trolling. How's it going? We're going good. We've caught, is it 14 bluegill now? I think it's been a while since we've updated the blue. We don't need to count bluegill anymore. Travis, you've made such a bad name for yourself in the fishing community that nobody wants you on their channel anymore. All right, SoCal, I understand exactly what you're saying, but instead of advertising that, if we're going to time them out, time them out. We don't need to get into the details of it. Let's get back to fishing. Shoreline will stop and you won't get banned. Bears can stand up and break branches, especially when they're clawing and climbing trees. Yeah, bears are incredible climbers. It's just kind of scary. Tommy, you look nothing like Richard. You're not wearing the suit. Earn my subscription, brother. I appreciate that, Catfishy. Every one of y'all that hits that like button and sub button, it makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. Thanks, guys. Joel Vetters, G1. What? G1 what? Oh, are you talking to somebody? I don't know what you're talking about. I thought that's what I set it as, is bag, kind of funny, but. So I'm gonna have to, once I get home, maybe I'll leave the stream going tonight when I get home. And I will sit down and, G1 is a guy who lives in Minnesota. Okay, so that one doesn't work either. What the heck? Hold on. Let me go to that web page on here. You know what's weird is you say it doesn't give you a clickable link. So I got two iPhones here, the one that I'm streaming from and the one I'm holding in my hand. On my iPhone that we're streaming from, it's a clickable link. When I look in my chat here, it's not a clickable link, and I don't understand why that is. Give me a second here. nightbot.tv/y. Can I copy it? No, I'm just gonna have to type it in nightbot.tv. I want to see my rod commands. Oh, that's what SoCal type dot shout out, all one word. Dot shout out. So period shout out, all one word. Yeah, I just restarted the stream. Miyazaki, welcome back. Yeah, I had to restart the stream. We've been kind of back and forth. It seems like every time the wind picks up. There we go. There's one that works. But again, for some people that may be clickable, for others it may not be. Yeah, I need to change that one to something shorter. Type dot baitfish. That's the one that tells everybody that I can't use bluegill. How are you feeling? We're doing good, Mia. We've caught a bunch of fish, nothing sizable. We've caught 3 species so far. Okay, so there's that one. And then I also added the weather command, so you can type dot weather and either a zip code or dot weather space and a region, and it should give you ooh, there's a bite. And then I'm also working on one that's dot stats, but it's broken. Something about my code doesn't like. No space after the dot. What are you doing, Miyazaki? Hey, Gia. Just checked your stream for the night. Yeah, we're here for a little bit longer. Likewise. We're doing a fishing challenge again, trying to see how many different species we can pull out. We got 3 of the 7 we're targeting so far. We kind of need to go, I think, a little bit further down. Oh, shit, was that my worm that just came off? Hold on. The pumpkinseed I don't think are at this end of the pond. I've only caught them down there, so we'll probably have to go down that way. I need to set up the night bot on my channel. Yeah, so I can help you set that up sometime if you want. I'm trying to figure out some of the custom commands. I think they timed me out because I posted to use promo code MODGOD for a free timeout. Travis, come on, buddy. If you're going to come into my stream talking about how all the other streams are kicking you out, I'm going to kick you out. Just chill. We're here to talk about fishing, not the drama that is going on in other channels. All right? You're having tea and watching you. All right, Miyazaki. What kind of tea are you drinking? Brad Wilson, welcome to the stream. Udek says, fishing regularly helps people learn how to be optimistic in life, that you should always practice if you want to conquer the whole world, including its people. That's a good way to think about it. Fair dues, sounds good. I was up on Windermere for a few hours today, so I'll have to give a miss tomorrow. Nice one for the offer, though. It's kind of you to offer. Peach tea. Guy says, I love watching. Yeah, I have fun out here. It's always fun to have other people hanging out here watching as well. I would appreciate it. When it comes to computer things, I'm what you call slower than molasses in Canada in January. All right, Soka, yeah, I can help you out with that sometime. Again, I'm still trying to add some custom commands. Once I get a few more of them figured out, I'd be happy to help set the same thing up on your channel for you. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had peach tea. I think if I had to choose a flavor of tea, I don't know if peach would ever be anywhere near the top of my list. Fishing is therapy, just relax and enjoy, pretty much. I have a feeling that I hucked my worm off when I cast this one out. We need to get a bullhead. Peach tea is actually really good. Yeah. I don't know, I'm not usually much for tea. Tea's alright. I prefer just black coffee, honestly. Do you drink English breakfast tea over there with milk and 2 sugars? Sacrifice to the bait gods, yeah. I don't know, the worm's been on there for a while. I brought 2 cans of worms because the last time we did the bait challenge halfway through ooh, that was something. Maybe we do still have worm on there. Now, we did the same challenge. We've done it. This is the 3rd time we've tried this challenge. The first time we got 3 out of the 7. Last week we got 4 out of the 7, but I ran out of worms halfway through the day, and we spent the rest of the day fishing with weird crap out of my bag. Fish eggs and spicy balls. And something is tugging on this, and this does not feel like a bluegill. This is either a sucker, a carp, or a... Oh, we just have a micro hook on here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch a sucker or a carp with the micro hook here. This doesn't feel like a bullhead, though. This is either a sucker or a carp trying to munch on the little chunk of worm out there. No, I think he snagged our worm. Now we're pulling through weeds. All right, let's get another. Oh, what the hell? Well, that was not what I had on the line, but we managed to... This little guy grabbed it as I was reeling it in. Why do they always eat it so deep? Oh, buddy. Another little yellow perch here. A big one, right? There we go. Another little yellow perch, even smaller than the last one. Bait was still there, yep. Yep. Now, I'm pretty sure we had either a sucker or a carp biting at it. But again, it's just a itty bitty little, I think it's a size 6 hook with literally just a tiny chunk of worm on it. Not enough to catch a big fish. But then this little guy grabbed it on the way in. .420 AO, use it as bait. Not allowed for bait here in central Montana. Maybe this lake is out of big fish. It's a pond, not a lake. And most of the stuff that's in here is pretty small. There are some decent sized carp. There's some good sized white sucker that are in here. Decent sized largemouth bass. All right, we'll try this again. I should have put a bigger chunk of a worm on there. God, I love the way that the sky reflects off the water when it's glass like that. It's so pretty. We had this big sinkhole, now it's hailing, tornado last week. Travis, that sounds rough, man. I do like hail. I've always enjoyed, other than it destroys everything. But I don't like being in it, but I like watching hail and the aftermath. Trophy material, right? Miyazaki says, hi, Josie. Tony Gomez, hey man, what are you using? We have one line in, we're trying to get a carp. That one's just kind of soaking over there, the one with the bell that's not doing much of anything. And then we are using just a bottom rig right now with a small segment of a night crawler. We're trying to get either a yellow bullhead or a sucker. Possibly a carp too. Carp will eat the worms. Rylan, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, buddy? SoCal Josie, one of you guys, will you update the catch count? I think we're at 1 largemouth. I think we're actually at 15 bluegill and 2 yellow perch. .420 asks, what's your opinion on catfish overall? I love catfishing. Catfishing is fun. Catfish are one of my favorite fish. Channel cats are one of my favorite fish to eat. Unfortunately, I have to drive about an hour, a little over an hour to get anywhere where we can catch channel cats. Around here, the only catfish that we have are yellow bullhead, black bullhead, which are small, 6 to 9 inches, and then stone cats, which are even smaller. They're about 5 to 6 inches. But the channel cat here get quite large, upwards of 40 pounds. 2 3-pounders is what I usually go for to eat. The worst thing about hail is the destruction of crops. Other than that, it's wild to see. Yeah, we get anywhere from small hail to sometimes, like golf ball size hail around here, and it dents the crap out of cars and screws up roofs and siding and destroys crops. Hail is weird though. Nature is so weird. Throwing chunks of fucking ice down at people. What bait you using? Oop, something just picked it up off the bottom there. We have bread balls on the carp rod there, and then we're just using a little chunk of night crawler on this guy that I'm using on a bottom rig. There we go, 200 likes. We hit 200 likes. Let's go. Appreciate that, guys. I'm not sure how many of y'all were around for for Sunday's stream. We had 490 likes or something like that across the stream. It was absolutely crazy. We had almost 40,000 views in that stream. 200 subs, 220 concurrent users. Who the hell is texting the crap out of my phone here? Oh. You missed it, you were at work. Oh, okay. James Slabberts, what are your thoughts on spinnerbaits? Is it unfair fishing? From South Africa, caught my new PB bass 2 days ago, never had a scale. Good 3.5 to 4 kilograms. Caught it on white and chartreuse spinner. Spinner is an excellent lure. And I don't think there's anything unfair about using a spinner. As long as it's within the laws, within the regulations, use it, abuse it, catch some big fish. Joshua, welcome to the stream. Fishing, cooking with Jose. Fish on. I don't think we have a fish on. Why is your name with a check? Oh, are you like a verified channel? Look at that. We got a check mark in the stream here. Fishing, cooking with Josie. Why is your name special? I want my name to be special. Was that Cart? NBA edits, yeah. I absolutely love them now, but it is bad fishing etiquette to use them all the time. Why? Why would it be bad etiquette to use spinners? If a bait works, if a lure works, that's the name of the game. We're here to catch fish. Angel Delgado, if you look, for those of you who are new to the stream, those who have just joined, or those just who haven't been paying attention, when we catch fish here, normally one of my mods or somebody that's a regular in the room will type into the chat there what was caught, and then I pin it so it goes on your cell phone. It'll be at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a desktop or a tablet, it goes at the top of the screen. But if you look, there's a Josie J, a wrench, and then it says 1 largemouth bass, 15 bluegill, 2 yellow perch. That's what we've caught in today's stream so far. Sebastian, I'm texting you. What's up, Sebastian? How you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Travis, see if we get another mudslide like that triggers a volcano. I don't know if a mudslide would trigger a volcano. Yeah, story model, baseball 19 life on. No, nothing currently. We're fishing 2 bottom rigs right now. One for carp with bread balls, and then another one we just have a small segment of worm. Trying to catch a yellow bullhead or a white sucker so we can move on to a different species. James, spinnerbaits are totally ethical. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would say a spinnerbait isn't ethical. I mean, the only bait lure I know of that I would say is not ethical is people who drag weighted treble hooks across the bottom trying to snag fish. That's not an ethical way to fish, even though it is technically legal in some places. That's how people here fish for paddlefish, and I absolutely abhor it. I can't stand it. One of our best sellers are spinners. Yeah, spinner is a highly effective lure for lots of different species. Miyazaki kick his butt if he's late today. She's not working. She's at home already. She's home with the kiddo. I think they're both chilling playing video games. Fair, I'm considering moving to Oxford, but worried I might regret leaving the north behind. Dave James, you're a special man, Mia told me. I'm sure she did. Schizo, what's up, Schizo? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. What's up, Lake Wrangler? We're pond fishing today. We're doing species challenge. We've gotten 3 out of the 7 species so far. We have about 3 hours to get 4 more, and I don't think it's gonna happen. We might catch 1 or 2 more, but use corn as bait. I'm sure both carp. Boy, hockey. I can check my bag. I might have some corn. I might not though. I think, and actually now that I think about it, the last fishing challenge we had, I think I used the last few kernels of corn that I had of my fire corn in the bag. The other 3 or 4 bottles I have of it are all in my tackle box in the boat at home. They say because it's normally a lot easier to catch on spinners. Yeah, I would call bullshit on that one, my friend. Spinners are a good bait, but I don't have any easier time catching things on spinners than I do anything else. I think I have better luck on crankbaits normally than I do spinners. For everything except for trout. Trout, I think I would generally have better luck on a spinner than I would on a crank. Spinnerbaits are amazing. They can be. Spinnerbaits are a good versatile. It's kind of like how I was talking about the bobber rig earlier. A bobber rig with a worm on it is one of them kind of universal baits, one of those universal rig setups. It's not super great for anything, but it's good enough for a lot of different things. That's why I use it. Spinnerbaits are to me that equivalent of a throwable, a castable lure. They're kind of that, it's not great for anything, but it's good enough for a lot of different things. When I'm not really targeting one specific species, I will throw a bobber rig or like a spinner rig. You can get bit off of anything on a spinner rig, but anyways, I'm babbling. Wolf called Wander. Hi, I noticed this is kind of random, but I was thinking that I would make a D&D themed board game for my dad who doesn't really like it. Any suggestions? I don't know, Wolf. If he doesn't like D&D, why would you make him a D&D game? I'm assuming that's because you like D&D? My suggestion would be find something he likes and then tailor the gift towards that, not gifting something that you like. That's my suggestion. Danny, the Stinger man, he just nuked a whole bunch of crap. I appreciate whatever that was. Thank you, Danny. The tsunami we just had last year after the Great Dust Storm was enough for us, not to mention earthquake. I'm glad I don't get any of that crap around here. Danny, welcome to the chat. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping through. Try cowtails as baits. Cowtails? What's a cowtail? Spinners are hard. Spinners are kind of hit and miss for me, but again, it's one of those things that I've gotten hits off of pretty much everything on a spinner. So when I'm like, what is in this water? Throw a spinner. You never know what'll bite on it. Spinners are not bait, they're a lure. Didn't I say a lure? Did I say bait? Or are you the... Never mind, we're not going to go there. Thanks for the correction, Matt. Favorite spinners, Panther Martin, 1/16 silver blade with black yellow body. I have a few of those. I've caught a few fish off of that. You ever put trailers on your spinners? Not typically. I normally... Well, every once in a while I'll trail it with like a live night crawler, but I usually don't put plastics on spinners. Inline spinners, at least, I don't. Try using the fish that you caught bait for the bass. Hubert, we can't use live bait here, and cut bait is very limited on what you can use. Nothing that we've caught here today can be used for cut bait. The only thing that we could catch out of here that could be used for cut bait is white sucker, which is what we're trying to catch right now. Early morning Minnesota bass and a spinnerbait is hard to beat. Yeah, spinners. I throw them. I wouldn't say all often, but I have a fair number of them in my tackle box, and it's not uncommon for me to break out a spinner when, you know, just nothing else is working, or I'm at a new water body trying to see what is in there. YT Premium, welcome to the stream. Where are you from? Central Montana. 420 AODB. Try Cowtails candy. It's candy. Yeah, I don't know what a Cowtails candy is. So many people that live in different areas of the world, even in different parts of the United States. It's really interesting and kind of frustrating to see how many different things the same thing is called depending on where y'all live. We all call the same damn thing like 19 different names, and it gets confusing. Especially when there's crossover, like y'all calling perch bluegill and bluegill perch, and I don't know. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone sometimes. I don't know what half y'all are talking about. Good tip using fish caught as bait for bass live. It is if it's legal. It's not legal here. Are worms classified as live bait? No, worms here are in the same category as cut bait or artificial bait. Not live bait. Live bait here is referring to live fish. So we are allowed. We can use live crawdads, we can use live night crawlers, crickets, you know, insects. They'll even allow you to use reptile here. So I could go catch a baby snake or a lizard and use it as bait. I never done that. I would never do that, but that's allowed. But catching a fish, putting it back on the hook and throwing it out there, they'll throw the book at you. You can't do that here in central Montana on anywhere except for a few select water bodies, none of which I fish. Some people call food casserole in Minnesota, we call it hot dish. Yeah, it's like shopping cart versus buggy. There's just different geographies around the world call the same thing much different things. I've caught trout off a public fishing dock and dropped them back under the pilings and hooked huge bass. Yeah? Is that legal where you live though? I mean, like today we had earlier in the stream we caught a little bluegill, and as I'm reeling it in, a big bass came and chomped on the bluegill and stayed on there for a good 10 seconds. But the micro hook, the mosquito hook that I'm using to catch the bluegill, doesn't have a hook big enough to hook into the bigger fish that's eating it. So the bass held on to it for, 10-15 seconds, and then he basically spit the whole bluegill out. So we lost the bluegill. But if I had done that on purpose, it would be illegal. Because it's accidental, I mean, that's not something you would typically get in trouble for. Big fan. My name is Abdul Man Muhammad. Welcome to the stream, Abdul. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you all for joining. We're still doing a fishing challenge here. 210 likes. We're doing really good. 38 people in the room. We're still a good, healthy stream here, it looks like. Sometimes YouTube quits pushing people here. We end up with like 5 people in the room chatting, which is still fun. It's cool to see more people in here though, and those thumbs up help bring more people in. Look at that, 212, 2 more thumbs up, thanks guys. You having any funny stories about losing an expensive lure? Oh God. Yeah, I probably have a few, but let's not talk about that tonight. Who is that asking? James Slabberts. Ask me that on the next stream. We can talk about losing and gaining lures. Ask me about Maroney Dam. Tell the story about losing and getting lures at Maroney Dam. Ask me that next stream. We'll tell that. It's been a minute since you've had one of your infinite cigarettes. God, that one I smoked earlier today, I'm pretty sure it took me about 2 hours to smoke that one cigarette. I'd get like one drag off of it while I'm lighting it, and then the wind's blowing and I'm talking, and I'm pretty sure I smoked that cigarette one light at a time. Found a couple Zebco rods from 15 years ago when I was 4 to 6 years old. Oh yeah. Does everybody start on the Zebco? Is that just the universal? I don't know. Hang on to those though. Clean them up. Look on eBay. Some of those I've seen are selling for ridiculous amounts of money. I don't know if people actually use them or it's just a nostalgia thing because we all used them learning how to fish. But I was on eBay the other day and there were a whole slew of Zebcos that were from my age or maybe even before that were getting bid way up there. I'm like, $118 for a Zebco, you know, $250 for a Zebco. They were like $30 reels back in the day. So again, I don't know if it's nostalgia or there's actually something good or useful about them that I'm not quite grasping. But people were paying good money for some of them. Mason says, who stays in these streams for hours at a time? I don't know, Mason. There's quite a few people that do. They like to hang out. Some of them don't. Some of them are like you. They just hop in, they hop out. That's all right. Nobody says you got to stick around. This is after all your time. But if you're enjoying hanging out and chatting for long periods of time, the more the merrier. If you like to just hop in, hop out, say hi, and flip between streams, that's good too. I'm just glad to have you in here. Oh God, the water's just glass right now. Ugh, if I weren't doing the fishing challenge right now, I'd be throwing some top water. Lewis Brown, what's up, buddy? Good to see you in here. How you doing today? Zebco is like Hello Kitty rod and reel in the fishing way, is it? They really collectible? I had this Spider-Man Zebco and a catfish broke it, and then I got Zebco rods I have now. Right on. Zebco slingshot. Zebco 101. Yeah, I don't remember what specific Zebco model it was. I can't remember what I was looking for, but I ended up stumbling across and catching and finding this whole section on YouTube of Zebco rods. I was like, wow, people still buy these things. But most of them look like vintage, like they weren't like new Zebcos. Because I guess they still make Zebcos. The kid is fishing right now, live stream. I'm sure there probably are lots of people fishing live stream. Madhead says, I've been in here for 2 hours. Yeah, there are a lot of people that come and hang out. Shit, some of these people hang out like the entire stream. I mean, some of y'all are diehards, some of y'all aren't. Trash Panda, I've been using bait caster reels a lot the past couple of years instead of normal spin cast reels. I don't know if that's what they're called, but they work when I use it. Yeah, I've never thrown a bait cast reel other than my trolling rods are essentially that same style, same format, but I don't cast them. I open the bail and the leaded line drops down. But other than that, I've never thrown one. It seems like every time I fish with somebody who does throw one, at least once a fishing session, they're backlashed and, you know, they're spending half an hour, sometimes unspooling, you know, half the reel and respooling. I'm just fishing along. I get stupid tangles sometimes, but it's usually not bunched up in my reel. But nothing against y'all, you guys who learn how to do it and not bird's nest yourself constantly, the more power to you. Seems like all the people that do, you know, the fancy skip casting and like super accuracy casts, most of those dudes are bait casters. They're not spin casters. I'm perfectly okay with, we're trying to get her about yay somewhere over there, and if I hit anywhere in the general vicinity, that's good enough. You will not see me trying to trick my rig underneath sets of tree branches and over a dock, and you guys ever play that basketball game Horse, where you like try and make the shot as complicated as possible and make it in just so the guy next to you can't? That's what bait casting oftentimes for me, that trick shot, that's what that makes me think of. Like, y'all are over there playing fucking Horse and I'm over here trying to catch fish. Like, we're doing two completely different things. But it's cool. It's fun to watch. I don't need anything that fancy. Can you use shrimp in Montana? Cut bait, dead shrimp, yes, not live shrimp. And I'm way behind in chat here again. I do when I'm fishing in real streams, live, not much. I like to fish. Okay. Good to see you, bro. Water looks nice. It's like we've had some wind and some storms blow through a couple of times today. It's really nice right now. The water's just glassed over. Never had much luck with topwater. William, it only works sometimes. And times like now where the water gets super calm, super glassy, you'll oftentimes fish the clarity of the water. They can see the surface really well, so they go up and they feed on bugs and all sorts of stuff. When you see fish feeding topwater like that, that's usually when you want to throw topwater. That's when I've had the best luck, at least. The Snoopy pole. Streams are great. They're good stories, a lot of fishing wisdom, great people, and great sense of humor. Thank you, Mom. Lewis Brown, you're still in here. Trash Panda, I seen somebody selling a lot of fishing tackle on Marketplace, and I wanted to make the deal, but I wasn't sure if there was lures or baits along with them. Yeah, just go look at it, see what they got, see if it's worth it. Fishing Adventure 406, are you still in Montana? Yep, we're in central Montana, just outside of Great Falls or Vaughn, Montana. If so, how do you catch pike in Pishkin Reservoir? Fishing Adventures 406, I get that question so often. I was just actually talking to somebody last night that was asking me the same question. Said that he had just gone to Pishkin and had a hell of a time catching. I will tell you this, so and in fact, I might next week I might stream from Pishkin. This time of the year, when I go there, I see people doing what they do every time of the year, and they catch a few pike. They usually don't catch a lot of pike, though. They're fishing the shallows. They're fishing super shallow, super slow. They're fishing like they would during the springtime, during spawn. And you don't catch a lot. Pishkin this time of the year, I have found what works best for me. Again, I can't tell you what will work for you. I can tell you what works for me, and it should work for you, but it may not. I fish deeper waters. I don't fish the shallows. You will rarely find me in anything less than 25 foot of water when I'm fishing for pike at Pishkin this time of the year, which is, dog days of summer into fall. This time of the year, the fish are spread out. They're everywhere. You can find them in the shallows. They tend to be the smaller ones. The bigger ones and more fish are out in the deeper areas. They suspend over bottom. They're not usually on the bottom, but they're deeper in the water and above deeper bottom. I fish out 30, 40, sometimes 50-foot bottom there. I troll faster than most people do. Most of y'all are trolling like you troll for trout. Stop with the 1.3 miles an hour, 1.5, 1.7, kick it up. Do a faster troll, 2, 2.2, 2.5, 2.7, 3. I troll sometimes up to 4 miles an hour for pike this time of year. It's not too fast. Pike can swim fast. Pike have an adult pike can swim, I think it was saying something like upwards of 20 miles an hour as a burst. A short burst for, is like 60 seconds. The adolescent pike can burst up to 5 miles an hour, so you'll catch babies and big ones. Troll deeper, troll faster, and that's really it. Deeper and faster. I've been catching, I will tell you also, jerk baits this time of year. Longer, skinnier style baits rather than the short and the fat. As we get later in the year towards fall, the short, fat ones do work well also. Get off the shallows, troll faster, troll deeper. Leaded line is what I use there as well, because a lot of people troll just with braid. You're gonna have a hard time putting a bait down 25 foot with braid line unless you're using a downrigger, mini dolphin, or some kind of inline weight. But if you want more than that, Fishing Adventure 406, follow the channel, send me an email, send me a message on FishBrain. I'm happy to chat with you. I can help you. You're not alone. A lot of people struggle to catch pike out of Pishkin. I usually catch 10 to 20 in a session there this time of year. We don't do 2 or 3. We do, 10, 20. And again, I'm babbling. I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff. Got a 10-pound bass. I like fishing, not trying to play horse with my bait, right, Lewis? Okay, there's one for Team Vox. Genome, welcome. Favorite fish to catch, northern pike. Gamer cruise, it's a nice view, almost looks like a 3D green screen. Yeah, when it looks like this, so many people are come in and they're like, you're green, why are you fishing in front of a green screen? And I have to like go down and tap the water with my pole. Pike can do 15 miles an hour easy when hunting. Yeah, the adults, they have incredible burst speeds. What's your biggest pike? 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. I've never caught, a true legendary monster, but a 22.5 pound, 42 inches is a pretty big pike to me. Most people don't ever catch pike that big, at least here in this area. I was talking to ChatGPT and they said that there is no known record of a fish that size caught in this area. I was like, well, I did. Vincent Brigoa, goldfish minnows. You're fishing in a pond, goldfish. No, so we're doing a fishing challenge here. It's a 5.5 acre pond. There's a minimum of 10 species that Fish, Wildlife, and Park says live in this pond. We've caught 3 species so far. The target is 7, but there's at least 10. What we have caught so far is 1 largemouth, 15 bluegill, and 2 yellow perch. We have a bottom rig out with bread balls that we're trying to catch carp. And then we have another rig out as a bottom rig with worms that we're trying to catch either white sucker or possibly carp or yellow bullhead. What's the best bait you ever used? Cut bait. Worm or cut bait? If you're fishing for a predatory fish, cut bait is one of the best baits across the board. Bigger fish tend to be harder to fool, and when you're throwing chunks of an actual fish, you're not fooling them, you're just getting them to eat. Worms, otherwise, are a really good universal bait. They work for almost everything. He's fishing pond of bluegill. Yeah, we've been absolutely getting wrecked by the bluegill here today. The yellow perch that we're trying to catch, usually I catch later in the day. Right about it now is the time that, the sun's lower in the sky, the water temperatures are starting to cool down a little bit. Now is about the time that the bullheads start to bite, if I can get them to bite. We should wander down the bank here a little bit and go catch a pumpkinseed. I don't know if we're going to catch one down on this end of the pond. Normally I only get them down that way. But yeah, so we still need pumpkinseed, yellow perch, no, we have yellow perch. Pumpkinseed, white sucker, common carp, and yellow bullhead. Have you ever saw a shark? Nope, we're in freshwater. There's no sharks here. And when I was down in Florida, I don't think I actually saw a shark. Chicken livers are good cut bait too. Yep. Let's do the spam, hot dog, and little smoky challenge. We should do that, Joel. That is not a bad idea. Different stream though. You want to send me some? I can't find the bluegill in the river I fish. They are just littered in here. As soon as we took off the bobber rig though, they bite way less. Finding a wacky rig, power bait, generals, Berkeley's brand, black and blue spec deeper, working in Maine lately. Okay, that does sound like, I'm assuming you're fishing for bass. Sounds like a good bass lure. Rod, any live streaming tips? Um, honestly, I think the most effective and the best advice I could give you for if you're trying to start your own live stream is pick a topic you enjoy. It's much easier to talk about. It's much easier to relate with people if you're actually enjoying what you're doing and having fun while doing it the whole time you're doing it. And engage with your audience. Yeah, a lot of the fishing streams, they're still good streams. They catch bigger fish, more more exciting fish than I do, but a lot of them, they walk away and they spend the majority of their stream at the water's edge, not engaging with the stream. And for me, I'll watch a stream like that. I still like to see people catch stuff, and I may come back to that stream multiple times, but it's not one that I tend to find myself staying in and hanging out. But if people sit down and actually talk and try and, be genuine and and enjoy themselves in conversing with the people in the room, that's a room that I tend to stay in. And it seems like the same here. The more I stay with and try and engage with the chat while I'm trying to catch fish, the more people stay in here, the more people join, the more people talk. And that's what, for me, makes it fun. Everybody's going to be different, though. Some people don't like talking. They just want to flip the camera on and they want. People are enjoying themselves. But I'm not worried about it at the end. If I get 0 subscribers or enjoy it, but I'm not gonna get bent out of the shape if they don't. Oh, say it louder. My audio crapped out. I did see Bluetooth there pop off and pop on. All right, looks like we're back. Y'all missed the whole half end of that. I don't feel like repeating it. Pick a topic you like and have fun. That's what I would say. Don't worry about the stats. Keeps going in and out. The rod? Or my audio? Left rod was bending, not sure. Starlight, yeah. Let me shut this off and I'll turn it back on real quick. But I wouldn't have the Bluetooth connecting, disconnecting problem, but I don't like feeling tethered. What's the best place you've ever fished? Oh, I don't know. That's a hard question. There are so many different places that I fished that I like for so many different reasons. I think that's a hard one to rank. We're gonna pass on that one. I love every place I fish. Sometimes I love one place more than another, but I have fun no matter where I'm fishing. Sometimes it's frustrating. Like I did last month, I did a stream from around Fort Benton. I fished a spot that I usually love to fish. That's really good fishing. And I went to fish it, and this time of the year, it's one of the worst places to fish. It's one of the toughest places to fish. There's just so many weeds in it. The water's flowing so fast. So that spot that one day I may absolutely love, I go there a month later, the seasons change, the water conditions change. It's now one of my least favorite places to fish. So it's a hard question to answer. Best place I ever fish is in the water. Well, you do tend to catch more fish that way, so yeah, I would have to agree with that statement, okay? The Cold Valley, best place for carp. Queen Valley. Why do you say that, Dave? What makes it best for carp? What kind of carp you catch in there? Like how big? You usually fish under bridges. Bridges are a good spot to fish. Just the structure and the way that water flow changes around that structure. Bridges can be a really good spot to fish. You got to be careful though, because oftentimes underneath bridges can also be really snaggy because people throw crap off of the edge of the bridges. So they can be really, really good, and they can also be a really, really frustrating place to fish as well. Some say the sea contains fish. I have heard that, okay? I've never fished in the sea, so I can't confirm, but I do believe there's probably something to that. Some fish in the sea. What brand of rods do you use for fishing? Hubert, a couple of years ago I picked these up, and I've been fishing the crap out of them and loving them. Ugly Stick carbon fiber. It's a medium light fast action pole. 6'10", I believe is the length on it. 6'8", 6'10". Paired with the Piscifun Carbon X2 reel in either the 1000 or 2000 series. I love these rods. They weigh less than a pound. You can feel everything on them. They have a nice parabolic bend to them. They're not rated for very much weight, but I abuse the crap out of these things and they take it. Ooh, there's a bite as I'm talking about abusing the crap out of it. I've caught, fish upwards of 20 pounds on these things, and while it is definitely undersized, it does not underperform. The drag behaves wonderfully. The pole never felt like it was going to bust in half. Great rod, and they're really reasonably priced too. On sale, you can get this set up for about $100. It weighs less than a pound. They're great. I throw them in the back of my truck. I step on them sometimes. Can't tell you how many times I've bent the damn eyes over in these things. And you bend it back, you're like, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break. They always bend back. They don't break off. Good rig. If you're looking for a good all-around freshwater rig, pick one up. You won't be disappointed. Am I saying it's the best option out there? No, there's lots of nicer combos you could put together that would cost you a whole lot more money, but for $100 it's pretty top notch. I fish these over a lot of, I have a whole collection of rods and reels in my garage, and these are kind of my go-to. Unless I'm trolling. I do troll with Akuma, usually Akuma poles and Akuma reels. Though I do even sometimes troll with these guys as well. When you're trying to do a quick shallow troll, a medium light fast action rod is actually an excellent choice for getting your rod out there, quickly placed. And again, I trust these things with, I've pulled in 15, 20 pounders and they really were no problem. Those reels are better than their price. Yeah, I think on sale right now, I keep getting emails from Piscifun. They're always having reels. The Carbon X2 1000, 2000 series right now, I think are like $40 on sale. They're dirt cheap. Hellcat rods are awesome for catfish. I don't know, I don't think I've ever fished Hellcat brand. I did recently pick up, and I have not yet tested them out, I picked up a pair of Whisker Seeker catfish rods, or rod and reel combo from them. Because while I will fish and feel fairly comfortable catching a 50 to 20 pound fish on these guys, I don't know how I would, a 40 pound catfish might be a different story. Berkley big game rods are good too. Yeah, I use a lot of Berkley baits or lures. I've never used their rods or reels though. Whiskers are good too. Yeah, they had really good reviews. There's a couple of channels that I've watched for years that have really been talking up Whisker Seeker gear. I ended up on their website one night. I think it was a night that I was wanting to go fishing, but the weather was going to be crap the next day, so instead of going fishing, I spent an entire day buying things online for fishing. Bad habit I have. But yeah, I ended up on the Whisker Seeker website, and I basically bought one, sometimes two of almost everything on the site. Well, yeah, we'll try this out, we'll try that out, might as well get a couple of them. Those look nice. We don't have any of them. I have some of them, but these ones look cool. Let's try those, and yeah, one of them days. I won't tell you how much that one set me back, but but I've been meaning to bust out those rods and try them out. I haven't had a chance to yet. Running a pair of Shakespeare Tigers, $40 Walmart specials for nearly 10 years, hundreds of fish. Oh yeah. We used to run the Shakespeare, Ugly Stick Shakespeare used to make a good combo. In fact, I think I might still have one or two of them kicking around from back when I was younger. Big game rods you can get for $30, and they're amazing rods. Yeah, there are definitely some decent combos that are well under the $100 price point. $100 is a pretty good price point, though. If you want a rod that's going to last you, you know, a good amount of time. Ugly Stick come with a great warranty. But for $100, I mean, you'd be pretty hard pressed to, I think, beat this combo. The old Ugly Sticks were good. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, that's everybody fished on an Ugly Stick. A lot of them were the Ugly Stick Shakespeare combos. I haven't fished Shakespeare in a long time though. Man, I think I need to put on a bigger segment of a worm here or something. This little nubbly ain't cutting it for the bigger fish. Which makes sense. I mean, it's harder for them to find a little nub on the ground rather than a big crawling chunk. I'm going to swap out. I think I'm going to try and find a slightly bigger hook so we can put a little bit bigger worm on there. We're pulling trucks with the Hellcat rods. Oh yeah, that's crazy. 200 Fluger, and I was a bit shocked at how awesome it was. Yeah, I'm not, again, there are some really nice, more expensive reels out there. Most people don't have the budget to go out and drop $200 on a reel, $100, $200 on a rod. $100 though is an acceptable price point, I think, for a lot of people for a rod and reel combo. All right. No, and I lied. That hook that we've been using is not a size 6. It's a size 10. I don't know why I was thinking size 6. Size 6 is about what I need. Maybe a size 4. Oh, what do we got in here? Those are weights. Weights. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm grabbing a hook. I don't have any pre-rigged here, so I got to cut off a chunk of line. We'll tie a new hook up. The reason why Ugly Stick got popular was the commercials of some idiot rolling up his car window with his pull out the window and not breaking it. I don't remember that commercial. Alright, so I'm tying this on. And as somebody asked before, the knot I use is a double loop uni knot. You just go through the eye twice, and then you tie your uni. This is 15-pound fluorocarbon. They're good rod holders. I use them for catfishing. Okay. The 100-pound peg will do it. Cut 30-inch pike and walleye. Heck yeah, Sergio. All right. Need to stop trying to use my damn teeth to cut fishing line. I always do that. They also got one now you can slam in a car door and they won't break. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever accidentally done some dumb stuff, and normally what I accidentally do is stepping on them when they're on the ground or in the boat. I'm usually pretty careful about not closing them in car doors, though. Nope, hybrid pulls these days. Sorry for the link, I'm spreading awareness. You're good. Nick Robinson, welcome. I just got the whisker whip, not sure which reel I want to pair with it. What are you fishing for? How big a fish are you fishing for? $222 likes. Let's go. All right. So we got a little bit bigger hook here. We'll switch back to this micro here after a little bit when we go down to try and get a pumpkin seed. I'd really like to get the carp and the sucker out of the way before we move down there. I had a Berkeley cherry wood pole long ago, hiked all the way up Mystic Lake and tried to show off how flexible it was and snapped it. Oh, that's rough, buddy. That's a shame. Sergio, I only use spinners and spoons. Only? You never use worms or crankbaits? And if not, why? Is there any particular reason why you don't? Has anyone fished with a cane pole? I haven't. I've seen people, I've watched videos of people doing it, Joel. But no, I've never owned or attempted to fish with a cane pole. We'll use it for bigger channels and bigger blues and flatheads. Thought about an Abu 5500. That's a pretty big reel. 5500 series. I don't run anything that big in freshwater. Again, these are the 1000, the 2000. On some of my Hiker Muskie rigs, I do run like a 3000. My trolling rigs, again, are 3000 series. Bamboo rods are good too, even if they crack. How big are the channels and blues and flatheads? I guess when you start talking about the 80 plus pound catfish, maybe, yeah, we don't catch fish like that, which is why I've never really rigged a bigger rod like that. But I guess that would make sense if you're catching, you know, 60 plus pound cats. Them big ones can make big runs, and sometimes you gotta get, you know, far out there. So I guess that would make sense. Worms on trout waters, okay. But never crankbaits, just spoons and spinners. Oh, doesn't that look pretty? That reflection just gorgeous. No crankbaits. Okay. Willie Gamer, magnificent indeed. Right? So calm, so peaceful. I had a 50, 60 pound cat destroy an entire rod. It broke in like 12 pieces, including the spool. Yikes. Yeah, no, I've never had a cat on the line that big. Our state record's, you know, like 40 pounds. I have had a 50 pound carp on the line though. With this pole, a medium light fast action on a 2000 series reel. You guys seen the video where a guy uses a live bass as bait? No, Sergio, but I did watch one the other day where a guy threw out a honkin' carp, a big old carp, probably, you know, like a 5-6 pound carp as live bait, and ended up pulling a giant catfish that could barely fit the damn thing in its mouth. But I haven't seen the bass one. Bad fishing conditions when it's like that. When it's glassy like this, yeah, the top water is usually decent when it's like this, but you're right, as beautiful as it is, the bite tends to die off when it's super calm like this. A little bit of wind, a little bit of ripple in the water tends to get the fish moving. And some people even say they like really windy days. I don't know. Really windy days for me aren't as enjoyable to fish. Better start moving to the other place down there you're talking about before it gets too late. Yeah, we had about 2 hours. Let's give it 10 more minutes here. And then we'll move down to this other spot over here and try and get a pumpkin seed. We can catch all the same stuff down there. Pike don't put up much of a fight. Dave James, I don't know, man. You ever had a 20 plus pound pike on the line? They fight nicely, quite nicely. I watched that one live. Oh, okay. Willie Gamer, we can't use game fish as bait in Montana. Nope. If you type, what is it? Someone type period bait fish and then send, and it'll show you what fish here in Montana we can use for bait fish. Pike fight almost like a catfish. It depends. So it's like there you go, Josie. It should spit back. Or not. Why do none of the commands like you, Josie? Yep, that's it. Bait fish. There it is. Sing, welcome to the stream. What fish are in that river? We're actually in a pond right now, and Fish, Wildlife, and Park says there's about 10 different species in here. We've caught 3 so far. I think there are about 7 of them that I think are catchable out of here. The other 3, I think Fish, Wildlife, and Park are blowing smoke up your ass about. Oh, there was a space. Yeah, it's the dot is the prefix to the command, so they need to be connected. But yeah, what Nightbot just said there are the species that we can use for cut bait, dead bait. And in certain districts, those same fish can be used for live bait. But Montana's really restrictive. Carp pound for pound, I still believe in all of the fish that I've caught, carp pound for pound are the hardest fighting freshwater fish I've ever caught. Some people say that that other species fight harder, and I don't know. I mean, I haven't caught some of those other species. Some say gar fight really hard. I've never caught a gar. We do have short-nosed gar in eastern Montana, around the Fort Peck area. I've never fished that area though. I've never caught a short-nosed gar. One of these days I'll get over that way. Kyle, welcome to the stream. Welcome back, buddy. How's it going? We're doing good. We're again failing our fishing challenge that we're doing here today. We're trying to get at least 7 of the 10 species out of here, and we've only managed 3. We've caught a ton of fish though. 1 largemouth bass, 15 bluegill, and 2 yellow perch. Great flood in '97 was worse than our recent blizzard. Not looking forward to this meteor hitting my house again. That's rough, Travis. Snag an 80-pound paddlefish. That's a fight. Well, paddlefish are kind of a different. They snag any foul hook a fish, and it will fight like no fish you've ever fought before. I don't fish for paddlefish. I don't condone the way that people do fish for paddlefish. It's the only way you can catch them. You're not going to get them to bite on a hook, but they drag big, heavy weighted trebles across and hook it in the face or hook it in the belly, and it's just not. I don't like to fish that way. But yeah, that might be a foul hooked paddlefish might pound for pound outfight a carp. But I think if you were to take that same size carp and also foul hook it, it'd give you a good run for your money. Paisley, welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Smallmouth bass fights the hardest. I don't know, man. I've never really caught a big smallmouth. The biggest that I've caught was about 2 pounds, but pound for pound, I think the 2-pound male carp would have outfought those little smallies that I caught. That's where I would need to catch a sizable smallie to really give it a good test. I've had 50, 60-pound carp bend my rod around, and that's a free spirit, 12 foot. 3.5 TC carp rod and not a toy rod like an ugly stick. Yeah, no, them big ones. And specifically the males. Females tend to get bigger in most fish species, but the males fight harder. It's harder and a much rarer to catch to get a big male. But if you can get a big male carp on the line, they are an absolutely magnificent fight. Some of the females they put up a good fight, but the female of all the species, they tend not to be the ones that give you the good head shakes, that are really, aggressively fighting. The big females turn and swim. They're the ones that your reel just goes zzz and runs away from you. That's a big female. A big male thrashes and jumps out of the water and runs at you and then runs away from you, and big head shakes. And you can oftentimes, just by the way that they're fighting, tell whether you got a male or a female on the line. Caught a trout foul hook, thought it was a monster. Yeah, they feel completely different when you don't got them hooked in the mouth. Watch on my channel, I don't have a whole lot of them posted yet, but if you watch some of the underwater footage, watch the moment that hook gets set and there's pressure reeling them in, most fish just go they're dead weight until there's slack in the line, and that's when they start thrashing, and that's when you get the fight. But when you foul hook them, they don't, that dead phase where you're just pulling in dead weight, they don't tend to do that. They fight the whole time, and they fight harder. You said pound for pound, though. You're right, Joel, you're right. I caught close to 7-pound smallies in the kayak, and it was an awesome fight. Oh, I bet, yeah. I'm not saying they're not a good fight. I just, in my experience, and again, I prefix that statement, in my experience, the fish that I have caught, pound for pound, big male carp is the strongest fighter I've ever felt on the end of my line. I've caught a lot of fish and some pretty decent big fish of lots of different species. Can you show me the rod and reel? It's an ugly stick carbon, medium light, fast action. It's, I believe, 6 foot, is it 6'8" or 6'10"? 6'10" in length. And then it's paired with the Piscifun Carbon X. This one's the 1000 series. Carbon X2 1000 series. This combo, it runs about $100. It's a good all-around rod. Steelhead are good fighters. I don't know, shoreline, I've caught a couple of rainbows that put up decent fights, but pound for pound, they're nowhere near the top of my list. And from my understanding, that's all a steelhead is. It's just a rainbow trout that has lived in saltwater. Noel, we're in central Montana. Erica Cochran, welcome to the stream. When fishing at Pishkin, do you recommend fishing from the bank, or do you really think you need a boat to catch anything? I've seen people catch fish, Erica, from Pishkin banks. I've caught a couple of pike, but I do much, much better from a boat trolling there, especially this time of the year. If you want to fish from Pishkin and be effective from the bank, I would say springtime during spawning season, or fall time when they're fattening up and the water has started to cool down. Bank fishing from there is much more effective during spring and fall. During the dog days of summer that we're in, there aren't nearly as many fish in the shallows as there would be when the water was cooler. And you will definitely catch a lot more fish and bigger fish if you can get out above the deeper waters. But Erica, nice to see a fellow Montanan in here. I fish Pishkin quite often. That's one of my favorite spots to fish for pike. I will probably be there next weekend to fish. My boyfriend follows you on FishBrain, and we were actually just fishing where you are when you first got there. We were leaving, and he absolutely loves to fish. Oh, you guys were leaving just as I was pulling in? Now, this is a fun spot to fish, but Pishkin is way funner. I catch, if he follows me on FishBrain, he probably sees. When I go to Pishkin, I blow up y'all's feeds. I try not to. It's one of those places when I fish, I always cringe when I post on FishBrain because I lose followers instead of gain them. Because I catch so many fish there and I'm just spamming everybody's feed. I can't post them while there. I don't get good enough cell signal. So as I'm leaving, like 10 to 20 fish will pop into the feed. I usually do really well at Pishkin. But again, it's because I'm fishing out in the deeper water there. Do you guys not fish from a boat? Use ultralight tackle, it's satisfying. This is a medium light fast action, so this is about as light as I ever fish. I don't really ever fish with a true ultralight rod or tackle. As much fun as it is sometimes catching the dinks, I prefer catching bigger fish. Erica, who's your boyfriend on FishBrain? I don't know if I follow him back or not. Is that the guy with the dog named Tuco? No, Tuco guy has not yet come back. There's two guys fishing on the dock just over there, you can see. Guy in the green shirt. And it looks like there's one other car pulling up here, but other than that, we're the only ones fishing here. Our boat is currently getting fixed. We have a pontoon though. But yeah, he thinks he hasn't caught anything off. But yeah, he hasn't caught anything off the bank yet. Yeah, it's tough this time of the year. There are trout in there though. Normally, if you're looking for pike, you're gonna have a harder time fishing from the shore this time of the year. If you're looking for rainbow trout, I think actually, so if you go over to the, I don't know what you call it, it's almost the dam. It's the big rocky wall area. So like right when you pull into Pishkin, if you were to pull left and go across the dike, it's like the big boulders, the big rock, and it's a steep incline. If you fish around that, it's a really steep and quick drop off. And that area right around the rocky, the rubble, right as you pull into Pishkin, is always full of trout. So if you guys wanted to trout fish from the bank, you would probably have decent luck from that spot. Other than that, again, spring or fall for pike from the shore. Try and get in the boat. Otherwise, you'll have way better luck and a lot more fun. Schizo, peekaboo, I'm back. Welcome back, Schizo. His name is Seth. He posted a pike he caught today at Sun River. Oh, were you fishing the old Vaughn cut across? That's the other honey hole that I posted on there. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see. Did he tag it actually as the Sun River? David Rowe, you ever stream fish for trout? I've tried a couple of times. I've never really had good luck. It's something I would like to do more because I really want to catch a brook trout. I've never caught one. They're in a lot of our waters, but people seem to have luck around here in the smaller streams for getting brook trout. I've never been good at it. It's such shallow water. I have a hard time finding, pools deep enough that I think hold fish. I would love to get better at doing it though. Wadsworth, trout anglers. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's fishing from my, that's the honey hole I posted 7 hours ago, Seth Boggs. Yeah, from around Great Falls, that's one of the best spots that you can fish for pike. It doesn't get much better than that around Great Falls until you go to Pishkin. Bryson Willart, welcome to the stream. Oh, hello, I caught some fish. Excellent. What'd you catch, Bryson? I have a lot of brook trout I've caught live earlier in the summer. Oh, yeah? Are you catching them in like really shallow streams, or are you pulling them out of rivers? Yeah, he caught it like right before we were about to leave. Yeah, that's a spot. I fished. It was way hotter last year before I started posting it on FishBrain. Once I started posting it on FishBrain, that place just got swamped, and a lot of people pulled a lot of pike out of there in a very short period of time. So it's just been overfished. There's still some good pike in there though. You just have to be patient. You may need to fish it 2, 3, 4, 5 hours before you get one. But there's, as he caught there, I mean, he posted it as 7 pounds 30 inches. I don't know if you guys actually weighed and measured it, but good sized pike. And there's some in there, 10, 15 pounders. All right. I'm just trying to think if we should pack up and go catch a pumpkinseed down there. We should. Deep holes in streams and small brooks. We eat the fish you catch. No, we're just catching and releasing today's thing. Sapo said hi. Welcome to the stream, Sapo Frito e Bayo. Nothing like catching with some good bait and cook and catch. New spot? Yeah, they're just a little bit further down the bank here. Again, I was going to go down there. Pumpkinseed are usually hanging out down under a tree under here. I don't know why they picked that one spot, but I've never really caught them anywhere else at this pond. I'm sure they are other places. That's just where I always catch them. And it has been, we're past the time where I said, let's hop downstream here, or not stream, down the bank about 50 yards and see if we can get a pumpkin seed on the line so we can at least get, yeah, it's a down, there's a couple of down trees. I'll show you when we get down there. Let me throw some stuff in the bucket here. Hello. But yeah, let's hop down the bank there. Let's try and get at least 4 of the 7 species, and we can rethrow out our carp rig down there and our sucker rig. I don't know why the bluegill, or excuse me, the pumpkin seed hang there, but I never really see them up here. The only thing different is, again, there's a fallen tree down there. Oh, I really need to clean this reel out. But give me just a minute here, guys, to get a few things packed up, and then we'll wander down that way. We might lose the stream wandering down there. In this spot, the cell signal is really, really iffy. But just don't leave the stream. If you get a loading signal or it freezes or starts looping, hang in there. In a few minutes, the stream will be refreshed, and I will be back on your screen. So be patient. We'll get set back up over there, and we'll hopefully at least be able to catch the 4th species. Maybe we'll get 5 and 6. Grab my net. All right, you guys are gonna momentarily go in the bucket. So I'm not doing this to punish you. That's just where you need to be for a few minutes so I don't drop you. Oh, hang in there. We are on our way. You guys can look at the clouds for a couple of minutes. Oh, and of course, people with the dogs stop right where I want to go. Hang in there. And again, if the stream craps out, just stay right where you are. I will refresh it and I'll be right back. Oh, these weed beds down here are a lot thicker than the last time I fished from this spot. There we go. All right, we're there. Let me get you guys set under. All right, audio and video is still okay? Can somebody let me know in the chat there? While I get these lines rigged back up. Welcome back, Flash. Picture's a little fuzzy, not bad. Better now? Okay. Yeah, we only have 2 bars here. Down there it flops between 2 and 3. If the audio or it's bad, let me know. That dog doesn't look like 2 because the name is Spike. There's actually 2 of them, 2 golden retrievers. All right. And we are going to actually, I want to throw just worms on this one instead of the bread balls. Let's see if we can get the white sucker or a carp. We did have 2 carp last time off of just worms, so maybe they're just in a wormy mood lately. Let's get rigged and back in the water here. No carp yet? Nope, no carp yet. This pond has been really hit and miss with carp lately. I think there was a pretty big fish kill this winter, and I think a lot of the carp population at this water body succumbed to it, which is weird because they're usually one of the hardier fish. But we're gonna go ahead and rig this high-low rig up with just 2 worms. Our bread is kind of crap this time anyway. It's way too dry. I need to get a fresh loaf. A hair to your right. Well, again, we're backwards. You want to go that way? That's my left. That's my right. The battery's almost dead. Let me plug this guy in. I just have to remember to stay near the phone while I'm talking. All right, let's get this guy in the water. Let's get a bell on that guy. Fishing while smoking, life's burdens feel like they disappear, right? All right, let me get back out my smaller hook, sinker and bobber, and we will catch that pumpkin seed. Dalton Marble, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Bear with me a moment, guys. We just need to re-rig this line here with the smaller hook. And our bobber. And the pumpkin seed should be right over here next to this tree. Can't hardly hear you. Yeah, my mic isn't right next to my mouth anymore. It's hanging here. I will try and speak closer to that for the next few minutes. It'll only take probably 15 minutes for it to charge up, and then I can take it off. EJ Jr., I went fishing today, and the only thing I caught was crab lice. Oh. Congratulations. I hope it was your PB. Lewis Brown says, I'm probably going live from the kayak really early in the morning tomorrow. Right on, Lewis. Yeah, I need to check. I'm not sure. I'm going to stream tomorrow morning, but it's probably not going to be super early. It depends on when Miyazaki works. Colby Queso says, nice view. It is really pretty this time of the day. Dave James says, I can hear you fine. Okay, thanks for confirming, Dave. Flying Brian, have walleye in your area? We do in the Sun River as well as the Missouri River and a couple of the reservoirs and lakes around here. I'm trying to learn more about catching walleye. I've never been great at catching them. We're learning now. Pike is kind of my thing. All right, what the hell did I do with the hook? I hate it when I do this. I grab a hook, I set it down somewhere. Oh, come on. What did I do with the hook? Hold on. No, there's somebody else's hook that did the same thing as I did. That could work. There's somebody's sinker. Found a hook and a sinker. There's my hook. Okay. I'm gonna set new hook next to new sinker and use my hook. Bluegill legend today, are ya? Oh, we can't keep them damn things off the line. We're trying to catch a bunch of different species, and we just keep catching the same one over and over and over and over again. Flying Brian, do you do a lot of walleye fishing up there in Canada? I mean, I've caught a decent amount of walleye. I've caught some decent sized walleye. I've just never been really consistent at catching them. But we're gonna get bobber back on here as well as a smaller hook. Let's see if we can get this pumpkin seed out of the way. And that one, that pole over there is soaking with worms on it for the white sucker or potentially a carp. All right, just had it. What did I do with it? Oh, good Lord. I found it and I lost it and then I found it again. There we go. Joel says, funny story, we were all stoned and my friend pulled out a life-size plastic lobster out of his pants. Cried, I've got crabs 35 later, I still remember it vividly. That's an interesting memory, my friend. All right. Now, we're probably going to have to weed through like 10 more bluegill before we get a pumpkin seed, but we should get a pumpkin seed over here. There's a whole bunch of them over in this area. We don't even have bluegill in Maine. Oh, yeah? We just have itty bitty annoying ones here. Pretty much all I do, trout, yellow perch. Okay. Boat and jig up and down on top of them. Boat and jig up and down on top of them is the easiest way to get walleye. Make sure you got steel leader though. You also fish the dam here in Mississippi. Well, so the closest area, like where we're going to stream from tomorrow, it's where I stream from not last weekend, but the weekend before. The Missouri River right in Great Falls. There are supposedly a bunch of big walleye in there, and I've caught a few decent ones, but it's a pretty shallow, fast-moving river. You know, you don't have a whole lot of depth, except for a couple of holes. You know, but for the most part, it's. Ooh, that was almost immediate. Did we get him? Oh yeah. Let's see. What are you? We're scaring a whole bunch to get through. This is either a bluegill or a pumpkin seed, it looks like. Another bluegill. Like I said, we'll probably have to catch a whole bunch of these before we catch a pumpkin seed. But there we go. Another little bluegill. Oh! Oh god, the short pole. Barbs on there. Go away. I don't like you. Alright, let's try this again. That was pretty quick though. Can't keep walleye over 27 inches here, and only one between 24 and 27 as those are the breeding mamas. Okay. Even if regulations weren't in place, the guys around here would regulate walleye themselves. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even keep a 24 to 27 inch. That's, I don't know, maybe. That's towards the top end of what I would consider an eater. Skeeter said hi. Welcome to the stream, Skeeter. How you doing? About the same here for crow. Limited of 1, depending on where you are. See, we normally have a limit of 5 on walleye in most of the water bodies that you fish for them. I normally don't keep them to eat though. I know that they are really good. Those and perch are really good, but I normally have more than enough northern pike in the freezer that I don't keep a whole lot else. How you doing today, Skeeter? Young Chip, welcome to the stream. Weren't you streaming this morning? Because I remember watching you earlier. We've been streaming for about 6 hours now, a little over 6 hours. So you might have been in here earlier, Young Chip. Biggest I've kept is 23, and only because it deep-throated my jig, usually like 17. Yeah, so this time of the year, I've got plenty of fish in the freezer already. Usually anything that I keep at this time of the year is because it wasn't gonna swim away. Best walleye lake around here doesn't allow you to keep any. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of trying tomorrow to troll shallow spoons, shallow crankbaits. We could pick up some more leeches and try and jig with them, but we tried that last time and I didn't have any luck. Fish brain said 24 inches to keep. It depends on the water body here in Montana. Walleye are kind of like brown trout around here. The regulations differ so much by water body. That's also one of the reasons why I tend not to keep them, is it's so hard to keep straight. I like water bodies and fish species that you can either keep them or you can't. You don't gotta, it can be between this and that, and if, it gets confusing. We have, like with brown trout, it's very specific size ranges, and oftentimes only if you're 14 years old or some, some stupid thing like that. And it makes it way too complicated, and I'd rather throw it back in than be on the wrong side of the regulation and get in trouble for it. Each lake and water body is different here as well. Some lakes, as long as it's 15 to 27, it's free game. Others 23. Yeah, see, it just gets confusing. At one point in time, I'm gonna program Nightbot that's in the chat, so I can have it look up the local regulations. So when I'm unsure, we can just have somebody type in chat, walleye, Missouri River Central, and then have it spit back the regulations for walleye and Central Fishing District. We're not there yet, though. Our management areas differ greatly depending on which region you're in. We got a little bit of boiling around the bobber there. I need to actually cast it a little bit past this tree. There's fallen branches and a tree, probably like 10 feet over this way. That's where I've caught most of the pumpkin seed in the past. Welcome to those joining the stream. We've got about an hour or so left on the stream here tonight. Not a whole lot of time. Maybe a little bit longer than that. We'll see. I'm not sure. We'll leave here when it gets dark. Days have been getting rapidly shorter around here, so I don't know offhand when dark actually is today. But hour and a half maybe. Might be able to find pike hiding by the tree. Nope, no pike in this pond here. If there were pike in this pond, there would pretty much only be pike in this pond. They would eat everything else in here. This would be my favorite pond if it had pike in it. I would fish here every day. Carp, okay, carp. Yeah, that is true. There are this corner of the pond usually. There's some big ones you can see in the shallows. My buddy was just out there, caught a bass. Nice, FOE. Yeah, the first fish of the day today was a bass, that 9-inch bass we caught. We haven't pulled one in since, but we're not, the way that I'm fishing today with a bobber rig or a bottom rig is not the most effective way to catch a bass. Though it can work well. Usually here though, people are catching them off of plastics, jigs. You catch a decent bass? Small water charters, Okeechobee, Florida, passing through. Welcome, small waters. Happy to have you in here. Hope you're having a great day. Regulations suck. Living in Minnesota, I think it works. We're a land of 10,000 lakes, so I think we know a little about this, right? Wait until you get your first muskie over there. Yeah, at the back pond there. I had one solid bite last year that bit my the plastic I was running a big old chunk out of it. The only thing it could have been was a muskie back there. But it only stayed on the line for a few cranks and then it was gone. All right, we're gonna get this rig over. Ooh, just as I move it. There we go. Oh, you can get me hooked up on the log out there. Yes. All right, we got a stick fish, guys. I don't know if my leader here is gonna. Oh come on! Oh come on! We had a bite and he ran us into the one and only log over here. Snag. Oops. All right. We're off the log. I don't know if it got my hook or not though. Still on the hook? No, we do not. It got my hook. That's all right. That's all right. We didn't lose our rigging. We just lost the hook, and that is why I'm running such a light line on the enter. We do though have what appears to be about a size 4 hook that was just sitting on the bank here. Slightly rusty. Still got a nice point on her though. We'll throw her on. I don't even have to get in my bag and dig out another hook. I reside in Iowa now, but my family's from Wisconsin, North Woods. Tampa native, Montana living now. So how you liking Montana compared to Florida, Flash? What are your thoughts? You digging it or you missing home? Flying Brian, love to get muskie. Only have them in more eastern places here. Everyone loves muskie except for Maine. They despise them. Oh man, I would love to catch a tiger muskie. We don't have actual muskie. We just have the tigers here. We're actually just gonna go right off the shore here. Oops. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. You can't. We're just a couple of feet off the shore in the shallows right down here. There's usually a whole school of fish down here. Bluegill and the pumpkinseed are right around in this area. That's already getting bit. I should honestly grab another proper sized hook. This one's a little bit big for these guys. They have such tiny mouths. Maine has a see it, kill it regulation, basically any size, any way of catching it. For muskie, really? Wow. Maybe I need to take a trip up to Maine. You guys have a lot of them there? Or is it just one that you guys are really trying to eradicate from the waters? Love Montana, each has their own diamonds. Fishing is better in Florida, hands down, but it depends on whether you prefer palm trees and the beach or the mountains. Fortunately, I get to see both. Fair point, fair point. Yeah, the time I spent down in southern Florida, the heat and the humidity were really just too much for me. The fishing was fun there. There's so many different things. creeping and crawling in the waters down there. Can't beat Florida weather though. Hurricane season's about to start. Yeah. That's definitely one bonus for Montana. You're not getting blown off the map every couple of years. Humidity in Florida is brutal. Yes, very much. Just aren't native there. Somebody introduced them and they're killing them, everything else off. Oh, okay. Warm dew, yeah, not great, but we're gonna finish her off here. It's the only bottle of dew I have. The other one is a can. And there's so many bugs out right now. I don't feel like drink. I would rather drink warm dew than bug dew. I need to quit bringing canned soda fishing. Bad idea. When I went back to Florida 2 weeks ago, living in Montana, dude, that humidity felt insane, and I lived there for 20 years. Yeah, I would imagine when you live in it day in, day out, you don't really realize how bad it is. But spending some time away and then going back from, you know, a dry Montana to moist Florida, it's, I don't know, man. I never got used to it. I was there for about 3 months. And it just killed me. You get out of the shower and you towel dry off and you never really get dry. You're just always moist. Oh, I keep forgetting that I don't have the mic on. Yeah, my mic battery died, but it should be good now. Do you drink beer? Occasionally. I'm not a big drinker. If I go out or I'm, you know, at a party or a concert, I'll have a few beers. Every once in a while, I'll pick up, you know, a 6-pack or a 12-pack at the grocery store and have a few drinks. Not a big drinker, though. I used to be when I was much younger. B-Dog, welcome to the stream. It's the biggest fish you've caught. A 22-pound, 42-inch northern pike is my current biggest fish. And what are these fish doing? They're boiling everywhere, but they don't want the worm. We got to get this dang. All right, we're gonna go a little further over here. Come here, pumpkinseed. Let's get this over with, guys. We got bigger and better fish to fry. They're just everywhere down here. I can see them swimming through the water everywhere. There we go. There we go. What's this? Ooh, that one feels a little bit bigger. Is that a... What is this? Is it a little bass? There we go. Well, there's bass number 2, guys. I'm like, this doesn't feel like a bluegill. Just a little guy. Oh, and of course, drop it on the ground. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Another little bass. Just a little guy. Not quite as big as the first one. This one's probably about 7.5 or 8 inches. Nice little guy, though. All right, we'll get her back in the water. There's bass number 2. Roses are red, beer is good, palms are hard. I like that, Flying Brian. That gets a thumbs up from me, buddy. EJH Productions, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Flash. Let's get her back in the water. Let's get this dang pumpkin seed. And you need to hit as well. Tired of your bullshit. I haven't had any hits off of that pole all day long. Oh, there we go. Another fish on. And this one looks like bass number 3. Even smaller than the last guy, so we are progressively getting smaller here, guys. Are we gonna drop him in the dirt? Should I just do it and get it over with? Seems like it. See, I should have just tossed him in the dirt, got it over with, and they calm down a little bit. There's bass number 3. They're hitting now, yeah. All right, let's get that back in the water and catch another one. We need a pumpkin seed, not another bass. All right, sorry guys if I'm not getting to your comments. We're trying to get one more fish here to get at least match our best for this stream, or this challenge, I should say. We need at least 4 of 7. Otherwise, we're going backwards. And this is where the pumpkin seed should be. And I'm getting just hit within moments of it going on the water over here. Just need a good hook set. Come on, buddy. Oh, the bugs are getting bad. I haven't felt any skeeter bites yet, but ooh, try not to fall in the ditch. These beavers come through here and just chew all this crap up, and it's like landmines over here. There we go, that looks like the spot. Give me a sec here, guys. After we pull one more fish in here, I'll turn the camera over this way so you can see more of what I'm doing over here. Oop. Set the hook a little bit hard there. My bad. Oh, a whole bunch of cars pulling up now. Everybody's coming for the night bite, I guess. Let me move this camera down a little bit. Y'all have buffalo gnats out there. What the hell is a buffalo gnat? I would say probably not, since I have no idea what that is. If you lip, you won't drop it. Flash that is a good suggestion. I will try that on the next bass. All right, so we will listen for the bell on the other one. You guys can kind of watch me over here. There's a tree, there's a down tree, there's some branches hanging in the water. This is just, it's kind of a pool, very shallow, very weedy. We're just pulling them out of the little pockets in between the weeds over here. I'm not casting very far at all, just a few feet. And then we're just watching our bobber. And as I've said before, you know, the bobber fishing is not the most effective way for certain species, but it's one of those ways that you can fish that you never know what the hell you're going to pull out of the water. Bobber fishing with just a little chunk of a night crawler. There we go. Something's playing with the line. You can see they're boiling all over the place here. This is just shallow weed beds. I don't know what the heck kind of weeds these are, but they're everywhere. They're picking these little gnats and crap flying around off the surface of the water. And we're just throwing a bobber rig in there that's, you know, got a worm 6 inches or so off the top. God, you see all these boils? Isn't that crazy? They're just everywhere. Lots of bluegill, lots of pumpkinseed, lots of little bass. And I'm sure some of these are the golden shiners and the other little species that I never really catch out of here, but I know that are in here. Come on, fishy. Most of these fish surface and look like they're pretty small. There are some decent sized bass swimming around in here though that you can see. We just need a pumpkin seed. Come on, pumpkin seed. A little school of bluegill down here trying to eat the fishing line hanging in the water. Looks like we got a beaver coming over as well. They normally don't like, the beavers don't like when you fish down at this end of the pond this time of the day. I wouldn't be a bit surprised here if in a little bit he comes over and starts smacking the water. Come on, stop biting the line and bite the lure, or the worm. There, we got some movement on the bobber. Come on. Take it. I don't know. Oh, we lost him. Dang it. Here comes the beaver. The hell are the pumpkin seed? All right, we still got a worm. I'm gonna come back up here and try and chat. There we go. I can kind of see the bobber through the trees there. Blueberry Kush, fishing with Boca, and Ray said hi. Welcome, fishing with Boca. For Crow, Flying Brian as well. Smoke as well. Far left. I've never seen a beaver there, only muskrats. Oh, there's probably 5 or 6 adult beavers that swim around here. This end of the pond is where most of their beaver huts are. I don't know what you would call them, beaver dens. And they're quite territorial. So if you come within their space, they start slapping their tails on the water and eating. Got to throw one top water before you leave. I'd have to check. I think I might have a whopper plopper or something in one of my pockets in my truck. I did not bring my top water tackle box today though. Man, these things are just biting all over the surface. Ooh, did I get him? That was a pretty hard hook set. Oops. There we go. Got a bigger hook on here though. It's going to be a little harder to catch these bluegill. I honestly should. Oh, we got him. Oh, we got off. Yeah, this hook's just a little bit big for these guys. I have one in my bag right here. We'll swap it out real quick. All right, there we go. Yeah, this is good size for the bass. A little bit large for the bluegill and pumpkinseed. A dry fly catches those bluegill instantly every cast. Yeah, I catch them quite quickly just using, this is a size 10 hook, is what I've been using. I don't fly fish, man. I don't know how to. Can you throw a dry fly with a bobber rig? 10:30 p.m. now. Perry Hobbs, welcome. It's 8:23 here. We're in Mountain Standard Time, so it sounds like you're in Eastern Standard. Got a decent sized trout on a bluegill hook. Yeah, with these tiny hooks, you'd be surprised sometimes at what you can actually catch with them. We'll throw it right out in front here. Got these dang things boiling everywhere. Oh, instantly. Oh, did I get him? Oh, I lost him. That one I think was a pumpkinseed. And instantly again. Did we get him? There we go. Oh, we got off. Dang it. Oh, there we tangle it in the weeds here. All right, we need a better. Why can I catch a branch or a plant, but not the fish? I honestly have too big of a chunk of worm on here. Let me cut that off a little bit. Oh god, they're just all in these fallen branches. I threw that little chunk of a worm and like 5 of them swam out from in between the sticks. There we go. We're tangled on the tree. Oh, did he get off? Well, there we go. We got our pumpkin seed. So as you guys can see, they're really similar to the bluegill. They just have the distinguishing, the little orange or red spot on the dot, and they're more speckled pattern rather than the stripes or the blah color. Really pretty little fish though. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. There we go. But yeah, that's called a pumpkinseed. Pretty much the same exact fish as a bluegill, just slightly different coloring. Sometimes it's lip it. Their lips are. I don't think I can lip it. I don't think my fat thumb's gonna fit in its tiny little mouth. We'll try and lip the next one. Thank you, Flash. Let's see if we can grab another one of them real quick. I think they're They're what's living in this little bunch of branches down here. Nope, we missed it. They're hungry though. It seems like the moment the bait hits the water here, something grabs it and starts dragging it. Let's get it a little further out. All right, come on. There we go. Something's playing with it. Got him? Nope. We lost him. Let me turn the camera. I don't know if you guys can you guys see the bobber down there? You can't see the bobber, can you? Yeah, you can? Okay, cool. Yeah, they're just, I mean, all these little boils. There's just schools of these tiny little fish all in there. Probably a bigger bass, try a different hook. Now, these are all bluegill or pumpkinseed, it looks like. We get it just that was a bigger bass that just went, splashed across. There we go. That's something that's got it. Did he get my worm? God, they're just boiling everywhere. I think he got my worm. Nope. Oh, God. Oops. No, there's still a worm. Come on. One more. I think these things have even smaller mouths than the bluegill, though. They're a little bit smaller. Yep. Slight tangly. Glenn McIver, welcome back to the stream. The fishing's been great today. We're having an absolute blast. We still failed our challenge. We only have 4 of the... Somebody labeled our largemouth as a smallmouth. A lot of people who fish have no idea what it is they're catching. Sturgeon fishing on the ice is all I do for fishing in the winter, and even then I wonder why I do it. Ice fishing for sturgeon, huh? Yeah, I don't know. There's during spawning season is honestly the only time I ever hear people catching sturgeon around here. I would imagine you could catch them other times of the year. Come on. Let's get a big pumpkin seed. Bigger pumpkin seed. Something swimming with it. They're just so small they can't even get the bobber under the water. Oh, he ate that so deep. There's another bluegill. Sturgeon can get huge in the rivers out west here. They're actually dinosaurs. Yeah, we catch them. Oh, God. This little guy I don't think is going to make it. He ate this shit deep.
Motion detected in the side
Just
yard.
love this type of fishing. I think you'd love shore fishing from the beach. Cast out and wait, big snooker, red drum. Yeah, I would have a blast doing that. This guy, I don't think he's gonna swim away. He was a pretty deep hook set. We got it out, but she's bleeding a little bit. That's bluegill number 16. Where can your channel get membership? I do not currently, Colby, have membership enabled for the channel. I've been going back and forth trying to decide if I want to actually enable it. I don't know what kind of content I could offer you guys that would even make a membership worthwhile. Other than, I guess, members could help pay towards Starlink that I'm going to be using for the streams, because it is definitely not cheap. So I don't know. Maybe once I get Starlink set up, I'll turn the ability on for people to become channel members. Thank you, Flash. There we go. Oh, was he on there? He was on there. I lost him. Flying Brian, later, folks. Take care out there. Appreciate you stopping and hanging out, Flying Brian. If you like the stream, hit that sub button. Come back and hang out with us again, Tim. I had a good time chatting with you. We stream 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes from shore, sometimes from bank, sometimes from the boat. Lakes, rivers, streams, ponds. We target all kinds of different fish. How big were the bass? I think the biggest was about 9 inch. The smallest was about 6, maybe 7 inches. Not very big. Liked and subbed. I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you guys, all of you that are hitting that thumbs up and subbing to the channel. It means a lot to me. I appreciate that. I hope you're having fun hanging out in the stream, and I hope to see you next time when we stream as well. Why is my bobber sitting sideways? What is that? You're laying on a weed bed? Not as bad, my bass that I catch. You're catching smaller bass than I am? I don't know. We're kind of the king of dinks over here. What's your PB? We're just kind of bobbling this along the surface here a little bit. There we go. Oh. We got an absolute monster here, guys. You guys won't believe this. Oh! Oh. Okay. Yep. There we go. Pond lunk, guys. Identify that fish. What is that? Huh? That's your PB? Told you, they just keep getting smaller. cute little guy. All right, there we go. Just for you, Flash. You are right. This guy is, let's see here, 6 to 10. No, we've caught smaller. This is 4 inches. You're considering that a largemouth, right? My PB's 2 pounds 5 ounces, bro. How did you catch such a big bass? I know, right? Crazy. I cannot teach you my secrets. I'd have to kill you. Then everybody be catching big bass like I do. We can't have that. No, we're just using just a bobber rig, an inline, about 3/8 inch sinker, a very small hook. It's like a size 10 with just a little nub of a worm on there. Adding that to the perch category. It almost was a fish. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Almost? We honestly should put the bobber away. I'm just having fun. We need a white sucker, a common carp, and a yellow bullhead. So we should be bottom fishing right now because all 3 of those are bottom dwelling creatures. Thank you, Flash. You've seen pumpkinseed about 9 inches long. They can, yeah, a lot of fish from that family can get to be quite decent sizes. Not in this pond, though. This pond is, I don't know what is wrong with this pond. Nothing in this pond gets big besides the sucker and the carp. All right, we got another monster on the line here, folks. Somebody hold my beer. We're gonna need both hands for this one. All right, the other bluegill. My friend caught 3 pound, 10 ounce bass. That's a nice bass. James O'Halloran, bye guy here. Nice bye guy. Still daylit in Montana, it says. Yeah, we're 8:40. We probably have, I don't know, half hour, maybe a little bit longer of daylight here left. Oh, I guess I should show you guys. There's our bluegill number 17. Big bluegill fight like crazy. Super fun on a light rod. I've never caught a bluegill much bigger than this. This is the only place I've ever caught bluegill. See my friend catch a 5-pounder right in front of me. That's a nice fish. All right, let's get her back out there. All right, one more dink and then we're gonna take the bobber off of this and switch it to a bottom rig so we can maybe catch a bullhead. Yeah, there's some good sized bass that come out of here. I never catch them. The biggest I've ever caught out of here was like 2.5 pounds. It was actually right at this spot too. I caught her off a chatterbait. Was that beaver over there again? All right. Oop, I think we lost her. Dang it. Didn't have a good hook set. I think that was another little bass. Thank you, Flash. Caden, welcome to the stream. Where do you fish? We are in central Montana. We're fishing at a pond called Largent Bend. Colby says, thanks for the long stream. Oh man, I felt like this was a short stream here today. I'm glad you're enjoying it though, Colby. Always happy to have you guys in here. We have another probably half an hour, maybe somewhere around there, till the bugs get too bad, the light starts fading, the bats come out, and it just gets miserable to fish here. Flash, that bass in the video that you posted is probably bigger than my PB. Yeah, that's the same pond that I'm fishing in right now. There's some decent bass that come out of here. Fisher Fingers Jackson, how you doing, buddy? We're failing yet again at this weekly challenge at this pond. We've been trying for, I think this is the third week now we've tried to catch all 7 species out of the pond, and we're stuck at 4 again. And I think my worm is gone. Not only did he fish all day, he talked all day. Peace. Yeah, I babble. We caught a ton of fish today, though. I mean, somebody count that up. We're well over 20 fish today. And our worm is gone again. Let's get another little chunk on here. Big bait, big fish. It was true. Threw a whole live bluegill that was the size of my hand, and he ended up pulling out. His PB is 6 pounds. Yeah, it's only them big boys that can wrap their mouths around them, the big baits like that. And oftentimes, the bigger a fish gets, the less energy it likes to put out there trying to actually feed. So they are much more willing to go after that one meal that'll satisfy them for the whole day rather than picking up a bunch of small crap. Oh, and I said I was going to take the bobber off of this. I really should. We're not going to catch, we might catch a carp on a bobber. More than likely though, we're just going to keep catching more bass or pumpkinseed or bluegill. Got off work a bit ago and had to do some birthday shopping. He's gonna be live tomorrow too from the boat. So y'all come back tomorrow and put post notifications on. Yeah, I'm not sure what time yet tomorrow we're gonna be live. I still gotta, in fact, I should have asked Mia when she was in the room earlier what time she works tomorrow. I will probably be going live at whatever time, shortly after I drop her off at work. Ooh. Is he still on there? Yeah. We got something here. I think it's still on there. Just drug it through 3 different weed beds. You know what that is? Another bluegill. All right, what is that? Bluegill 18? Now let's see here for whoever asked me to lip the bluegill. I can't even get his damn mouth open. There we go. We have successfully lipped a bluegill. We're gonna get her back in. That's bluegill 18. We still got a worm. We heard of Lake Elmo, Montana state record largemouth came from there. I've heard of it, Flash. Off the top of my head, I have never, I don't know where exactly that's at. Lake Elmo. Lipping is the only way they stay off the ground. Yeah, with bass, the bluegill, I mean, I feel like it's probably not the best way to hold them. I can barely fit their tiny little mouth in my hand, or between my two fingers. I've caught a bluegill bigger than my hand. It was so easy to lip it. Well, next time you catch a 5-incher, see if you can lip it, because that's about what I'm dealing with here. There my bobber goes. Ooh. This one feels maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe we got another little bass. He's definitely fighting harder than the bluegill was. Do we got a monster bluegill? Is this the pond lunker? Yeah, I think that's about the biggest bluegill I've ever caught out of here. She's a little bit bigger. This is the pond lunker. The biggest bluegill ever pulled out of this bad boy. Oh, good God. And she just ate it. Oh, why did they do that? There we go. Yeah, that's not a bad sized bluegill for this pond. Record. Yeah, let's see here. This is oh, 5.5 inches. That ties my previous record. 5.5-inch bluegill. Retire off that bluegill meat. Right. Is that 18 bluegill? I don't know. I watch videos where people get so excited catching bluegill, and I don't get it. We don't have any big ones here. Is that 19? It could be 19. Maybe we didn't update it for the last one. All I know is we caught a crap load of bluegill today. Bass Fishing TV, I went pike fishing and I got skunked. Ah, man. Were you fishing a lake, a reservoir, a river? Peace. Okay, good night. Good night, all. May we wake for another day. Be kind. Appreciate you stopping in. Peace. You enjoyed the stream, hit that thumbs up and the sub button on the way out. And come back and hang out with us again. We'd be happy to have you. Where do bluegill even come from? Like, who stock them? Oh, the Fish, Wildlife, and Park do. We pay with our local tax dollars every year for them to stock bluegill in this pond. I don't know, I assume that they're supposed to be a forage fish for the bass. But we definitely have more bluegill than bass. The bluegill, I don't know. Where's my bobber? Are you coming back, bobber? Oh, do we got a fish on there? I think we got a fish on there. That's why there's no bobber. Another bluegill. All right, we got to switch to bottom rig here. We don't need to catch any more bluegill. We need a yellow bullhead or a white sucker. There we go. Bluegill 20. Smith Lake, Kalispell, Montana. What are you catching out of Smith Lake? Oh! Fishing TV. I didn't know you were near Kalispell. Smith Lake. Smith Lake has got a bunch of pike in it. Were you fishing from shore or a boat? Never caught a carp in my life. Bass fishing, carp fishing is fun. Got the pond record for most bluegill caught one day. No, I think my son, the kiddo's got me beat on that. He likes to come down here and fish for him, and he just stands on the dock and dunks his line down and lifts it up, and he's got a fish. Dunks his line down, lifts it up, and he's got a fish. We're probably pretty close to his record, though. Need to go fishing for some big trout out of the Smith River. I've only fished the Smith River once, Sebastian, just recently, actually. It was a couple of months ago. It was right after I started streaming, and I was driving around to every stretch of every water I could find within close proximity, trying to see if I could get a cell signal anywhere. And I dropped a line in and fished the Smith for I don't know, an hour or so. Didn't have any luck, no bites, nothing. Roy Tanner, welcome to the stream. We're in central Montana. Cash Rules, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? I don't live near Kalispell. I just visited family there with me and my family. We're traveling the country. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never fished Smith Lake. I do know that I've seen on Fishbrain. I want to say quite a few pike catches there. Fishing for Life said hi. Welcome to the stream, Fishing for Life. Cash Rules. What are you fishing for? So we're doing a fishing challenge today. This is a weekly challenge we do here on this channel until we complete it. We've tied our previous record. So it's a 5.5 acre pond. There's at least 10 different species supposed to be in this pond. And I would like to catch at least seven of them in one sitting. We've managed to catch 4 so far today. We did 4 last week and we did 3 the week before. There's a few fish here that we still haven't caught. We haven't caught a carp yet today. We haven't caught a white sucker today. And we haven't caught a yellow bullhead today. Those are the ones that we're missing. There are also supposedly rainbow trout and brook trout stocked in here, though I've never seen anyone actually catch one. There are also golden shiners, there's goldeye, and a couple of other smaller species like long-nosed dace and stuff like that. But our goal was to try and hit 7 of the 10. And we've managed 4 so far. We have one pole out here still as a bottom rig with worms on it, which may catch the white sucker or the carp. And I actually just took the bobber off of this guy and switched over to a bottom rig as well, trying to see if we can get a yellow bullhead. Roy Tanner, I'm in Michigan and it's night here. I went fishing today and I caught 10 largemouth bass and a catfish. Roy Tanner, that sounds like a good day fishing, my friend. What kind of catfish? What kind of cats do you have over there? I'm going to Florida tonight for peacock bass fishing. I'll see if I can catch one. Oh, that sounds fun. Heck yeah. Good luck, dude. Hope you catch a big one. If worst comes in, just jump in and bear fish. Right? Oak Ridge Taxidermist, welcome to the stream. We're doing great. How you doing tonight, Oak Ridge? We're having a good stream here. Hanging out, chilling. What's your setup looking like bass fishing? Also going deep sea fishing and offshore fishing. Man, sounds like you're about to have a good time, buddy. Enjoy it. I'm jelly. The real LA Kelly, what's up? How you doing today? I use Google Earth to locate ponds. Most farms around here in Arkansas have a pond or two. They are for livestock and to pump water for hay in the dry season. Yeah, a lot of those farmers' ponds will actually end up with fish in them. I don't know how a lot of them get the fish in it, if it's, you know, birds carrying fish eggs, if it's people, you know, just throwing random catches in it. But yeah, a lot of them tiny little ponds will end up with fish in them. Sometimes big fish, too. Black Max is my first bait caster. Garcia Black Max. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't throw bait casters. I'm not a cool kid. We just run the old spinner reel. 247 likes. Let's go. I appreciate that, guys. We're almost at 250. Bill Dance was mine. I got my reel for about 40 bucks. There we go, 248, 2 more. So close. I think I'm gonna get a bait caster for my pike setup. I heard a lot of people use it for pike. Use them for years in Florida. Rough Rider says I got you. Appreciate that. Holy crap! How did we get 255? That escalated quickly. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Got you at 240. It just jumped on my screen from 248 to 255. 256. Hells yeah. Oh, we're at 9 o'clock right now. I don't know how much more light we're gonna have. We're gonna hang out until I can't see my hand in front of my face. Maybe we'll get one more. I would love to get at least 5 of the 7. That way we're improving upon last week's. Rough Rider says I subbed too, bro. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're a fairly new channel for those of you guys who are just joining or haven't been hanging out long. The channel's a little over 2 months old. We've been streaming for about a month. We're here in central Montana. We stream 2 to 3 times a week. Sometimes bank fishing, sometimes from the boat. Fish ponds, lakes, rivers, streams, reservoirs, kind of fish it all. Here in the next week or so, we're going to be getting a Starlink Mini set up here on the stream, so we're going to be able to travel to a lot more places and hopefully have a lot less technical difficulties. So I'm sure the technical difficulties to some extent are going to follow us anywhere and everywhere we go. But if you like fishing streams, you like fishing, You like just hanging out and bullshitting with some cool people? Hit that sub button. Come back. Hang out with us. We're gonna be going lots of places. Next year we're gonna be traveling, I think, to a lot more places around Montana. The following year, probably doing some trips here, you know, within a few state radius. And then after 45, after I retire, probably we'll be doing much more traveling and fishing from some more exotic places. Excuse me. I just ate a bug. That wasn't tasty. Biggest tiger muskie I've ever seen was about 50 inches in a lake. Yeah, we have a couple of water bodies around here that do produce 50+ inch tiger muskies. The biggest one I've ever had next to the boat was about 30, a little over 30 inches. You were scuba diving. Oh, that'd be cool. I'd be a little nervous if I ran into a 50-inch tiger muskie under the water, though. They got big teeth and they are quite aggressive. Caught my first big mouth last night about this time. Heck yeah. Yeah, we're bottom fishing right now. We switched the bobber rig out, so I don't think we'll be catching any more any bass. What we're trying to get is one of 3 more species: a common carp, a white sucker, or a yellow bullhead, which are usually not the hardest to pull out of here. They just have not been cooperating tonight. Baseball 14 says I just subbed. I appreciate that. Come hang out with us, Baseball. Happy to see you in here. You went out fishing, missed a few, but landed one. Well, at least you got one landed, man. You're ahead of the game, more ahead in the game than I am. I just got one next to the boat. I didn't get it in the net. Not a monster. That's one of the places that I will be taking you, though, to stream. There's 2 different places near me that, in fact, Largent Bend Pond number 3, which is about a quarter of a mile from here, has tiger muskie in it. I just can't stream from there right now because the cell signal's too poor. But once I get the Starlink, we'll go back there. I had one on the line last year. Did not get it landed, though. And then the other place is Ackley Lake, which is about a 90-minute drive from here. Not too terribly far, but it's a bit of a trek. And that's where the bigger ones are being pulled out of right now in Montana. And maybe next year we might go to Dead Man's Basin, which is another one. It's 2.5, almost 3 hours from here. But that's where the current state record tiger muskie was pulled out of. And they have been continuously stocking that pond with tiger muskie for a good amount of time. Can you get a publication from the state Game and Fish that lists local water spot species and regulations? Yeah, they hand them out at all the sporting goods store, real LA Kelly, or you can download it. I don't have one in my Go box, my Go bag here, but I do carry one in my boat at all times. Plus you can download it on the app. Have you ever caught a salmon from the rivers in Michigan? I go every year and fill the freezer. I've never actually fished Michigan. I do catch kokanee salmon here in central Montana. Infrequently, they're usually a bycatch when I'm trout fishing. I would love to go out and actually target them, though. I'd love to drive far to fish, but I'd be upset for days if I drove 6 hours round trip just to get skunked. Yeah, see, I don't usually like to take more than an hour or 2 driving time to get to a fishing hole unless I'm camping there. If I'm staying for a few days, I don't mind the long drives. But for a single day fishing trip, you know, a 3-hour one-way trip is 6 hours of driving. That's 6 hours that I'd rather be fishing. So I try to keep driving time to a minimum when I'm not camping. Some fish on my bucket list are pike and muskie. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of pike here in central Montana, but just the tiger muskie is not an actual full-blown muskie. Trout and salmon and carp and marlin. Nice. Yeah, I've caught trout, salmon, carp. Never a marlin, though. Any private ponds that you can ask permission to fish. The real LA Kelly, that's something I've been thinking about. What I need to do is I'm going to go on either Facebook or Craigslist. and make a post and let them know that, you know, I'm a YouTube streamer, and see if I can get some private access to ponds, because there are along the Rocky Mountain front. I was reading about it the other day when I was researching Kamloops trout, which is a strain of rainbow trout that comes from the Kamloops region of Canada, Kamloops Lake or something like that. But they're a large growing rainbow trout, and they're a particularly aggressive, like fighting. They're known for their acrobatics and to be a really good fighter. But I was reading an article that throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, there was a guy here in Montana that was working with local farmers along the Rocky Mountain front, trying to build Kamloops trout fisheries on their farms. So a lot of people didn't have to travel so far to go and catch a fish. So apparently there are a handful of ponds within a fairly close distance to me, you know, a couple hour distance, that have been growing Kamloops for decades now. And some of the largest trout in the state are in private ponds. Bull trout would be cool to catch too. Yep, that's one that you don't have to pay extra for it, but the few bodies in western Montana that bull trout come out of, you have to have a bull trout permit. You got to go to Fish, Wildlife, and Park, to one of their physical locations, and fill out some paperwork to get a bull trout permit. It apparently doesn't cost you any money. They just require anybody who's actively targeting a bull trout in any of the waters to possess a bull trout permit, so they can track to see how many people are actively fishing for them. But yeah, that's also one that's on my bucket list. Bro, I watch your videos, bro, that's crazy. Oh, you watch Bass Fishing TV's videos? Nice. The Puka, welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, I remember you from earlier. Anyway, I gotta go. See you soon. All right, Bass Fishing, thanks for coming to hang out. Always a pleasure to see you in here. Come hang out again. We'll be live sometime tomorrow, probably tomorrow morning or early afternoon. We're gonna start a stream down at the Missouri River here in Great Falls. We're gonna see if we can maybe pull another good-sized pike out. And we're also gonna do a bit more walleye fishing. I wanna try and catch another walleye out of there. So we may not catch many fish tomorrow, but we'll be at it for a good, probably 6-8 hours, seeing if we can pull a pike or a walleye out. That's when Google Earth comes in handy. Most landowners do not want it well known that they will let people fish their ponds. Yeah, I've just always been a little awkward about approaching people, you know, cold calling them, like, hey, is this so-and-so? Do you own? Like, if that were me on the other end of that, it'd be a click. So that's where I was gonna, you know, make a Craigslist post or something and just let them know, you know, I'm catch and release. I stream content. You can check out, you know, what I do. I would love to come fish your pond. But that was what I was gonna do. But no, you're absolutely right. Using Google Earth, or they call it what is it? Cadastral, where you can look up, you know, land ownership, or, you know, a combination of both, to try and get some access, because there are a lot of cool smaller ponds, and, you know, river access, lake access, you know, private access that can get you onto some pretty cool fishing spots if you could get permission. The Puka, did you catch anything when I was gone? Yeah, we've caught a bunch more. We're up to 4 largemouth bass, 20 bluegill, 2 yellow perch, and 1 pumpkinseed. So we've got 4 of the 7 species that we're targeting. We're rapidly running out of daylight here. I would imagine we have probably 15 minutes to a half an hour before it's pitch black here. We're trying for at least 1 more. I would love to get 5 species. We got 2 bottom rigs in right now with worms on them, which should be targeting all 3 of the other species that we're looking for: yellow perch, common carp, and white sucker. Sebastian, let's go, big walleye. That's what I'm trying to catch out of the Missouri tomorrow. I'm still trying to decide what tactic I'm gonna use. I'm thinking of maybe trying some smaller much smaller crankbaits, trolling in, you know, very shallow water. Possibly running some walleye spoons. I think I'm probably also going to pick up another pack of leeches, and we'll try some jigging. But I'd really like to get, I want to improve my my walleye fishing. It's one fish I really do like to catch that I've never been good at it. Walleye like big jigs, plastic worm. See, and that's what I've always fished for them, kind of like I fish for pike. I just catch them every once in a while, but I've never had one of those days where it's like I could just get on the walleye and stay on the walleye. I can do that with almost any other species around here, whether it be rainbow trout, you know, northern pike, carp, sucker, perch. Walleye I haven't quite figured them out yet. And I don't know if it's I'm using the wrong lure setups or I'm just fishing the wrong parts of the water. Liam Gone, visiting Liam Gone Global, anyone? What is Liam Gone Global? Your channel? Are you asking if people are going to see your channel? 260 likes. We are killing it today. I appreciate every last one of you guys. Thanks for coming to hang out. We just have a little bit longer here in the stream. We've tied our 4 out of 7 from last week's challenge. Was hoping to at least one up it and get 5 today, but we are still not there. Next week when we do this, we're gonna have to do like a 10-12 hour stream. I think we're just gonna have to give ourselves a little bit more time. And I think actually starting earlier in the day, we might have more luck on the suckers as well as the carp. That was a total failure of a day on the water. Oh no, SoCal, did you get skunked? Walleye like structure. Yeah, see, David Rowe, the water body that we'll be fishing in tomorrow that we've been trying to catch walleye out of is the Missouri River, and it's a fairly shallow water body. It's pretty wide. There is structure in the sense that there's fallen trees and stuff along the very shallows on the edges. In the stretch of the river that I fish, there's not a lot of interesting structure on the bottom. Anywhere out in the middle, there's not a whole lot of, you know, deeper spots, humps. You know, so there's just not a lot of structure to fish around. That's why I've been thinking I want to try and go more shallow and really do either some shallow trolling of spoons or small crankbaits. You know, something that's going to be hitting the 2 to 5 foot range. I would really love to find somebody around here that actively fishes the Missouri River that could teach me a thing or two about the walleye there. Because one thing I would love to be able to catch more of. I know that walleye is really good eating. I'm sure my mom would love if I stocked her freezer full of walleye for the winter. But not only that, they're fun to catch. The bigger and toothier a fish is, the more fun I think I have catching it. And they're right up there with pike. They're really cool. Fish as close to the bottom as you can. See, David, last time I went, I trolled with, my most effective that I've been there getting walleye, and it's still been really hit and miss, was trolling bottom bouncers with a worm harness. So we're trolling, you know, along the bottom, and our worm harness is, you know, running 2 foot off the bottom. Baseball just followed your fish brain. Appreciate that. Come check out. I post a lot. I don't post all of my catches. Anything really interesting that I catch, I like to post on there. I post a lot of the gear that I use. You can see the water bodies that I fish in, what I catch fish with in those water bodies. It's interesting if you like the data, or if you just like pretty pictures. There's some pretty pictures on there too. Let Him Cook Productions, welcome back. I remember you earlier, still didn't catch anything. No, we've caught, you didn't or I didn't, because I did. We've caught 20 7 fish so far in this stream. 4 largemouth, 20 bluegill, 2 yellow perch, and 1 pumpkinseed. Yep, I was watching that day. I think you were 2 deep. Okay. Well, again, we did run. We ran cranks. We stopped. We anchored up. We ran cranks. I think we ran a worm harness for a little bit. Oh, here come the bats. I'm feeling them smacking on my line here. But yeah, we're gonna try that same spot tomorrow. I think I don't know how far upstream I can get and still get decent stream quality, but I'm gonna try taking the boat up further in the river, and I think we're actually gonna try drifting to begin with. Drifting and casting cranks in the shallows near the edge, which will target both the pike and the walleye. And then if that doesn't work, we'll probably switch to slow trolling along the shallows. Maybe a bottom bouncer, a little deeper. I think that was another bat that just hit that line. We got a small jingle over there. Oh, you guys can't even see this other line anymore. I forgot I moved it. Ooh, it's not that. Oh, let me get this other pole in view. I forgot you guys couldn't see it. There we go. Getting a little dark, you probably can't see it well anyways. And I still have not yet figured out how to use my Whisker Seeker LED line tips. Ooh. I'm pretty sure that was a bat. Goddamn bats. That might be a fish though. We do have worms on there. I forgot we weren't running just bread balls. The sucker bites as well as the yellow bullhead bites are not, they're pretty soft bites usually. I think it was a bat though. Get out of the weeds. But we need to hook up on something here pretty quick because we're running out of light and these skeeters are kicking the crap out of me. Oh, we just lost our hook again. Damn it. The Puka, what tips would you recommend for somebody streaming fishing to be more entertaining? That's a tough one. I don't think I'm particularly entertaining. I think one of the reasons I've done well in my stream so far is not necessarily because I'm entertaining. I think I engage with my audience a lot, which some streamers do. A lot of the streamers don't. They kind of do their thing and hope people want to watch. And I kind of prioritize chatting with people over doing my thing. I think a lot of the viewers appreciate that, and it's a more fun experience for them. Again, I think a lot of people. What is that? Is that a fish? I don't feel anything. I don't know what the hell that was. But I think a lot of the reason that people watch fishing streams is to kind of live vicariously, and they not just enjoy. Everybody can catch a fish, and this is something that another streamer said yesterday that kind of resonates. Yesterday, the day before, recently, he was explaining why people watch videos, why people watch certain streams, and he was saying that, you know, anybody can catch a fish. Catching a fish is not the most exciting part about watching a fishing video for a lot of people. It's about sharing an experience or telling a story. And that kind of resonated with me, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, again, anybody can go out there and catch a fish and put it on video. And a lot of people will watch that and they will enjoy it. But somebody who can go out there and not just catch a fish, but somehow tell a story while catching a fish, whether it be, you know, teaching, this is how I do it, you know, or giving you history of a place, something beyond just the catching of the fish. And I think that's what people like, but more so the engagement. Talking to people. People want to feel like they're part of the fishing experience. And if you're not engaging with them, they're just watching another boring fishing stream. So that'd be the advice I give you. And I can't, we are wrapped up here. Oh, these mosquitoes are getting me. I was hoping that would be our white sucker. That's what that felt like. If you could choose one place. If you drift, have one rod set up with Lindy and live bait, leech. So I'm only allowed one rod. That's the whole thing. Unless I can get a second person on my boat, I only get one rod. Who wants to go fishing with me tomorrow? Oh, let me see here, guys. I'm missing chats here. I fished everywhere from 0 to 45 foot and just couldn't get a single fish to play. Man, yeah, that's rough, SoCal. Do you think it's the water temperature? I really think it is. When you have surface temperatures, outdoor temperatures like you have recently, I think a lot of the fish just they don't want to come out and play. Do you see, SoCal, when you're there, do you see a lot of other people fishing? I mean, are you just having a bad day or is nobody catching stuff? I like to, I'm a little nosy when I go fishing at places. When I'm pulling my boat out, I talk to everybody. When people are walking by, I talk to everybody. You know, I'm not pushy about it, but I also, you know, I'm not too shy to ask, hey, you catching anything? And if they say they are, where, how, what are you using? You know, some people don't like to talk, but you'd be surprised. A lot of people will share what they're doing and how they're doing it. If you could choose one place in the U.S. to live, where would it be? I mean, I like Montana. That's why I moved back here. The only thing I don't like about Montana is the winters. At some stage in my life, I may purchase a home somewhere in a warmer location that I may travel to when I get really sick of the cold. And I'm gonna set up here real quick. I know you guys can barely see anything. We're only gonna be here a little bit longer. Turn the flashlight on. I'm gonna set up a little bit of a light here.
Okay, I turned flashlight on.
There we go. Oh, and here come the bugs. I'm gonna scoot back a little bit. People like having their comments read by the streamer. Yeah, a lot of people, it didn't feel like they're somewhat part of the stream. They want to feel acknowledged. Oh, I thought you were using 2 rods last week. No, unfortunately, on the river there, rivers and streams in central Montana, you're allowed 1 pole, 2 hooks. So I did switch between poles a couple of times, but we were only running one rig at a time. And all right, this guy's just, we're done with this rig for tonight. She is tangled, the bugs are eating me. We will focus on the 1 pole over there. Ugh. Let me get the bug spray out here for a moment. These skeeters are... There we go. We have thoroughly covered ourselves in poison. If I leave now, I could be there in 14 hours for a SoCal. Oh, one of these days we should plan a fishing trip, but that's a long long trip for no notice. Really do believe the hot air temperature, and the fact that the lake level is dropping so much. Yeah, lower waters, hotter temperatures makes warmer waters. It just, I think that the fish, when conditions get like that, I don't think it's just that their appetites drop. A lot of those fish are not just searching for cooler, darker places for comfort, like it's out of survival. I mean, water temperatures get that hot, fish start dying. Those old Germans around here are pretty tight-lipped. Are they? Nobody likes to share? I don't know. I'm trying to be as friendly and jovial with people when I'm out fishing as I can, and I like to share tips with them, and oftentimes if you give a little, you'll get a little back. So like I might precede those conversations with, oh, this is what usually works real well for me. What are you catching them on today? And you can feed them a line of bullshit for me, but it's just enough for them to feel like, oh, you know, he's sharing with me, maybe I'll give a little back. You gotta be careful though, because they might give you bullshit right back too though. Oh, I'm catching them on green beans today. You know? Some people are like that. Talked to a group of kayakers when I got there today, and they said that between the 6 of them, only 1 fish was caught. Beware of relocating too far south. We have high humidities and tornadoes. Yeah, we escape the humidity and the tornadoes here in Montana. We get hailstorms and some pretty gnarly winters. Winds too, lots of winds. We're a really windy state. What's up, boss? How you doing, Alex Locks? Welcome, welcome. Any tips for getting my subs up? Thanks. If you're just doing straight shorts and long form content, good luck, my friend. I wish you all the luck in the world. It took me over a month to get 50 subs from posting just fishing content. Once I started live streaming, my subs started rocketing. Do we have any worms left? Yeah, we have at least 1 worm. But yeah, sub count, I can't give you any advice on the long form or the short content because like 1% of my well, maybe like 5% of my subs are from my content. And the rest are pretty much all from live streams. People love fishing live streams. I don't know if that works for other genres of YouTube, but it sure as heck works well for fishing. People seem to really like live streams fishing. All right, we're back in the water. We're not giving up so easily here. We need to get 1 of these. We need 5 before we leave today. I've caught more fish when the water rises, insects getting washed into water trends to trigger feeding. Last winter was so cold here in North Dakota. Oh, you're in North Dakota. Yeah, you get it like we get it here. Maybe not quite as bad, maybe worse at times though. You get the winds there like we do, I think. And yeah, the winters just get brutal. It gets so cold you know, you feel it in your bones. Hurts to go outside sometimes. It's no fun. Like again, I drive Mia back and forth to work, and she's you know a 15-mile drive from my house, which isn't bad during you know this time of the year. Yeah, it's a 10-minute drive back and forth on the freeway. 10-12 minutes. It's not too shabby. But when it's, you know, 20 below zero outside, snow drifts on the road, and just icy, blizzarding conditions, like you don't know if you're gonna make it home, you know, it's scary at times. North Dakota gets worse winds, huh? You think so? There's a lot less mountains. Yeah, those open plains, yeah, the wind really does barrel down. The big lake is currently being dropped by 9 foot as they release waters to a lower lake. That's a lot of water to let out. Yeah, Pishkin, where I fish though, is kind of the same way. It's a fishery, but its main purpose is an irrigation reservoir. They pump that place up super full and keep as much water in there as possible until farming season, and then they dump so much of it out. It's like fishing two completely different lakes, you know, depending on what time of the year you're fishing it. I tend to do better there though during the later season. During late summer, fall is when I really start killing it there. So like it's peak right time of this is the peak time of year for me. Oh, when I was fishing Black Eagle Dam, worker told me next year they plan to empty the river from Holter all the way up here. No way! 4 feet deep in the middle? That will devastate the trout fishing. There will be such a mass die-off. I know that they're doing a lot of work, or there's a lot of work planned on one or more of the dams in that series, but geez, that's crazy. Next year, huh? Not to mention the algae bottom and the complete mismanagement on pairing aerators. Oh. Yeah, I would imagine that could also have a pretty significant detrimental impact on the water body. That's what I said, told me it will affect the whole river. Yeah, that's not just going to affect the whole river, that's going to affect it for a long period of time. I can't believe that a plan got approved to that. I mean, that's why we have such strict fishing regulations here in central Montana, is to protect the trout fishing. And that is mostly from basically Holter through Craig, Montana to Cascade. And those are all 3 areas that from what you're saying, are going to basically be wiped off the map as world-class fisheries. Huh. I'll have to look into that. I'd be surprised if there isn't some big fuss being made about that. If there isn't, there should be. There's got to be a different way for them to work on those dams without completely draining the goddamn river. I mean, they're just what? They're just planning on opening them up full bore? Letting all the water out. Yeah, that is crazy. Come on, carp or sucker. Or bullhead. Well, honestly, now that we've caught the pumpkinseed, we almost should head back down to the other spot, but I think it's getting too late here. I don't know how long we want to stay here and try and fish. Technically, I'm supposed to be out of here at 10 p.m., so we do have another 25 minutes. When it starts getting high water temps, the air should be turned on, right, to oxygenate it further, but management failed to maintain the system, and it wasn't turned on until it was too late, and it damaged the lake. Yeah, I think, again, the hot water like that, the low oxygenation due to the hot water, can, yeah, cause huge fish die-offs. Do you see any signs of a die-off other than, you know, the bites dropped? Are you seeing dead fish lining the banks anywhere? Said the flow from the dam will be stopped by a lot and only a little water will be flowing out, which will cause the river to go very shallow. Wouldn't it be the opposite? Oh, you mean at Holter Dam. So they're going to stop letting water out at Holter and... Okay. Huh. Interesting. So that's going to flood the shit out of Holter and all the water bodies upstream from it, too. Pond on base is closed currently because of blue-green algae that killed someone's dog. Yeah, those algae blooms apparently can be quite toxic. I know that a lot of water bodies around here have the signs posted that if you see anything that looks like this, and they give you different pictures of, you know, color and composition of the different algae, that don't get in the water, don't swim the water, wash your hands well if you touch the water. No signs of a fish kill, but I did notice today that carp stopped rolling. Normally carp roll like crazy all day. Oh, really? Yeah, I see that occasionally, but it's usually only when the water temperatures get right for them to spawn. God, I gotta take this reel out and blow it up. It's full of fucking grit. You got my air compressor tomorrow. Colby said, good night. Thanks for a great stream. See you tomorrow. Appreciate you coming to hang out, Colby. Always a pleasure to see you in here. Again, I'll post. I need to remember when I get home to post on my community page what time I plan on going live tomorrow, but I'll try and give you guys a heads up when I'll be live. I dropped my swait reel in the river. It locked up for days. Really, Flash? Yeah, swait is some of the only other gear that I really, really like to run with. I got the swait black label reel on a couple of my rods, and I really, really like that reel. Super smooth. I will try not to drop her in the water, though. Yeah, swing by, hang out sometime tomorrow, Colby. We should be live. I don't think it's supposed to rain or be super windy, so we'll probably be at the Missouri River tomorrow. I really wanted to go to Pishkin, but I'm going to hold off until next weekend when hopefully I have the Starlink Mini running. Love swait, but man, I was pissed trying to reel it in and it wouldn't move. Ah, jeez. El Damo, welcome, welcome, buddy. I just got home from fishing. Got an absolute Goliath of a pike. 37 pounds? El Damo, you son of a bitch. That is a chonker. Wow. Only 46 inches for 37 pounds. She was fat. El Damo, did you get any footage of it? Please tell me you got video of that. I want to see you pull that sucker in. Limited out on walleye. Good God, man, you had a good day. I'd be happy with one or the other, but both of those, that's amazing. Please tell me you got some pictures or footage. Yeah, that is absolutely, that is a legendary pike, my friend. That is a once in a lifetime catch for most people. Did you figure out the power supply for Starlink? No, I looked at a couple of different options earlier. I still haven't decided on what I need. I need to get it ordered quickly though, because the Starlink's gonna come before I figure out how to power the damn thing. Wish I got a camera set up. I'd love to do a live stream. Heck yeah, El Dabo. Did you get a picture on your cell phone? Anything? It's 2025. If there's no picture, it never happened. Yeah, I'm kind of that same mentality. I have so many people that I talk to, like at Pishkin. I was there recently, and a guy was telling me about. We pulled up to the boat dock at the same time. He was already pulling his boat out, and mine was waiting. And I was asking him how he did. He said, "Oh, I caught a few." I was like, "Yeah, that's nice. That's cool. I saw you, casting in the shallows. Were you getting any good-sized ones?" "Oh yeah, a bunch over 30 inches." I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I've been fishing that place for years, and a 30-plus incher there is a pretty rare catch. I told him, yeah, I've caught about 11 or 12 today. They were all, 2-3 pounds. I had one 6-pounder, nothing over 27 inches. Oh. Did you get any pictures? No, I usually don't. I don't take pictures of anything unless it's over 40 inches. I was like, oh, okay. But he did show me, we then got to talking about tiger musking. He was telling me about how he had caught 6 already this year there. And I'm like, 6? I've been fishing that damn place for 3 years and had 1 next to the boat. So I was asking him how he was catching it. He did bust out the phone and he showed me at least 3 that he's caught within the last 2 years. He didn't show me 6. But I don't know. Again, the people that, oh yeah, I caught a bunch over 30 inches, or I caught, you know, that behemoth, but don't have a picture. It's, yeah, but my phone was on the floor in the boat, so it's shitty angle. Angle is an angle, man. That's a picture. That's better than nothing. I have to take a picture of every worthy fish because it's worth bragging about. I need to be able to prove it. Yep. I don't know. I don't like to immediately discount people as telling the truth, but a picture helps a story go a long ways. I mean, I tell people about the 22.5-pound 42-inch pike that I caught all the time when they're asking about pike. But again, I can show you pictures of that fish at 3 different angles. I can show it to you on the scale. I can show it to you on the measuring stick. There's no questioning the size, the weight, the veracity of my claim. State record is 32-inch walleye. Yeah, no, he's not from here, and he was talking about the pike. Oh. Yeah, the state record, they've been going back and forth between, I'm full of weeds on this thing, I think. They've been going back and forth between Tiber and Holter, I think, for the state record walleye here. There was just a new one caught, I think it was last year, out of Holter. Big old walleye, nice fat walleye. Not only long, you know, I think that's the 32-incher, but she was just fat, big fish. Holter has it, yeah. I think that was the new one they caught last year. Holter actually had 2 or 3 record fish last year. 2 of them were stupid little fish, I think, but nonetheless, 3 records pulled out of there in 1 year is pretty good for a water body. My record walleye, 0 pounds 0 inches. You never caught a walleye? Yeah, I don't catch them often, but I got that fairly decent one last year. It was 6.5 pounds, good sized walleye. Come on, one more fish. We got 15 minutes. We're gonna head back to the truck in 15 minutes. The live sonar is helping guys target large walleye. Yeah, for forward-facing sonar is a cheat code. Not a cheat code I get on my boat. But yeah, look, if you can, there's definitely a learning curve to that, just like any of the electronics on a boat. It's not like you can just pop a forward-facing sonar on your boat and go catch big fish. You got to learn how to use the tool. But those guys that get good at reading that shit, man, you can see the fish. You do that with your lure, and it's just like, it's video game fishing. But I am definitely envious of the fish they're able to catch with it. Gotten a bunch of 25, 30 pounders this week. No shit. El Dabo, where are you from again? And when am I coming to fish with you, dude? 25, 30. He's like, yeah, it's just 25, 30 pounders. We get those all the time. I live on a trophy fishing lake up in northern Manitoba. Oh, that's right, you're up in Canada. Y'all fucking Canadian pike, man. Like 8 master pike, 3 master walleye. Huh. Manitoba, that's on east coast of the US, isn't it? That's not west coast. You gotta have some photos. Flash wants receipts here, man. Show the goods. I do know that some of them northern Canadian fisheries are just, I don't know what the hell it is about the water up there, but they grow some Goliath and some of the cleanest looking northern pike you will ever see. Most of the pike I catch around here, they're brawling, man. The big ones, the little ones, they are fighting with each other. They're trying to eat each other. So they're always, you know, you got torn fins, bites out of fins, teeth marks in the side. On fish brain, a lot of the bigger pike I see pulled out of, especially the northern waters in Canada. It seems like the more northern you get, just the more pristine, untouched. They're pulling out these just absolute specimens that look like they got pulled out of a fucking fish tank. You know, they're just immaculate looking. No scrapes, no scratches, no bite marks. Manitoba, pretty central. I live on Saskatchewan-Manitoba border. Okay, I'll have to look at a map. I'm not super familiar with Canadian province locations. Used my buddies, and it's a huge learning curve, but running sonar is always, yeah, any of those electronics, David, are, you know, they seem like they should be super simple, you know, point, click, and go, but they're really not. There's a difference between being able to decipher what's on the screen and being able to dial it in so you can really see and know what you're looking at. Every pike pulled from this lake looked like straight berserker, scarred and bloody. Oh, okay, so that you got some fighters up there too, huh? I didn't even see what Jackson said, but appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I follow a handful of people from up in Canada that are pike fishermen on Fish Brain, and it seems like most of the stuff they're pulling out there is relatively untouched. It's a little surprising that your water body they're brawling like ours around here. I guess that shouldn't be surprising. The where they're just untouched. Like, I don't understand how a pike grows to be 15 pounds and looks like it's never been in a fight in its life.
Motion detected in the side yard.
I mean, that 22.5 pounder that I pulled out, it had bite marks all over it. You know, one of its fins was bloody and completely missing. Like, it had been fighting with something, and it looked like whatever it had been fighting with, then it was. So the big pike are out there trying to eat other big pike. That or they're just super territorial when they get that big and they're just brawling to brawl. Yeah, you guys, the few people that are in here, if you haven't already, do me a favor. Go hit on SoCal's page there. Give him a follow. He is so close to getting 1,000 subs. And for those of you who don't know, 1,000 subs is one of the criteria required for you to get monetization. So he's trying to get monetized on his channel. Go give him a follow. He's in Southern California. He fishes actively like I do. Good guy to hang out with, quite funny. I mean, you guys see him in here all the time. But if you haven't followed him yet, go give him a follow. Go check out his content. Help him get to that 1,000. Guys are now hunting fish with sonar before wetting the line. I can't run around for a few hours. Right, David? I get antsy, like, am I far enough away from the dock yet? Can I put my line in? Which usually is not the best thing to do, because you should get to a good spot before you start fishing. I'm like throwing a line in as I'm loading my boat out. Every minute my line is in the water, I can catch a fish. Bryson, welcome to the stream. We're fishing central Montana. We're just finishing up here. We got about 9 more minutes before I pack up and get out of here. We're outside of Vaughn, Montana. This is called Largent Bend Pond. And we were doing a fishing challenge today, trying to see how many different species we could pull out of here. If you look at what's pinned at the bottom here, Flash is fishing. That's our catch count for the day. We're up to, what is that, 24, 25, 26, 27 fish we've caught this stream. Most of them tiny, not impressive, but we've caught a bunch of fish today. But our goal was not to catch a whole bunch of fish, it was to catch as many different species as possible. And we did all right. We tied our best so far. 4 out of the 4 out of the 7 that I think we can probably catch out of here. Or 4 out of the 7 that I know we can catch out of here, rather. We're in the weeds here. Oh, God. Having fun, though. That live scope stuff is my best equipment you can use. I don't people that use it. I don't. You're out there fishing. You fish how you want to fish. If you're fishing, league fishing or tournaments and they allow it, I mean, you're all participating by the same rules. So I think it kind of takes some of the allure, some of the maybe fun out of fishing. Maybe not, though. I don't know. It's their time, it's their money. They're out there fishing. I say let them fish how they want to fish as long as they're within the regulations. I think it'd be fun to try out. I don't think I would like to throw out, forward-facing sonar every time I went fishing, though. It does take some of the mystique out of, I think, why I enjoy fishing. But I will say, though, it would be nice to be able to see sometimes. Because the down scan, the side scan sonar does not... It irritates me sometimes. It's like I see fish everywhere, and it's like, why are these fish not biting on literally anything? And it'd be nice to be able to see, are they paying attention to your line? Are they completely ignoring it? I don't know. Bryson says, I'm having fish for supper. What kind of fish you eating, Bryson? An 18 and 20-year-old won the South Dakota Governor's Cup with record weight. Well, I mean, that's, again, you learn to use the equipment. It shaves off decades off the learning curve of actually, how to catch those fish. But again, it's not... It takes skill. Those people have taken the time and the effort to learn how to use the equipment, and it is what it is. I mean, I do fishing with this view. Yeah, it's nice out here. This place technically closes at 10 p.m. We got 5 more minutes before I'm supposed to be out of here. I've never seen Fish and Game come out here this late to actually close it down. But the bugs are out. I can hardly see anything. You're looking at me. You can't even see the pole. Not great quality fishing stream. I use my fish finder mostly as an overpriced depth finder and water temperature gauge. Same SoCal with a speedometer for the boat. Yeah, I like all of the generalized stuff that you get from it. I mean, I do look at my down scan, I do look at my side scan. I'm still not great at reading it. I'm definitely not good at tuning it in. But for me, it's not super important. I more like to see what the bottom looks like, so I know, what kind of terrain I'm fishing, and I kind of go from there. Structure, pockets, depth, yeah. Freshwater drum, crappie, yellow bass, walleye, yellow bullhead. You're eating all of that tonight, Bryson?
Detected in the side yard.
We need 4 more minutes. Outro fish. Come on, let's do this. Oh, as I said that, something just bumped my line. Felt like something picked the bait up and moved it. Come on. We've been waiting for you. I anchored up on an offshore rock pile today and actually lost the day. You lost your anchor too? Good God, man. Yeah, see, I don't know if you've paid attention in my streamer. I never really showed it well. The anchor that I use, so you use one of the ones that's got like the jagged hooks on it. I don't know what that style of anchor is called, but I use we've always called just a river anchor around here. It's got, the 4 lobes on it. It's cast iron or whatever the hell it's made out of, but it's 4 rounded, you know, nubs. It weighs, I think, 15 pounds. Doesn't catch real well, but it also doesn't snag real bad. There have been a couple of times, though, where I wasn't sure if I was going to get it back. But that was when I first had the boat, and those were some of the deeper spots that I've anchored at. I was at Holter the one day and anchored in like 80 foot of water. Yeah, I almost didn't get the anchor back that day. Bryson, are you streaming tomorrow? Yeah, we should be streaming tomorrow sometime between I would say sometime between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. I don't know when the stream's going to start. I'm going to make a post on my community page when I get home. I need to see when Miyazaki has to be to work. Foxy's a cinder block and a rope, old school style. No. I do get frustrated though because my anchor does not hold well in windy weather. When my boat starts rocking, when you know the winds pick up, Ackley Lake is one place that I've had a problem with it every time I go there because it's almost always windy when I go there. But that's where one of the places that I go to tiger muskie fish. But it doesn't hold well. When I start rocking, it drags my anchor around. And I don't know if I need a second, like to anchor at the front of the boat and the back of the boat, or I just need a different style of anchor. Haven't quite figured that one out yet. Spot lock is better than any anchor. Yep, David, I wish I don't yet have an electric trolling motor on my boat. Maybe next season, I would love to put one on there. I need to get around to finishing the wiring on the boat. I have all the stuff to do a dual battery setup, the battery switch, fuse block. I've got all the stuff to do the wiring. I just need to sit down, finish mapping it all out, and do it. So currently I don't have wiring up to the front of my boat where I'd be running the trolling motor or the fusing or anything for it. Need to bring out the glowing bobber. Yeah, I do. It's in my catfishing gear. That is something I should put in my bag. I'll try and remember to do that. Perfectly set and forecast. I'm 50 yards away from my anchor spot. Yeah, see, that's where spot lock would just be so much handier. It really would. That, and I could get rid of because I troll with my jet motor right now, which, you know, it's a 75 horsepower, 40-year-old, 45-year-old two-stroke. It's loud, it's noisy, it kicks water around, and some of the fish, pike aren't skittish, but I know I think it would definitely improve my trolling for walleye, probably my trolling for trout, salmon. Extra rope allows the boat to bounce on waves without losing your grip. Yeah, so I have about 125 foot rope attached to a 10-foot heavy chain attached to a 15-foot river anchor. So I get a good amount of weight. I mean, that chain probably adds an extra 5 pounds. So I'm probably running, you know, 20 pounds of weight and, you know, up to 125 foot of rope after that. Spot lock trolling motor so bad. 3K is a bit pricey for a $2,800 boat, yeah. Now, the electronics on my boat, I think, are already, I don't know, about what I paid for the boat. And that's without the trolling motor, the forward-facing sonar, It's not a cheap hobby. That's why they say boat stands for bust out another 1,000. All right, we're 10:01 p.m. here. We had a nibble. We're gonna go ahead and, oh, I'm in the weeds here. I think we're gonna get on out of here. I am gonna leave the stream going though. I'm gonna go home. We're gonna, I think, stream from inside for a short period of time. I need to mess with Nightbot. I didn't want to start a live specifically for Nightbot to test it, but one of the commands that I was working on is erroring. And I would like to figure it out before my next stream. So we're gonna keep the stream going while I drive. And I am going to try and fix this Nightbot command at home while the stream is still live. So you guys are welcome to hang out. If not, thanks for hanging out today. I, again, appreciate when you guys come and hang out with me and fish with me. Hope you guys had fun. I know I did. We failed our challenge yet again. I think we're going to keep this as a weekly challenge until I beat it. I know I can catch all 7 of these dang things. And I know there's at least 3 bonus fish in there too that I've never caught out of here and we could potentially catch too. But I think it's a fun stream. It's interesting and fun for me because it's such a small water body, and it just seems crazy to me that there's so many different kinds of fish you can catch in one little pond. I hope you guys like this stream. Maybe you guys don't care, you just like fishing. But anyways, I hope you had fun. We're gonna head back to the truck. I gotta pick up all my crap here. Hold on a second. One of the things I hate about leaving at night is I can never see real well. I always feel like I'm leaving something. All right. You guys are gonna have to go in the bucket again for a short moment here. I need to put you guys in there so I don't drop you. We're gonna settle. Scared of the dark. And it'll take us probably 2-3 minutes to walk back to the truck here. We're fairly close. But thanks for hanging out with me today. I had a pleasure. Had a good time. Always a pleasure. We will be live again sometime tomorrow. Probably earlier in the. She usually works early shift on the weekends. But I will make a post on the page once we get home and figure out what her schedule is going to be like. But we'll be streaming tomorrow from the boat, Missouri River. And in fact, I'm sorry you guys, you are going to have to sit in the dark because I can't see a damn thing. And I'm going to fall in a hole here. So we need to move the light over here. There we go. But if you guys want to come hang out and fish tomorrow, we'll be live sometime tomorrow morning / afternoonish. And we will probably fish again until sunset. And we might even do a little bit of fishing from the dock afterwards, depending on how the day goes. If you haven't already, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, come hang out again. I'm told I shouldn't fish here after dark. There's apparently a lot of bear activity around here. Though I've never actually seen a bear down here. I'm told that pond number 3 across the way over there, that there is an active bear den right by it. I assume black bear. We do have grizzlies around here though as well. Oh. God, I need to build a fishing cart. I hate carrying all this crap around. Ugh. All right. Oh. All right. We're at the truck. Let me get this stuff loaded in and we will head on back to the house and try and fix Nightbot. But tomorrow we're going to see if we can maybe catch another decent sized pike. And I'd really like to get on the walleye. That's kind of my goal tomorrow, is to catch a walleye. I would love to catch another pike, but I think tomorrow we're actually going to be mostly focusing on trying some different methods for walleye fishing. And I have a few ideas of what we can try. There's a couple of things that I have done in the past that did work. We'll try a few things that I haven't tried. Maybe we could get a nice walleye or two on the boat. But if any of you guys are watching or in the Great Falls area, general area, and don't have anything to do tomorrow and want to fish, we will have room on the boat for one other person if you guys want to come hang. Not exactly sure I'd want to fish next to a bear den, right, SoCal? I was told that recently. I've been down there fishing for a couple of years now and I never saw the bear den. But the person who did tell me, I do actually trust them. I see them down here fishing quite often, and they're one of the only other people that I know that actively fishes back there. And they just told me that if I go back there and fish again, that I should definitely bring a pistol. Hold on, I lost my car keys. I'm gonna put them in the bag here. There they are. But again, it's a spot that's basically right in my backyard that has tiger muskies, and nobody ever fishes it. And they've been stalking it infrequently, but with enough frequency and long enough ago that there should be 50 plus inch, potentially 50 plus inch tiger muskie back there. Flashlight off.
Okay, I turned flashlight off.
David Rowe, you fishing pack? I've never fished pack. I really, really would love to fish pack. My boat is a little on the small side for pack, pack being the largest water body in the state and also known to be a quite windy one. I'm a little hesitant to put my little 16-foot John boat in there. Not only that, but it's a far drive. What I would really, really like, and what I'm really, really hoping happens, is that I meet somebody who lives and fishes that area that's got a bigger boat that's more appropriate for that size water body, and I'd love to hitch a ride on somebody's boat to fish for, a day or two a week. But nope, that's on my bucket list, David Rowe. I would love to fish Peck because some monster fish come out of that water body and all around Peck. Dredge cuts. That whole area around there produces really big fish in Montana. I would hate to drag my boat 4 hours over there for it to be windy, the next 2-3 days and just get tossed around in an oversized water body and an undersized boat. I'm hoping I can meet somebody who fishes that area and basically can take me fishing. Like I offer all the time, I offer on Fish Brain as well as on the streams. If you guys are in the area, you want to come fish, come fish. If I got room on the boat, room on the shore next to me, you're welcome to pop a squat and fish with me. I'm hoping I can find somebody who lives in that area who might graciously invite me down to let me fish with them. But I would love to fish Peck. Another one that I really want to fish more often too is Tiber. I've been up there once. I've taken my boat up there once. I got completely skunked. But it's one of them water bodies that's big enough and it's so windy up there that it's really iffy taking my tiny boat out there. I will do it though if weather permits. So I know Tiber has good walleye, good northern pike. I think there's lake trout in there. I know they have the rainbows, the kokanee salmon. I think they get quite big kokanee up there as well. I don't know. That's again one of those places that I've been up there. I went up there to check and see if I could stream, and I couldn't. I spent the day up there with the boat taking video, but didn't catch any fish. You ever fished peck, David? Let's turn the camera around. You guys can watch the road instead of my ugly mug. You've seen enough of me today. Let's try not to hit a deer. What's up, Steve? Welcome to the stream. We're done fishing for the night. It's too dark. The spot that we were at closes at 10 p.m. So we're headed back to the house. I'm going to leave the stream going for a little bit though. When I do get back to the house, I'm trying to fix a couple of the Nightbot custom commands that I created. And unfortunately, I can't test them unless it's in a live stream. And I didn't want to start a live stream just for testing Nightbot, so we're going to leave the stream running here for a little bit while I play with some Nightbot code. David, no, you've never fished peck? Okay. Yep, next year I would love to. One of my, was it a bonfire or somebody burning their house down? That is awfully close to the... Oh, okay, never mind. Just a bonfire. Somebody's trailer caught on fire. No, a buddy of mine, his dad has been bought last year a bigger V-hull low, like a 22-foot low V-hull fiberglass. So a bigger boat that's more appropriate for waters like that. And he's probably going to be going next year on that. So maybe I can swing up that way with him. I don't know. How many did you catch today? So if you look at the pinned message, Steve, you will see from Flash what we caught. If you're on a cell phone, it's pinned at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a laptop or a tablet, it's likely pinned at the top of your screen. Anytime we catch stuff, we usually will pin that message so people can come in and read. But it is 4 largemouth bass, 20 bluegill, 2 yellow perch, and 1 pumpkinseed. We caught 4 different species today. I think that's 27 fish total. We had a decent day. Nothing real big, but... Oh, them damn bluegill wouldn't stay off the line. Pumpkinseed, it's just like a bluegill. They're of the same family of fish, the sunfish. They are... Where the black dot is on the side of a bluegill, it's like a half moon that's, you know, orangish, reddish in color. And then they have a bit more color throughout the body, some orangish, some reddish. But it's basically the same thing as a bluegill, just slightly different coloring. Really pretty little fish. Yeah, we had a good day fishing. We streamed it, what, about 7 hours. But we're gonna leave the stream running while I go inside and work on Nightbot for a little while. So you guys are welcome to hang out and chat. I'm gonna be kind of focusing on trying to fix and test the the bot commands. Trying to add a couple of things to the chat room that'll make my life a little easier and things a little easier for the mods. But the only way for me to test it is when I got a live stream going. I've got a big enough boat, but I live on Oahe Reservoir, so it's hard to leave such a good fishery to fish. I'd hit Saskatchewan before Peck, half the drive. Oh yeah, that'd be a long drive for you, man. Alright, I'm just emptying my pockets here. Got a pocket full of cigarette butts from fishing today. What's Sakakawea? Sakakawea. So we have Sacagawea up here in Montana. That was a famous figure from the Lewis and Clark expeditions here in America. I don't know what Sakakawea is though. What do you guys pull out of that reservoir? Shikaka? No, I said Sacagawea, and then I was trying to pronounce that, and I think it's Sakakawea. You're saying Shikaka. Yeah, I don't know, man. Nightbot is the third-party program you have to download, correct? You don't have to download anything, SoCal. You just go to the website, you create an account, or rather sign into it using the same Google account that your YouTube channel is under. And then basically it'll ask you to give permissions to that software to become a managing moderator of your chat. Once you give it the right permissions, then when you go live, it just joins your channel. But through the website, through nightbot.tv, you can create and control the commands that it uses. Sacagawea equals Sakar. Oh, okay. Same thing. Is it referring to the same person, the same Indian lady? I forget what tribe she was from. She was Blackfeet or... But yeah, that's a person from the Lewis and Clark expedition when they explored the West. Peck, then Sock, then O. Okay. Alright, I need to grab... We need to put worms in the fridge before I forget. I don't want them baking out here in the old truck. Oh, I should grab that. That's what I need to do. I need to charge a battery too. Hold on. Where did I put my dead battery? There we go. All right, you guys. So I'm headed into the house now. You're gonna be kind of staring at the floor here for a little bit. Oh, here's one of my stray kitties. His name is Mr. Squisherton, because he squishes on everything. He's just happy all the time. Oh, you're fine, you're fine. This is Mr. Squisherton. He's my squishy guy. They're just, him and a female were stray cats living outside. So last winter, when it started getting really nasty outside, I started leaving my door cracked so they could sleep in my basement. And oh God, he's just the loveliest cat ever. He's so happy. He gets fed now. He gets a nice, warm, dry place to sleep. And his girlfriend is the one who just ducked into the house there. She is super skittish. I've Been feeding them for over a year now, and I still cannot pet her. She comes and yells at me when it's time to eat. And meow, yeah. And forgive the mess. My house I'm completely renovating it. So it is all tore apart. But welcome, welcome. You are in Rod's house now, where we have many more cats. Don't ask me why. I think one cat is about one too many, but we have many of them. And they are my fuzzy little bastards. This is the mama kitty. She's why we have so many kitties. I fed one stray kitty. I was trying to do a nice thing, and she had 9 billion babies. But bear with me a minute, guys. I'm gonna get the worms in the fridge, grab a soda, and then we will sit down and I'm gonna figure out Nightbot here. Mountain Dew. I don't know why there's still 15 of you guys in here. My tore up house is not that interesting. Alright, here we go.
Honestly, like there's a lot of things you can
Alright.
from that's
Hey.
really fucking annoying. Stupid. Like falling.
Alright, you're gonna also hear
I don't know, there's a lot of
Mia
stupid
raging in
guys.
her game over here. Don't ask me what she's doing or why she's doing it. Cute kitty. It's nice to have them. I have no life. Yeah, we're basically crazy cat lady status here. We have 6 indoor cats and 2 strays that live outside. Steve asked, what kind of worms were you using? We use night crawlers. Those 3 huge reservoirs are world-class walleye lakes. Okay, okay. Yeah, I know that Peck, a lot of people go to Peck to get walleye. Holter Lake, which is right near me, is actually producing bigger walleye these days, though. Holter and Tiber, I think. SoCal says, okay, gonna go mess with it and see if my computer stupid self can make it work. Alright, SoCal. Actually, love remodeling homes. Others see a shit show of a mess. I see a blank canvas. Yeah, I after I bought this house, I gutted it back to the frame, put a new roof on it, rewired it, replumbed it. I'm just in the process of still putting it all back together, so most of the walls and ceilings aren't sheetrocked. It's all tore apart. Never caught walleye. I heard they were fun. Yeah, Steve, walleye are really fun to catch. I'm trying to get better at catching them. We have them in so many different water bodies around around Montana. All right, I am logging into the computer here. Let me open up Nightbot. Where are you? David says, I've seen some crazy weights out of tournament at Peck. 10-pound average won it. Nice. Yeah, I don't know offhand what the weight was on the record that was set in Holter last year, but it was like 32 inches and it was well over 10 pounds. I want to say it was like 17 pounds or something like that. It was a big one. SoCal says, okay, off to break, Nightbot. Yeah, SoCal, so the key thing, make it a managing moderator, which it should walk you through doing. And then essentially you have to start alive to test it. was so we can see if we can fix it. Steve, always wanted to visit Montana. I drove through there before when I was a long haul. Fishing in Montana is fun. You can always come back, man. Montana will be here waiting. A lot of people come from all around the world to fish here, but usually for trout. I think what really draws people to, especially central Montana, is the trout fishing. All right. So the one command that I was working on is stats. Oops. And cannot read properties of undefined. Interesting. So we're going nerd mode here for a little bit, trying to code this bot up. Which section is undefined? Alright, so I'm gonna take a chunk out here and test it.
Let me hold your hand here. What's going on?
I'm testing Nightbot, but I can't test it without a live stream going. EWO, welcome to the stream. So I'm just not ending the stream until I can figure out what's wrong with this command that I tried to build.
What are you building? Sir? Ow. Please.
Okay, so that works. So I can pull the... So that's just pulling from Google's YouTube V3 data API. Those are my channel statistics. All right. I normally fish for trout here in Cali, mainly stream. I like that better than lake, keeps you moving. Yeah, stream fishing looks fun, but I mention it on every stream. I'm a lazy fisherman. If I can pop a squat somewhere and fish, I typically will do that rather than wandering around. When I was younger, I loved to really hit every spot. I'm lazy now. I don't like to move around a lot. Alright, so that part of it worked. Let's see something else here. New command.
Okay. Hello? Sorry. Are you okay? Are you alive?
43 now, and probably will not be too far from that soon. Yeah, you're about my age, and I'm just, I don't know. Every once in a while I will. If I don't have a camera, you know, if I'm not trying to stream or record content, I'm much more likely to do that. But trying to haul around gear and all that stuff makes it much more difficult to be mobile. Alright, and again, you guys that are joining, fishing is done for the day. I am just testing Nightbot. I'm trying to create a custom code, or a custom command rather, that pulls data from the YouTube API. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. We're gonna have, I think it's gonna be fun once I get the Starlink set up. Hopefully it doesn't, oops, that's the wrong one. Hopefully it doesn't complicate things too much more. And again, you guys ignore the chats that are coming up. That's just me testing Nightbot code. I'm trying to pull some data from the YouTube API and spit it back out to the screen. That definitely did not do what I meant it to do. Why is it just printing that? Alright, kitty, get on. Corcel, welcome back to the stream. We're all done fishing, buddy. We're just hanging out, and I am testing some Nightbot code here, trying to troubleshoot it. I can't really test it without the stream going, and I got something wrong with my syntax here that I'm trying to fix. Setting up a pull command would be fun. Yeah, that one's actually included in the default. In fact, I can enable that right now. I don't know how the hell to use it. Let me see here. Nope, if I could spell correctly. I'm not sure what syntax it requires to set the options. Oh, there we go. Invalid parameter specified, possible parameters, new, or results. So we would do pull, new. Christina, welcome back. Nope, we're all done fishing. I'm at home right now. I'm messing with Nightbot here, trying to figure out invalid pull option specified, usage, pull, new, title, option 1, option 2, option 3. Alright, so that's the syntax we would need. Pull, test, win, lose, run. Oh, damn it, I did. See, that one's complicated. Pull, new, test, one, two, three. I think that's how a pull works. We're just at the end of the fishing stream, so there's a automated software that I run in the room called Nightbot that greets people when they come in, that does different things, and I'm trying to add some commands to it, but the only way that I can test those new commands is while I have a live stream going. So we're just testing Nightbot code while the stream is still running. So, Flash, did you see that? That's how a new poll is started. You type exclamation poll space new, meaning new poll, and then test is just whatever you want to title it. So what do we fish for next? And then you give them at least two options to vote for, and you separate it with whatever the hell that character is called, a pipe. Was just scrolling, saw you on, was curious. Yeah, no, I'm trying to fix this one command before we end the stream, so I can use it tomorrow. So you can't out a poll in the chat. Apparently not built into it. It takes everybody, you have to click on the external link, it looks like, to go vote. Which isn't as useful, but that's the built-in functionality for it. For Nightbot, I'm sure I could probably build one that would do it in chat. That's just a lot more work. Let's see here. Oh, that's what it is. I'm missing the... Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why Flash... Yeah, I don't think it counts. It should. That's kind of silly that it doesn't count votes from within the chat. That it's directing you to click on the strawpoll.com, the link there, to go vote. David Rose says, CL, see if I could watch you fish tomorrow. All right, David. Always a pleasure having you in here to chat. Hope we see you when we're fishing tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it makes it pretty useless in chat. The built-in poll functionality for Nightbot, I think, was built for desktop users, not necessarily for mobile. I could probably create or add similar functionality, so you can do exactly what you're doing there. You know, just a dot vote or a exclamation vote, and pick a number, and then have it repeat that number at the end. Let me fix this first command here first, and alright, so test 2, that didn't error. Let me add a little bit more of the code back to it. Yeah, we can figure that one out. Let me get this stats command working properly. Test 2. I'm just trying to piece the code back together to see which section of it is actually erroring. So stupid Nightbot doesn't provide some kind of playground for you to test code like this. Corcel, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Alright. Alright, so there is our error. Cannot read properties undefined 0. Which part is that?
You can't look up to the functional.
Flash, yeah, the Nightbot is just one of numerous different pre-built bots that are available for YouTube and Twitch streams. I know that there's a Streamlabs one, there's another one that's prefixed with streams. Stream Elements, yeah, that's the one. Fossabot I haven't heard of. Stream Elements, I know that Crappy Man Jigs runs that one, and I know it's got a built-in feature that every time somebody subs to your channel while the live chat is running, it thanks them for it, and I like that one. Nightbot is just one I've seen a lot of people use it, and it allows you to create some custom commands. So I'm just playing around with it. A lot of streamers will run, multiple bots in their streams at the same time. There's just a couple of things that I want to add that would help me and the moderators. A poll would be a handy function, though. Trey Rogers, welcome. We finished fishing for the day. I'm testing Nightbot code right now. I'm trying to figure out why it does not like the way that I'm referencing this data. Give me a minute to pull up. Where are you?
Where am I?
Alright, so we are calling d.items, which is what we're saving it as, d.items at 0 dot statistics dot subscriber count. Subscriber count.
Squid game? Squid game? You feel off even?
Nightbot, why are you so difficult? Yeah, that was one. Eventually, what I'd like to do is to get some functionality hooked up to where you can basically interface ChatGPT or something like that with Nightbot.
You're in here. Where'd you come from?
So we can basically just ask ChatGPT shit while we're streaming.
What? Well, yeah, but like.
Oh, did you use Stream Elements on Twitch? Yeah, that was one that I've seen a handful of streamers use. I haven't checked that one out. I grabbed Nightbot because that seemed like the most popular that people were using, and I'm toying around with it a little bit. Christina, good luck with your Nightbot trio. All right, Christina, thanks for stopping through again. We'll be here for a little bit longer just playing with Nightbot. And I apologize, I was going to start a second channel so I could do this and test and not harass y'all with Nightbot, because I know none of you guys probably care about it. But I'm trying to get something to work here, and it doesn't like how I'm calling, so we're saving the response from the API as d.items.statistics. Why doesn't it? That's while using computer actively. I'm sure it's a lot different when all you got is a phone while fishing. Yes, yes. I mean, I need to integrate it into the live stream, so more so not that I can use it, so the mods can use it, so they can help me. You know, again, like I wanted to implement basic integration with, you know, fish, wildlife, and park regulations for certain water bodies. So a mod could quickly look up what's the limit for walleye out of Fort Pack, you know,
Rice thinking.
things like that.
What's happening here?
The same thing that was happening 15 minutes ago.
He's in rice. Hello, Lisa.
Alright. So it can't find index 0, is that what I was saying? Cannot read properties of undefined, reading 0. So it doesn't like how it's being referenced to items. Gumar Cruz, thanks for stopping back in. Yeah, you guys, we're done fishing for the day. I'm just testing Nightbot code right now. It's kind of boring, and you're just staring at the corner of my screen.
Right? That way, Battlefield. This game is like hard.
Give me a sec while I troubleshoot this.
You don't like Call of Duty. Sorry. This is better than Call of Duty. Like, this is better, but also it pisses me off. Like, it's better, but it
What
pisses me
time
off.
do you plan on going live? I need to ask Mia. She's, when I hear her take a break from her game, I will ask her. Thank you for reminding me. Quit biting the wire. What the hell are you doing, cat? Knock it off. Nico, stop it.
No, this game's good.
What time do you work tomorrow?
Huh?
What time do you work tomorrow?
9 or some shit?
Will you look it up? Pretty please.
Like 9 to 6:30 or something. 9 to 6. No, 9:30 to 6.
9:30 to 6?
Yeah.
Okay, so she works 9:30 to 6.
Why are you telling everyone where I work?
I didn't tell anybody where you
I
worked.
told everybody.
Will you stop? 10 a.m. is when I will probably be live tomorrow.
What do you mean, can we stop? Do you not like my input? What? I'm just kidding. Oh my god.
Alright, so that spit out the JSON object but did not take items. So I need to... Oh, because I'm not evaluating. Dang it.
telling everyone where I am.
Back tick. Oh, no, I need to, dang it. That's a variable. Nothing? Undefined. Object, object. So we have an object.
Can you spell mine?
Yes.
What the fuck? No. What? I feel like I'm in Palestine right now. I feel like I'm in Palestine. It's horrible. It's horrible out here, you know? Like, oh no. What I don't understand is like, okay, you hop in the tank. There's like 10 people in the fucking tank. You don't know who's driving it. Are you driving that tank? That's what confuses me. I'm like, am I driving it or not? Oh my god. Please drag me out of this. Fashion. It's not safe. It's not safe.
What is Nightbot doing? Why can't I reference items at 0? That doesn't make any damn sense. Is it some kind of escaping? Unexpected token. Why?
I'm watching. Stop it.
Alright, let's try that. Hold on.
Sorry, Ren. Please stop.
Jason.parsteve. And sorry for those of you joining. We are done with fishing for the day. We are just testing Nightbot here. I apologize. I know you guys came to see fishing content. It's over. We're just trying to get a Nightbot command here to work, and unfortunately the only way for me to test it is while I'm actively on a live, and this is the only channel that I have that has enough followers. Object is not valid, Jason. Oh, hold on.
Where are you? Are you seeing or ARP? Yes, the spawn camping, yes.
So what we're doing is just testing some code that is reaching out to the Google YouTube data API. I'm trying to get it to parse a JSON object through Nightbot, but I think Nightbot is somehow not. It's doing something funky with the code. Invalid or unexpected token context I-15. Why is that not valid JSON? It prints it fine. Alright, we're going back. This is the JSON object. Spit it out. What does it look like? Is there a syntax error in the JSON?
Ella? What time? happening right here. Did I do something? What did I do? I will after DVD, I don't know. Right, yeah. You'll get the 10K that you need.
I gave up. Mrs. Sokel's on the job now. Yeah, we're not making much progress here. They make it so hard to troubleshoot this code through the browser. So it doesn't like something about the format of the JSON object.
What? Are you jealous? Yeah. Because you want to. Yeah. I'm just kidding, you know. Don't listen to me. I should chill. I'll be good.
Computer's stupid, so the program won't just in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's not super complicated, but it's kind of a pain in the butt. There we go. And so it turned my JSON or JavaScript object into a JSON string. Total results page, but that's it. Hold on. Get down, cat. Quit fucking climbing back and forth. You're driving me nuts. Any of those cats just harass the crap out of you? JBT just caught a channel. Nice. How big was the channel, Travis?
Oh my god. I need to convince people to. Alright. For my coworkers. I'm just trouble. They're not gonna join me. I don't know where they are. Because I literally I'll send a message and they don't respond. They don't respond to me in real life, but they won't respond to my text message. Like two of my coworkers, like I send them a text on Facebook and they won't respond to me in real life.
Catfishy, welcome to the stream. We're done catching fish for today. I'm just toying around with Nightbot. I have to have a stream running in order to fix the bot commands. But we ended up with 27 fish today. 4 largemouth bass, 20 bluegill, 2 yellow perch, and 1 pumpkinseed. So we had a good number of fish today. And I think I'm making progress on this command. 1 pound. Oh, that's a nice little cat. I still can't read 0. Why? What is... So there's something... It's not the whole object. Why am I... Total results 0. Okay, so is there something wrong with my initial... Did I overlook it? Well, turn your catch count into gear lost, and that's how I do. So, Kelly, is there, besides the pond, are there any other interesting places to fish around you? Maybe you just need to give that, I know the lake, you're trying to get a good fish out of there, but maybe it's time to... find a different place to fish for a little while. Hold on a second. So total results 0, results per page 5. What is it when I call it in a browser? Total results 1. Oh, does it not like the channel ID that I'm feeding it? Hold on a second.
What time is that? Why can't you make me time? 11. Okay. It's pretty early. Watching it with Nicholas, so I have to wait for him. You have to wait for Nicholas for sleeping. Brock!
Okay, so that's my user ID is referring to the, not the, wait, oh, that's user ID. Hold on a second. What if I do user?
You said his name was like Matt or some shit. Because I met him in real life. His name's Brock. He was embarrassed by his name. I was like, dude, that's like a cool name. What are you talking about?
Travis says, my computer's down, no electricity due to an avalanche. Dang, that's crazy.
Oh, no, you can chill us. But he's also not a chillest person. Like, he just randomly insults me sometimes. He doesn't like me. Like, whenever
Damn
I
it,
do
so
anything good,
user
like, he
ID
gets
won't
really
work.
mean.
User prints the channel
Anything good I do,
name?
and I boast about
I don't
it to
get
him,
the
he just
at.
fucking hates me all of a sudden. No. I've just known him for fucking years. Online. And he treats me like shit. He hates me. He fucking... Like, anytime I do anything good, he, like, discredits me. But he also... I don't know. He's annoying. He's fucking stupid. He needs help. I'm okay.
Yeah, see, I'm looking for, so I'm trying to query the YouTube data API to pull statistics for a channel. But the way that I'm calling the API, I am using the at of somebody, but Nightbot apparently doesn't expose that to you. I'm just looking at the documentation right now to see.
I fucking hate you, and you held on to Miyazaki, like, for a long ass time. You just stopped using that name, or, like, he got really mad at me. Like, he started treating me like shit. Well, no, because I sent him a picture of me, and he was like, you looked really, like, good in that picture, and I just fucking hate you. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, leave me alone.
Alright, so I can look it up by, is that my channel ID? UCP. Hold on.
I hate them, for real. No, I really do, like... How do you see a picture of a woman and like literally start like treating her like shit immediately?
Okay, so that's my channel ID. I can look it up by channel ID. We can do that. So that's user ID.
Why do you take so many chances? Like, I saved you, and then you just went back in. Like, what the hell? Bruh. No.
Use the ID. Okay, so let's try that. So instead of using for handle, I'm going to use for ID. So we're going to do ID and user ID. Yeah, when there's barely any people in the room here, Nightbot kind of spams. I'm testing Nightbot right now though. That's what I'm trying to fix. There we go. Channel name, want to see my rods, subs 1240, views 228,837. Nice. All right, so one more thing we want to add in there. Video count.